comparison of two Hokages. Both ninja worlds are crying. Chapter 001 Uehara Shimming, who is preparing to turn over the brand. Konoha's 66th year. Konoha Ninja Village. The top floor of the Hokage building. Shimei Uehara was lying crookedly and gracelessly on a large leather seat. Squinting his eyes slightly, his expression showed a sense of leisurely enjoyment. Behind him, a gentlewoman wearing a classic OL secretary outfit was carefully squeezing his shoulders, neck, and back of his head with her hands. Fingers as white and tender as green onions, with a hint of coldness. Not only are his movements skillful and his strength well controlled, he also takes care of the unique preferences and habits of the person in front of him in every possible way. Obviously, this is far from the first time. After an unknown amount of time passed, Shimei Uehara suddenly stood up, raised his arms above his head, stretched his waist vigorously, and let out a long yawn. Mikoto, what's going on today? Probably not. If there is, it is probably finished by Minato-sama. Shimei Uehara listened to the report of the gentle secretary while moving his body that was a little stiff due to being inactive for too long. A happy smile suddenly appeared on a perfect face that had not lost any marks with the passage of time. In a flash, he raised his head and looked out the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The increasingly prosperous Konoha village, well, I'm afraid it should be called Konoha City now. There are row upon row of skyscrapers. The night sky has not yet come, and neon lights have begun to decorate it. Under the shade of a tree, an old man is leaning on a cane and sitting in a wheelchair, with smiling children behind him and cheerful children running around him. He also felt more and more proud in his heart. It's great. It's another simple but fulfilling day. I really work hard and sleep hard for Konoha and the ninja world. The work is over. Now it's time to rest. Take out all the signs. Shimei Uehara did not hide his pride at all. I'm lazy at work, I don't do my job properly, I drink and play cards, but I'm still a good Hokage. Behind him, after hearing the shameless remarks made by the respected Hokage, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly rolled his eyes. Exhausted? Sleeping hard and sleeping late at night? In a sense, it's not wrong, but it's definitely not because of Konoha, because of the ninja world, or because of the beauty. As a Hokage, didn't you just throw all your responsibilities to Namikaze Minato? During the last girlfriends gathering, Chana complained that Minato's hair loss had become serious again recently. The powerful yellow flash in the ninja world, the winner of the code name Shun, has been polished into a bald flash, which shows the degree of hard work and fatigue. However, this is probably one of the reasons why this guy can do so well. Maybe, probably, maybe? Well, yes, that's it. Master Hokage is a true gentleman, a true hero, and a king. Unlike F4, headed by the third generation, who spoke of the will of fire and kept silent for Konoha, they were actually obsessed with power, so hypocritical that it made people sick, and ultimately made everything messy. Although Uchiha Mikoto felt a little dissatisfied in his heart, his movements were not slow. After a few clicks, a red wooden plate appeared on the empty table, filled with small green cards with golden names written on it. Senjutsu Nade, Yai Kurane, Nohara Rin, Uzumaki Kushina, Terumi Mei. Hyaga Ayari, Konan, Hayakura. Among them, Uchiha Mikoto's own name is also prominently listed. Mikoto skillfully turned over all the wooden cards. Different from the front, the back of every brand, no matter who it belongs to, has a uniform name written on it, Uehara Shimei. And it is bigger, bolder, and more powerful than the characters on the front. After turning over the noodles, Mikoto moved his hands continuously, disrupting the order. The penultimate speed from Uchiha's fluid technique left several afterimages on a pair of jade hands. Unless you stare carefully, you will never be able to see them clearly. For a moment, Mikoto gently pushed forward with both hands and placed the wooden plate directly in front of Uehara Shimei. She herself took a step back, folded her hands in front of her lower abdomen, lowered her head and reminded softly. "Lord Hokage, it's ready." Hearing Mikato's voice, Uehara Shime withdrew his contented gaze. He lowered his head and casually opened the sign in the center of the wooden plate. Uchiha Mikato, 5 delicate characters in small regular script suddenly appeared. Uehara Shime's eyes suddenly lit up, and his face that had just calmed down was instantly filled with an evil smile that was obviously malicious. Uchiha Mikato, who was dressed as an office worker, opened his mouth slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Deep in his eyes, a trace of undetectable joy flashed away, followed by deep embarrassment and shyness. At the same time, as if he had anticipated something, he subconsciously took a step back again, lowering his head even further. However, although she has now touched the threshold of the shadow level, she is still not enough in front of a strong person of Uehara Shime's level. I saw Shime Uehara moving slightly, and in the next moment, unexpectedly, he appeared directly in front of where Mikato had retreated. Opening his hands, he hugged Mikato and pulled him into his arms. They were pressed so tightly that there was no gap at all, and the heartbeat could be heard clearly. "Tell me, did you cheat just now?" I don't believe it, Hokage. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? You happened to be on duty today, and today I turned over to you. As the secretary of Hokage, you dare to abuse your power for personal gain and commit fraud in the workplace. As the Hokage of Konoha, the son of destiny recognized by all the ninja world, the life, future, and destiny of thousands of people are entrusted to me, so the burden on my shoulders is not unbearable. Even if you are my confidant, you must be severely punished, do you understand? I know. Uehara Shime looked upright and solemn, and his words were full of solemnity and righteousness. But the cheeks of Uchiha Mikato, who was held in his arms, were getting redder and redder. Even his body seemed to have lost strength and was as limp as mud. It was a simple sentence that I understood, but it sounded like a mosquito moaning, and you couldn't even hear it if you were close at hand. As for Mikato's appearance, Shime Uehara not only didn't take it seriously, but the smile on his face became even more evil, making him look like a villain. However, when he was about to launch the Flying Thunder God directly to return home, in my mind, the long-lost system prompt suddenly rang. Congratulations, host! The comprehensive power evaluation of the Konoha Ninja Village. Akatsuki Organization and Light and Shadow Alliance under his command reached 100,000,000 points. System advancement. Version 5.0 is officially launched. The main goal of the current version is to help host become the true master of the ninja world, complete the great cause of unification, and achieve the position of first emperor. It was detected that the host acted rebelliously after becoming a Hokage, hanging around the harem all day long, not practicing, and ignoring government affairs, which made the ambitious people in the ninja world ready to take action, and many people around him complained. The system will start a comparison between the two worlds, and make a comprehensive comparison between the world where the host is located and the original world, so that these stupid natives will know how happy they are with the protection of the host. Comparison starts. Chapter 002 The Legendary Resume of Shime Uehara. Forward. Going the other way? Ambitious people are ready to make a move, and people around them are complaining? Hearing the familiar electronic sound of the system, Uehara Shime's expression suddenly turned cold. To be honest, I'm not bragging. If he hadn't acted decisively, he would have rushed into the Hokage building to kill Danzo, eliminate the advisor, and kill the third generation. In this huge Konoha village, there are only 2 or 3 cats left. White Fang committed suicide, 4th generation died in the line of duty, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and the Sunin, who were the face of the group, either left or defected. In the original work, even the title of the strongest ninja village was taken away by Kyumigakuer. And now, the Super Shadow is walking around like a madman, and the shadow level ones are no better than dogs, suppressing other ninja villages so much that they can't even breathe. Technology is changing with each passing day and developing at a rapid pace. It is no exaggeration to say that it is at its peak. Even in the ninja world, after the anti-climax of the Third Ninja World War, there has not been a single large-scale conflict so far. The peaceful and relaxed atmosphere allowed countless ninjas and civilians who would have died an untimely death to live and work in peace. All of this is because of the wise, great, handsome, extremely powerful, and lovable Hokage. They are still not satisfied? Didn't he just work shorter hours, slack off while at work, and have a more fulfilling private life after get off work? Is this wrong too? After fighting for so many years, can't we enjoy ourselves? Besides, the Hokage is directly under the General Staff Office, which has Minato Namikaze and Shikaku Nara. The medical department has Tsunade and Shizuan, the science department has Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, the police department has Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi. The intelligence department has Jiraiya, the operations department has Hitaki Shigisaku, the administrative department has Hitaki Kakashi, the logistics department has Uchiha Obito, the construction department has Senju Yamato. The Ministry of Education is full of powerful people, and the name of the King's 7 ninja sects is well known throughout the ninja world. Each of these people has his own unique skills. As a Hokage who knows nothing but comforting the hearts of beautiful female ninjas, would I cause trouble for them in the future? Isn't it enough to delegate power and monitor them from time to time to see if they are lazy? That's right, human beings are such creatures, no matter how much they get, they always want more. Ambition is endless. Having lived 2 lives, and having made remarkable achievements in both fields, he has long understood human nature. Things that are too easy to get are often not cherished. Uehara Siming's thoughts turned, and then he became curious again. What is this so-called comparison, and in what form does it appear? Is it going to be a Hokage ninja anime in the sky? However, he was just curious and not worried at all. As the protagonist of a system novel, his strongest genjutsu system may look ordinary in name, but its power is not small at all. Back then, Uehara Siming was still called Zhang Chen, just an ordinary good guy. Just because he had flexible thoughts, acted a little radically, had a strong sense of justice, and accidentally made a small mistake, he was taken to the execution ground. Before he went on stage, he sent reporters to ask him if he regretted his mistakes. I regret it so much. Between acting recklessly and having fun for 10 years, then dying without an intact body and being despised by everyone, or living a mediocre and muddled life and finally dying of old age and leaving a good name behind, he would always choose the former. Some birds come into this world not to be locked in cages and follow rules, but to soar into the blue sky and turn the world upside down. If it were in troubled times, he was confident that someone like him would be a local hero. It is a pity that the peaceful period can only become a typical example of the rule of law. However, just as the gun was pointed at his head, a multiple-choice question suddenly appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. Excuse me, who is the strongest genjutsu among Hokage ninjas? A. Will of Fire, B. Distinguished Heavenly Gods, C. Naruto's Mouth, D. Peace in the Ninja World. Although he didn't know what the situation was, he chose A without hesitation and decisiveness. Just kidding, Distinguished Heavenly Gods is the most rubbish of all. Although Naruto's mouth is a little more visible, Naruto himself has been brainwashed by the Will of Fire. Do you dare to say that this thing is not strong? As for peace in the ninja world, someone doesn't think about it at all. Even if you choose this path, the purpose must be for yourself, not some bullshit righteousness. Besides, if the world is not in chaos, how can he use his talents? The last time the rule of law was in place? The next moment the choice was completed, there was a bang, the bullet was fired, the crowd cheered, and justice was served again. And when he woke up, he had turned into a newborn baby. At the same time, a system called the strongest genjutsu was quietly loaded. The mechanism of this system is very strange. As long as you establish a bond with others, you can extract abilities from the bonded person. When the bond level reaches 100%, you can draw an additional draw. It doesn't matter if it's a relationship between father and son, master and apprentice, companion, couple, superior or subordinate, or any other relationship. The only criterion for being recognized as a bond is not the conventional meaning or the depth of the relationship in perception, but the need for the other party to recognize and submit to your will. Well, HOKAGE's will is the will of fire, and the will of fire means whether what's yours is mine, what's mine is still mine, and he is destined to become the Hokage. The logic is very smooth and flawless. The title of the strongest genjutsu is well deserved. In the following period, Zhang Chen, under the name of Shimei Uehara, snatched Mikoto in Konoha, made friends with Minato, apprenticed to Sunan, cut off Kushina, met Mat Dai by chance, and accepted Yi Kurane as his disciple. Explosive growth in strength. The system also always rewards him with some weird things, such as Mustache's speech ability, Cao Men's traitorous attributes, etc. At only 18 years old, not only is his strength invincible in the ninja world. There are also a large number of like-minded people gathered around me. In the 44th year of Konoha, Shichisaku Hitaki attempted suicide and Hiruzen Danzo was regretting his actions. Shimei Uehara rushed into the Hokage building in anger and stabbed a child. Justice took the bird position in an awe-inspiring manner and forced his way to the top of the 4th generation. Then the 4 major ninja villages were violently beaten, and the ninja world obediently entered the era of peace. So far, in all these things, the system has helped him not only 99.99%, but it is also approximately 100%. Even if it is true, as some readers have speculated, the host is actually a puppet of the system and has some huge conspiracy. Uehara Shiming also recognized it. Anyway, it's already great, and the capital has been returned long ago. Power, strength, wealth, beauty, fame, everything that should be enjoyed to the fullest. No regrets, only pride. Just as thoughts were surging in Shimei Uehara's mind, in the sky of the 2 ninja worlds, the current ninja world and the original ninja world, a bright golden light suddenly fell from the 9 heavens. Then, it turned into a huge picture scroll and slowly unfolded. Everyone, no matter where they are, can clearly see even the dark prison below where no light penetrates, and even the undead in the underworld. Moreover, the position is directly in front of you, and there will be no deviation due to different positions. And everyone, when they saw the scroll in the sky, felt an inexplicable shock in their hearts. This kind of shock is not just the change in mood after seeing incredible things. There is also a strange illusion that this thing is noble, mysterious, and supreme, and you should worship it after seeing it. In an instant, the ninja world was in chaos, no matter who it was. Chapter 003 The comparison begins, the arrogant Jiraiya. The current ninja world. The moment the picture scroll appeared, the long-lost emergency warning signal sounded in the sky above Konoha. Hundreds of Uchiha with red eyes and Hyuga with white eyes flew out from everywhere, occupying all the telephone poles. The elite ninjas, headed by the ministers of various departments and the 7 ninja sect under the king, rose into the air, stagnated out of thin air, and stared at the sky vigilantly. Sharingan, Byakugan, Genjutsu, Kagura Hard Eye, scientific instruments, and countless detection methods are already busy without waiting for orders. The remaining 9 major ninja villages and even some small ninja villages and small organizations. Although his reaction was a little slow, he still showed the qualities that a ninja should have. However, no matter what clever or not clever methods they used, the picture scroll in the sky continues to unfold, and no other information other than undetectable can be obtained from it. Of course Uehara Shimei knew what was going on, and he also knew that there was no need to make a fuss out of a molehill. But after being a Hokage for so many years, plus the experience and influence from previous lives, understand that sometimes, you don't have to do what is truly right, but what others think is right. He coughed slightly. The unique voice instantly spread to every corner of Konoha. Initiate a level 1 warning immediately. Civilians took refuge, and all ninjas except members of the police department, education department, rapid reaction force, and strategic support force entered the shelter together to maintain order. The strategic support force formed a ninja army on the spot to prepare for war. The quick reaction force follows me to the sky. After the words fell, 2 bright golden chakra wings with bright golden light spread out quietly on his back. As the wings flickered, the wind and clouds surged. Shimei Uehara shot up from the ground like a rocket, smashed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and shot straight into the sky. In just 4 or 5 minutes, we were at an altitude of 20,000 meters. Staring at the huge picture that was still not close to him and could not be detected at all, Uehara Shiming stopped flying and stood proudly in mid-air. At this moment, I sensed that his speed had slowed down, and dozens of figures suddenly appeared around him. On the left, Namikaze Minato joins forces with Uchiha Shisui, using chakra to connect the other 5 kings of the 7 ninja sect. On the right, a swirling ripple dissipated, and Uchiha Obito emerged out of thin air. Then, nearly 100 figures were released from the ice. Everyone had the same solemn expression. This scroll is a bit too evil, as if it doesn't even exist. After a while, I felt that the atmosphere was almost the same. Uehara Shiming then spoke. The distance cannot be approached, and all detection methods have failed. In view of the current unknown situation, Minato immediately returned to Konoha to take charge of the overall situation. If things change, the 5th generation project will be directly inherited. No matter what happens, the village will always come first. The rest of the people were on alert, waiting for the next order. When Minato Namikaze heard this, he clenched his fists tightly and twitched the corners of his mouth a few times, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, his eyes turned into determination, and he glanced at the stalwart figure reluctantly, and disappeared in a flash. The two have known each other for decades and have long been close friends whose lives depend on each other. There are many words that need no words at all. If he were in the same position and the same situation, he would make the same choice without hesitation. This is Lord Hokage. Although it usually looks a bit out of place, at critical moments, he can always sacrifice himself without hesitation to protect his companions, guard the village, enforce peace, and leave love and hope to the next generation. This is the true will of fire and the only reason for him to follow this man. Not only Namikaze Minato, but now, in the sky, on the telephone poles, in the shelter, and even other people around who are not Konoha but can be seen from a distance. When he saw a bright golden light, he immediately soared into the sky with a decisive gesture. There were some tears in his eyes. That man is indeed as reliable as ever. That back view was as majestic as ever. The 2 major ninja worlds, 10 ninja villages, and countless ninjas, no matter what their reactions were, what they thought in their hearts. The picture in heaven was not affected at all because of them. After unfolding, lines of text immediately appeared on it. At the same time, an ethereal, vast, godlike voice sounded in everyone's ears. 40 years ago. Because of the arrival of a person, the timeline of the ninja world was divided into 2, and a parallel world was born. The original ninja world continues to develop along the original trajectory, but the other one has undergone earth-shaking changes and embarked on a completely different path. 40 years later. When the choice of fate comes again, the 2 worlds meet again. Whether the original trajectory is excellent or the new path is more penultimate, please watch the comparison between the 2 worlds. This scroll is the manifestation of the will of the world. Every day at 6 o'clock in the evening, the main resumes of the same people in the 2 worlds are played in the form of a video for comparison. The characters played are all important characters who are at the node of fate and have the ability to influence the fate of the world. Viewers can spend a certain amount of energy to post barrages. After all the characters are compared, the life experience of Uehara Shimei, the strongest man in the ninja world, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the Lord of Light and Shadow, the Son of Prophecy, and the owner of the Blood Successor Elimination Light Escape, will be played. Today's comparison of characters, Ninja Senju Tsunade vs Original Ninja Tsunade. 1 minute countdown. 60. 59. The subtitles appeared line by line on the scroll, and beside my ears, the vast and ethereal voice was also ups and downs. Suddenly, everyone who saw the scroll, no matter the ninja world or the original ninja world, no matter ninjas or civilians, no matter the living or the undead, they all fell into some kind of inexplicable surprise. Here, the huge amount of information contained in any sentence is enough to shut down their not-so-smart brains. Parallel world. Destiny node. The will of the world. Lifetime comparison. Every word and the meaning it represents stirred up waves in the hearts of the viewers. Only a few people, such as Senju Tobirama Orochimaru, a scientific pioneer, were not only surprised, but also had a hint of curiosity and interest. It seemed like I had discovered something interesting. And just when everyone was deeply surprised, the first barrage suddenly appeared on the scroll. An avatar with long white hair, an open mouth and a big smile, with several red lines running across his face, with the 5 characters Jiraiya of the ninja world clearly visible on the back. Haha, I didn't expect that the secret I had hidden for so long would finally be discovered by you. Yes, the person who changed the world is me. Mount my Boku Toad Elf Senso Taoist, Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sunin known as Toad Sage. It is I who accepted the prophecy of the old Toad Sage on Mount Maiboku and searched for and guided the son of the prophecy. It was me who decisively accepted Shimei Uehara as my disciple, and tried my best to help him become the strongest man in the ninja world and the strongest Hokage in Konoha. Ninja Jiraiya, hey, the release was actually successful. Ninja World Jiraiya, hey, is there me in the world over there? Can you see the barrage I posted? If you see it, come out and tell everyone how you are doing over there. Are you as wise and handsome as me? Just as invincible? Chapter 004 The huge difference between the old and new ninja worlds. While everyone was still in shock, Jiraiya fired several barrages at lightning speed. That proud tone and arrogant look seemed to come alive on the motionless avatar, making everyone who knew him smile. What is a living treasure? This is it. In terms of lively atmosphere, this guy is truly unmatched. At this time, other people who reacted also started to post barrage. However, their contents are somewhat uniform. Shimei Uehara, haha. Ninja World Senju Tsunade, haha. Ninja World Senju, haha. Ninja World Orochimaru, haha. Ninja World Namikaze Minato, haha. Barrage after barrage flashed above the scroll. As time went by, some people gradually discovered that something was wrong, because the people who posted the barrage were actually people from the ninja world, and none of them came from the original ninja world. At this time, Jiraiya sent another barrage. Jiraiya of the ninja world, hey, I'm over there, come out and say something. Is it possible that you are having a miserable time? Also under the constant jumping of Jiraiya from the ninja world. After a few more seconds, another barrage from Jiraiya finally came. The same avatar, but the ninja world in front of the name has become the original ninja world, and there is a strange icon dotted behind it, which is a special mark of the undead. Original ninja world Jiraiya, undead. It's really miserable. Looking back on the past, my life is full of failures. Always forced to make cruel choices. Failed to rescue Nagato, failed to chase Tsunade, failed to bring back Orochimaru, failed to protect the master, failed to protect the disciples. Not being able to see Naruto become a Hokage, not even the love-making paradise is over. You can only bet the success or failure of the story on the ending of others, telling yourself that even if you fail, it is not a bad thing. Compared with the great achievements that Hokage has achieved in the past, what I do is so useless and boring. They keep saying that people grow up in the process of being hurt, men become stronger only after being dumped, men who have no sense and treat this as a joke are incompetent, happiness is not something that a truly strong person should pursue, the so-called ninja is tolerance what people can't bear. But in fact, only you know the pain and bitterness in your heart. Everywhere I look is regret. The only thing worthy of praise is probably that I always firmly believe that all hardships are God's tests for me. At the end of my life, I will die like a truly great ninja. It is worthy of the saying, for a ninja, it doesn't matter how you live, but how you die is the most important thing. If I hadn't watched Tsunade become the 5th generation, watched Naruto learn Sage Jutsu and master 9 tails, and watched my beloved village exude new vitality, I wouldn't even dare to die. Thank you very much for telling me another ending. It's great to take on the Child of Destiny as his disciple, help him change the ninja world, and be recognized by so many people. As soon as this barrage of Jiraiya from the original ninja world came out, in an instant, everyone was silent. Even Uehara Shime didn't expect that the most tear-jerking quote in the entire Hokage history had just begun. Unlike Jiraiya in the ninja world, whose antics make everyone roll their eyes. Every word of Jiraiya, the original ninja world, is like a knife, piercing deeply into the hearts of everyone who knows his deeds. As he said himself, he is always forced to make cruel choices. Parents, teachers, best friends, lovers, and disciples all left him and even killed each other. He dreamed of saving the ninja world, but in the end he got nothing and changed nothing. To people in the original ninja world, this man who seemed joking and unreliable, but was actually more reliable than anyone else, deeply moved and trusted everyone who came into contact with him. Especially, in this fed up world, there are countless people who have had similar experiences. Jiraiya's words immediately aroused strong resonance, and it can be said that it has a tear-jerking effect. Countless people were moved, lamented, or shed tears of remembrance. Naruto Uzumaki, the original ninja world. No, teacher Jiraiya, you have not accomplished anything, and what you have done is not boring at all. Because as a disciple, I have completely inherited the teacher's will. Whatever the teacher failed to do, I, the disciple, will do it for him. I, Uzumaki Naruto, vow to become the son of prophecy that changes the ninja world, bring changes to this world, and bring your story to the most wonderful and perfect ending. Isn't it natural for a disciple to inherit the way of tolerance from his teacher? Original Ninja World Hitaki Kakashi, Jiraiya-sama, from the beginning to the end, you have always been my most respected senior. Tsunade of the original ninja world, Jiraiya, UBD, stop saying those boring words, leave the burden of Hokage to me, and run away to enjoy your leisure time by yourself. If you are able, come back to me. Original Ninja World Orochimaru, idiot. The original ninja world cried miserably. Although many people in the ninja world cannot empathize with it, after all, they have gods above them, and wars have not happened for a long time. But the huge amount of information revealed in Jiraiya's speech aroused strong curiosity in their hearts. There seems to be a problem in the other ninja world, and it's a big problem. Ninja world Namikaze Minato, in that world, is 4th generation Misama dead? Ninja Uzumaki Nagato, am I dead too? Ninja world Orochimaru, so, did I in another world really choose that path in the end? I'm really curious. Ninja Jiraiya, hey, can you stop being so rude? You're actually dead. Ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen, undead. Isn't your Uehara Shime dead? Then how did I die? Didn't I die together with Uehara Shime? Or was it Danzo's doing? Ninja World Shimura Danzo, undead. Please show some respect. Uehara Shime's light release is reputed to be eliminated as the ultimate blood successor that means death upon sighting, and he died with him. My inner 4 elephant seals didn't even do it. Ninja World Shimura Danzo, undead by the way, am I? the original ninja world, a Hokage. Original ninja world Whirlpool Kushina, undead. What do you mean, you old gangsters were all killed by that guy Shimming Uehara? Ha ha ha, well done, I've long been unhappy with them. Original ninja world Uchiha Shisui, undead. After my death, did the village and Uchiha reconcile? Are the 1,007, Itaki, still alive? After the first person to take advantage of the situation, countless powerful people who were qualified to post barrages rushed to show their presence. Especially some of the undead in the underworld, they most want to know what the ninja world will look like after their death. After a brief exchange, everyone has discovered the huge difference between the two worlds. In the original ninja world, many names with the same name were marked by the undead. Jiraiya, Hitaki Shisaku, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Nagato, Senju Rope Tree, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui. These people are all dead. Many people in the ninja world can't help but feel heavy. Even some people who were still alive in another world were picked up by Xin. You must know that every name above has the strength of a shadow level or even a super shadow level. What happened that caused so many strong men to die one after another? Similarly, they also saw many characters that did not exist in the original world, such as Uehara Shime, Uehara Maki, Hitaki Takuto, Senjurai Ueme, and Hyaga Ayari. At this moment, everyone has discovered that if you want to post barrages on the scroll, you need to have at least Jonin or even Elite Jonin level of strength. In other words, in this new ninja world, not only many strong men who were originally dead are still alive, but also a large number of new masters have emerged. In just 1 minute, everyone in the old and new ninja worlds began to look forward to the comparison video that was about to begin. They desperately want to know what happened in the other world. Different selves have different changes and different endings. Do you live a better and happier life than you do here? Chapter 005 The Ninja World Cries, the weight of Sunan's name. While everyone was talking, the countdown on the scroll was coming to an end. As the last word fell, Original Ninja World 4 large characters with golden light occupy the center. After a short pause, new words began to appear. Background introduction. Original Tsunade, First Hokage Senju Hashirama and First Generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito's granddaughter, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen disciple, Konoha Ninja Village 5th Hokage. Known as Tsunade Hime, she is a legendary S-class ninja known as Sunan together with Orochimaru Jiraiya. Because he loves gambling and has bad luck in gambling, he is also called the legendary Fat Sheep. Mastered the strange power of the Senju clan, the Yin Seal of the Uzumaki clan, and the Wet Bone Forest, one of the 3 sacred places of the contract, and developed S-level combat medical ninjutsu, ninjutsu creation regeneration 100 heroes jutsu. During the Second Ninja War, he led the Konoha ninja army to defeat Tsunagakure village, and together with Orochimaru Jiraiya, led the ninja army to defeat Aim Hidden village. Systematic collection, organization, and summary of past medical technologies. Establishing a field hospital system. Initiated and led the reform of the medical system in Konoha Ninja Village, and improved the comprehensive medical system including hospitals, medical ninja training, scientific medical technology development, drug research, etc. Bringing forth the new, creatively combining the medical ninjutsu of medical ninjas with sealing techniques and scientific instruments, greatly reducing the difficulty of learning and performing medical ninjutsu, making it possible for multiple people to jointly perform advanced medical methods that exceed their own abilities. Recognized as the top medical ninja in the ninja world. Mission experience, 95 times S level, 418 times A level, 467 times B level, 236 times C level, 40 times D level. After a brief introduction, the next moment, the golden light faded, and a chubby little baby who looked very lively and active appeared on the screen. Standing next to him were 2 men and women laughing silly. The woman's name is Uzumaki Mito, First Generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the man's name is the famous first Hokage, the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Everyone immediately understood that this baby should be the protagonist of today's comparison, Tsunade in the original ninja world. The previous scenes just flashed by, like old photos, showing a certain moment in the past. From being exposed to gambling, to being given a necklace by the first generation, to entering the ninja school, getting to know Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Hatake Shichisaku and other top warriors who later became famous in the ninja world. Then he apprenticed under 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, tried drinking, learned strange powers, sparred with Orochimaru, and showed his extraordinary medical ninjutsu talent, etc. Although there were occasional disappointments, the overall atmosphere was very cheerful. Especially when Jiraiya is beaten, the barrage will reach a peak. Both Jiraiya also received sincere blessings from everyone. Watching a legendary ninja grow from a baby to the familiar figure in his memory is also a novel experience for many people in the ninja world. Next, with the outbreak of World War II, Tsunade was recruited to join the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The picture began to no longer be photos recording moments one by one, but became a continuous short video. After Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Mito, Senju Tobirama, and others passed away one after another, Hanzo, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, quickly grew into a new generation of legend and was known as a demigod. Its powerful water-earth style, its sword technique that crushes samurai, its unparalleled teleportation technique, and its poisonous giant psychic beast Sanshouayu. He even created his own A-level ninja technique, fire-style explosive flame formation, and his overall strength has undoubtedly reached Super S level. As a result, the ninja armies of various countries were unable to fight hard and suffered heavy losses. In particular, the Konoha ninjas, under the command of Danzo Shimura, who was blindly arrogant, believed in force extremely, used ninjas as consumables, and was eager to make great achievements and show off himself, became the biggest stepping stone for Hanzo to become famous. Not only were their proactive attacks frustrated, but their own positions were also lost twice and forced to retreat to the border of the country of fire. Shimura Danzo himself was seriously injured as a result, losing his left arm and an eye. When Tsunade Orochimaru Jiraiya led the reinforcements to the Rain Country battlefield, more than half of the Konoha ninja army had been lost, and their morale was extremely low. After the pride of the strongest ninja village in their hearts was shattered, almost all the ninjas lost their fighting spirit and were hesitant. In this context, the three of them had no choice but to inherit the will of fire and shoulder the important task of protecting Konoha. Tsunade set up a medical camp to treat injured and disabled ninjas. Orochimaru took over the command, abolished wrong policies and won people's hearts. Jiraiya personally sneaked into the Land of Rain to investigate intelligence. The future Sunin gradually began to stand out, and each one showed extraordinary talents. Just 1 month. The Konoha ninjas went from being numb and lifeless at the beginning to becoming active and full of fighting spirit again. Especially when seeing Tsunade, a medical master whose medical skills have saved countless lives, she responded with great enthusiasm and cheers. As the scene continues. Soon, Konoha regained the lost position. Soon, Tsunade also cracked the toxin of the Sanshou fish. Soon, Orochimaru successfully mobilized the tiger away from the mountain, dividing Hanzo and the Rain Country ninja army into 2 battlefields. After the Sanshou fish toxin, which was the killer weapon, completely failed, Konoha launched an almost one-sided brutal massacre against the ninjas of the Land of Rain. And on another battlefield, the legendary battle where Sunin will truly become famous in the ninja world is about to begin. Hey, old man with a snorkel, let me, Tsunade Hime, teach you whether your name as a demigod is worthy of it. In the picture, Tsunade stood on top of the huge Katsuyu sage, with her hands folded in front of her chest, looking so proud. Next to her were Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who also had giant psychic beasts. Katsuyu, 10,000 snakes, and Toad, just these 3 giant beasts with a size of tens to hundreds of meters, have a powerful pressure rushing towards them. which is frightening. Not to mention, Orochimaru has fully inherited Sarutobi Hiruzen's exquisite 5 elements escape technique, and can perform compound ninjutsu, and has Rashomon as a super defense. Tsunade, who is extremely accomplished in the steel fist style, inherited the secret power of Senju, and possesses extraordinary recovery and healing abilities. Jiraiya, who was only 25 years old, although he did not have the powerful sage jutsu around him as he would later. But he creatively combines fire style with oil, which greatly increases the power while also avoiding the shortcomings of slow speed and difficulty in controlling the fire attribute. It is already the arrow of the team, with the strongest output ability. All 3 of them are already top experts. They cooperate with each other and have a tacit understanding. They can understand the meaning of their companions and respond in time without using words. However, Hanzo just smiled contemptuously. The teleportation technique was activated, and the huge chain sickle was swung hard, and a bloody gash was opened in Tsunade's abdomen. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have been cut in half. Just at this moment, the 3 of them suddenly changed drastically, and they no longer looked relaxed. You know, Tsunade's speed and reaction are the fastest in the team. If she can't avoid Hanzo's attack, the next battle will be extremely dangerous. Sure enough, soon, as the demigod became serious, they immediately fell into extreme danger. This is a tough battle, and even the future Sunin may be in danger of dying if he doesn't pay attention. In particular, Hanzo was worried about Rain Shinobi Village, knowing that even if he returned even 1 minute late, he would cause immeasurable heavy losses. Almost every move is executed without regard to consumption. However, young Sunin also had reasons why he couldn't leave and couldn't retreat. They must persist. Because once Hanzo is allowed to escape, not only will the strategic purpose of weakening Rain Shinobi Village be defeated, but the Konoha ninja army on another battlefield will also suffer a terrible end. What was originally an excellent tactical arrangement will immediately turn into a failure. If you fail to win the chicken, you will lose the rice. It is different from other masters who specialize in escape techniques, blood inheritance limits and other fields. A strong person in the teleportation technique will be absolutely defeated when facing a ninja that is weaker than him, leaving him no room to resist. Moreover, the continuous combat ability is extremely strong, because compared to the powerful escape technique, the instantaneous body technique is almost costless. The former number 1 speed in the ninja world was like this, the golden flash of light in the future was like Shisui, and the same was true for Hanzo at this moment. When Hanzo faced a ninja army without the restrictions of the same level of powerhouses, the 3 kingdoms of wind, earth, and fire, especially Shimura Danzo, had verified his terrifying killing ability more than once. And if Konoha fails again in the Rain Country and makes the ninja world think that the village is weak, then what they will face next may be the siege of the 4 villages. Therefore, even if he risked his life, Sunin was still determined to practice the will of fire in his heart and vowed to confine Hanzo here. Never let it get away. The scroll shows the entire process of this battle without skipping a single step. It is different from the majesty of Sunin that everyone imagined in the past. In this battle, each of them was injured dozens of times. Tsunade almost ran out of life in order to heal her teammates and recover from her own injuries. But every time, they stood up tenaciously. Until finally I was so exhausted that I couldn't even move. Physical strength, supplies, chakra, and even the will to fight are all gone, with nothing left. At this time, even one genin could easily take their lives. All he could do was look at the Sanshouiu Hanzo in front of him in despair, who was still in peak condition, and forcefully made a gesture of refusing to admit defeat. Watching the 3 people being seriously injured again and again, recovering again and again, and standing in front of powerful enemies with the title of demigod again and again. Countless people's eyes were red. Especially in the current ninja world, the new generation of ninjas who have not experienced too much pain, this kind of courage without caring about their own lives, and the perseverance to fight tenaciously to such an extent. It hit their tear ducts directly. Ninja World Senju, Sister. Ninja World Uchiha Itachi, is this the origin and weight of the name Sunin? He is truly a role model for our generation. Uehara Maki of the ninja world, the power-seeking worms sit on the throne of the Hokage and give orders, but the outstanding ninjas who have truly inherited the will of fire are fighting for their lives outside. It's really infuriating. Dad, why don't you bring out the third generation and kill them for me to play with? Shime Uehara, come to me, I have a treasure for you. Jiraiya of the original ninja world, undead, I miss that time so much. No one has changed. There is only one simple idea in my heart, and that is victory. Chapter 006 The Death of Nojeki, Sarutobi Hiruzen's true identity is exposed. Sunin was exhausted. However, when the battle reached this point, Hanzo also knew that Rain Shinobi Village had lost this war. Killing these three people now will not help, but will offend Konoha to death. He said helplessly. The outcome of this battle will probably be Konoha's victory. The three of you are very strong and can still survive in this situation. I, Hanzo, will call you Konoha Sunin from now on. As Hanzo said these words, a huge amount of barrage instantly emerged. Many people did not expect that the majestic title of Sunin was actually given by the enemy after defeat. And more people admired Sunin's tenacity in this battle. And, surprised that Hanzo is so powerful. Judging from the video, Sunin is by no means weak at this moment. Orochimaru has all kinds of escape techniques at his fingertips, including all kinds of unpopular side techniques, and he is almost like a smaller version of Dr. Ninjutsu. Jiraiya has channeled more than a dozen toads of various types, and the powerful attack power of his self-made oil-based fire style impressed everyone even more. Coupled with Tsunade's recovery and healing abilities, which can be described as cheating. To be honest, even the shadows of the 5 major villages may be hated, but Hanzo can defeat them. Original Ninja World Orochimaru. In our time, there were many old monsters left over and surviving from the Warring States period, and Hanzo was just one of them. The country of Whirlpool, the country of Ghosts, Star Ninja Village, and Taki Ninja Village all have similar existences. However, he was the only one who stood up to challenge the status of the 5 great ninja villages. Original Ninja World Orochimaru. However, it is precisely because of this that the Land of Rain is faced with the common hostility of the 5 major ninja villages, and the Second Ninja World War broke out because of this. Uzumaki Nagato of the original Ninja World, undead. What a ridiculous logic. Peace among big countries is peace, but isn't peace among small countries peace? Could it be that only you can define what justice is? Orochimaru, the original Ninja World, there is no right or wrong in war. There is always only victory or defeat. The debate in the barrage did not last long, because the video has advanced to the next stage. At this moment, what appears on the screen is a slightly old casino. Tsunade, who is not a big fat sheep, nor is she so poor and evil-minded, is sitting at the gambling table with a golden sword. With one hand, he slapped a large stack of money on the big characters on the gambling table. The other hand is holding the wine bottle, and from time to time he takes a sip with a face full of intoxication, swaying his ponytail, as if I am going to have a big fight today. Not long after, the croupier opened the dice cup and looked slightly surprised when he saw the result inside. The croupier first drew all the other small coins on the gaming table in front of him, then picked out a pile and placed it in front of Tsunade. 4, 5, 6, big, this lady won, here, this is the money you won. Tsunade, who had looked happy just now, started to tremble violently after seeing the points in the dice cup, and her hands could not even hold the wine bottle. A pair of eyes filled with fear. Many people in the 2 ninja worlds have heard of Tsunade's extremely poor gambling luck, and the strange pattern that every time she wins, an important person dies. Even if you don't know, you can still notice it from the scene in the previous video where Tsunade won 5 bets but suffered the death of her grandfather, her parents, her second grandfather, her grandparents, and her grandmother. All the viewers couldn't help but feel their hearts tightening. In the video just now, Tsunade's heroic demeanor and her unequivocal courage in critical moments and her courage to risk her life have already earned her a large number of fans. The screen stopped on the dice for a few seconds. Then, the light flashed slightly, and a battlefield was presented. Surrounded by tall trees, a group of ninjas were passing through them at high speed. Genin, named Rope Tree, led the way, looking full of energy and excitement on his face. Not far behind him, Orochimaru's mouth corners were slightly raised, and his eyes were surprisingly gentle and doting. Many people who knew Orochimaru suddenly looked strange. Is this still the cold-blooded snake that discards emotions as useless and burdensome? Uncle Snake, your character has collapsed. But in the video, perhaps this disciple is just the opposite of his own personality. He does not judge everything rationally, but moves forward bravely when encountering any difficulties. He hopes to witness where such a ninja will go and how far he will reach it. Or perhaps, he saw the shadow of Jiraiya's idiot or even the first Hokage in him. All in all, he was happy. Everything is beautiful. However, the next moment, a huge explosion and fire suddenly came from where the rope tree was running. Orochimaru's expression suddenly froze. He walked forward numbly, accurately, swiftly, and skillfully inspecting Shenchu's body, the trap that caused his death, and possible clues around him. After a while, he turned around and looked deeply in the direction of Konoha, and was silent for a long time. The pupils first shot out an astonishing murderous aura, and finally gave way to an incomprehensible laugh. That hoarse voice seemed to rub into the deepest part of every listener's heart. Although he was smiling, everyone could clearly feel the strong anger and sadness. As one of the Sunin, Orochimaru is famous in both the current ninja world and the original ninja world. Moreover, they are all famous for their extreme rationality and madness. His performance immediately aroused countless speculations. At this time, Orochimaru's voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. "I'm sorry, Shenshu, it was the teacher who killed you. I shouldn't have accepted you as my disciple." The grandson of the first Hokage has almost the same cheerful personality as the first generation, and possesses powerful ninja talents, plus the possibility of awakening the wood style. Senju heritage, the political legacy of first generation, second generation, and an excellent sister like Tsunade. If it continues to grow smoothly, it will almost be the perfect choice for fifth generation. As a future teacher of the 5th generation program, I am also designated as the 4th generation program. The Hokage title will be given and accepted privately and confirmed privately. For some people, this is something that is absolutely intolerable and unacceptable no matter what. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru's voice paused slightly for a few seconds. He restrained the murderous look in his eyes, and at the same time, the trace of tenderness that represented human nature disappeared. "Teacher, maybe this is the last time I will call you teacher sincerely. Is power or the position of Hokage really that important to you? If you come to me directly and ask me to give up, maybe I will turn my energy to other things. My goal has never been rights, never." Orochimaru's voice was filled with a certain sadness and disappointment. There is a bird in the south, and its name is the bird. The husband's bird flies over the south blue and flies over the north blue. It won't stop unless it's a parasol tree, it won't eat unless it's made of solid food, and it won't drink unless it's a sweet spring. When an owl catches a rotten rat, it flies past it, looks up at it and says, "Scared." The falcon picked up a rotten mouse. It happened that the phoenix was passing by. Because it was afraid that the other party would snatch the food from its mouth, it even threatened it. The master does not know the disciple does not know the master, and the game is played in the distance. This is so ridiculous, sad, and deplorable. Chapter 007 Senju Genocide, Tobirama's Anger. Orochimaru is a rational person and has some awareness at this moment. After only being sad for a moment, he completely recovered his emotions and looked the same as usual. But deep down in my heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer the respected teacher he used to be, but an enemy who cannot be killed for a while and needs to be reconciled. Konoha is no longer a village that you want to protect, but a temporary shelter with great value and something worth plotting. He wants to realize his true ambition: immortality, and the truth of this world. In the current ninja world, even the children in the ninja school are familiar with the bad things done by the unnamed fourth Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. If you don't scold F4 for a day, everyone will doubt your background and intentions. But the original ninja world is different. As Orochimaru's heartfelt voice fell into the ears of viewers, huge waves instantly set off. These guys are really well disguised and have successfully deceived countless people. But those who can truly discover clues and have their own judgment. But he was also cruel and ruthless in the filming of F4. Not only did he not dare to reveal anything to the outside world, he also tried his best to use his acting skills, looking like he had been successfully brainwashed. Many ordinary ninjas may not even see the Hokage, so they can only believe in the propaganda in the village. Therefore, the image of Sarutobi Hiruzen in everyone's mind has always been positive, such as kindness, generosity, wisdom, foresight, caring about the village, and exhausting efforts. 4 words that attract everyone's attention. So much so that even outstanding ninjas such as Hitaki Shichisaku and Namikaze Minato risked their lives and fought for the so-called will of fire. However, at this moment, as the truth of Nojeki's death was exposed, the entire Konoha instantly boiled. Even though 50 or 60 years have passed, the prestige of first Hokage has not diminished at all. He is no longer a simple ninja, but a belief in many people's hearts. As the grandson of the first Hokage, Naoki was actually conspired to be killed by his successor, the third Hokage, and Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo. Needless to say, in Konoha, many ninjas in other ninja villages couldn't help but feel angry. Even without the identity of the grandson of the first generation, as a talented ninja with a great future, being betrayed is absolutely unforgivable. Speaking of the will of fire, wherever the wooden leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. On the face, it looks like young people are the hope of the future, and the older generation should trust and protect them. They turn around and fight for power and gain, using all possible means. How ugly, how disgusting! Torrential anger burst out from the heart of the Konoha ninja. Not only because of the death of the rope tree, but also because of the backlash of being deceived so badly. Above the scroll, a huge amount of barrages emerged at this moment, forcing the scroll to become much larger. Tsunade of the original ninja world, a whole Orochimaru, tell me what happened to Naoki's death and what did you find out? Original ninja world 3rd generation Yazuki AI, undead. No need to ask, even a fool can tell who did it. If something bad happens in the ninja world and the culprit cannot be found, Shimura Danzo will most likely be the one to blame it. Original ninja world Jiraiya, undead. Did you decide to abandon your family and village and pursue eternal life from this moment on? Onoki, the original ninja world. Ha ha ha, I almost laughed to death at first. I was thinking that there was another genius in Konoha and I wanted to find someone to assassinate him. But before I could take action, I was beaten by my own people. If you hadn't been lucky enough to produce a yellow flash, I would have wiped it out long ago until there was no trace left. Original ninja world Senju Tobirama, undead. Monkey, tell me honestly, did you do it? I have ordered all the Senju clan's descendants to remain anonymous, leaving only some direct descendants who cannot be concealed. Even these have been ordered not to be named Senju. In order to allow the next generation to take power smoothly without any hindrance, can't they accommodate it? Who can tell me who else is in the Senju clan now? Tsunade, the original ninja, me. Original ninja world Senju Tobirama, what else? Tsunade, the original ninja, No more. No more. That's impossible. All the ones left behind are elites. How is it possible that there aren't any left? The original ninja world, the underworld. Senju Tobirama stared blankly at the scroll above his head. The bullet screens were like loud slaps on his face, making him filled with shock and anger. Just because the rope tree died, it could also be a misunderstanding or accident. After all, no one in the other ninja villages could watch a new ninja god appear in Konoha and would definitely use all possible means to assassinate him. It's not so difficult to understand that someone would be framed after an assassination. But there is no one left in the entire Senju clan except Tsunade, which is unreasonable. As a top clan that has lasted for thousands of years, the number of Senju can be measured in thousands. Extraordinary physique, huge amount of chakra, ninjutsu background that is unparalleled in the ninja world, plus a large number of allies. With such a heritage, how could it be possible for it to die so easily as long as it was not continuously targeted with malicious intent? Uchiha, the enemy who has also existed for thousands of years, could not do it. Senju Tobirama suddenly became angry. He is not like his eldest brother Hashirama, who is a truly kind-hearted person or a fool with a heart of great love. His goal is simple. As a younger brother, he takes good care of his elder brother. As a clan leader, he arranges a place and escape route for the family. As a Hokage, he protects the village. He has always been selfish and cruel, and he has countless dead souls under his command. Otherwise, the evil Uchiha would not be able to open and shut his mouth. Asked him to sacrifice anything with the proposition of being a human being in the ninja world, he would definitely not do it or even sneer at it, but if anyone touched his taboo, he would still dare to fight for his life. 2 of the 3 younger brothers died in the hands of Uchiha, and the elder brother finally exhausted his vitality because of Uchiha Madara. He hated Uchiha all his life, wished he could get rid of her, and could not let go until his death. But now, the Senju clan that I miss so much are dead. He did not die in the hands of the evil Uchiha, but in the hands of the good disciple who entrusted Hokage with his great position. How could he not be angry? Not only Tobirama, but also the always nervous first generation, was unusually silent at this moment. He built the village for peace, for future generations, and for the children to live a happy life. In the end, he even risked his life to protect the village and killed his best friend. As a result, the family perished at the hands of the village. The descendants are gone, and so are the children. No one can bear such a result. Original Ninja World Hatake Kakashi. Second generation Lord, not only Senju is gone, but many families are gone. A large number of small tribes simply disappeared without a trace. In a medium to large family, Fuma ran away from home, and Kurama still had 3 or 2 people, but none of them could become ninjas. Except for Shizuan, who was always taken by Lady Tsunade, the rest of the Kato family either disappeared or died in the battle. I am the only one left in the Hatake clan. The vortex was destroyed, and the 4th generation sealed 9 tails in his son's body before he died, forcing the village to leave this last bloodline behind. However, his life was unsatisfactory and he could only eat expired instant noodles. Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi personally massacred the entire clan in exchange for leaving his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke, and then defected to intimidate Konoha, and Uchiha Sasuke also defected after the death of 3rd generation. Among the ancient families in Konoha, only Hyuga still retains the inheritance, but the number of people has also shrunk by more than 70%. As soon as Hatake Kakashi's words came out, the original ninja world didn't have much reaction. After all, those who should be shocked have already been shocked. However, the current ninja world instantly caused an uproar. Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha are all direct bloodlines of Sage of 6 Paths. Not only do they have a long heritage, but they are also extremely powerful. Each one has the ability to build a village independently. This does not include the large number of affiliated ninja clans that they have gathered over thousands of years of inheritance. Medium-sized families such as Kato, Hitaki, Fuma, and Kurama also have their own special skills, and from time to time one or two top experts will appear. All of them perished? Damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a cruel person. Chapter 008 The arrogant Uehara Shiming becomes Baiue Guang. Konoha. On the telephone pole in front of the police station, Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other, with cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Uchiha Itaki thought about Kakashi's words. If there is really nothing you can do, and you want to keep your younger brother as a condition, and let yourself massacre the entire family, what choice will you make? Uchiha Fugaku recalled the night before fourth generation took over. That night, Shimei Uehara entered the clan territory with a kunao. Without using powerful means such as Sage Jutsu, Light Release, Flying Thunder God, and Rasen Shuriken. Just relying on the basics of Ninja, Tai, and Gen, I was able to clear the entire Uchiha without any suspense and without any damage. After leaving a sentence of I hope Uchiha can understand a little bit at the Jainin meeting tomorrow, he walked away. The next day, Shimei Uehara openly usurped the throne. He thought and hesitated, but in the end he did not dare to vote against it. If he had been a little ignorant at that time, wouldn't Uchiha be doomed? Even if he didn't die in the hands of Uehara Shimei, he would die in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. What the hell? Why didn't you realize at the time that these two old dogs were so vicious? Also, if anyone calls me a coward in the future, I will be in a hurry with him. What's wrong with being cowardly? Who dares to disobey someone like Uehara Shiming? Laozi's coercion not only preserved Uchiha's heritage, but also promoted it. I'm proud of myself, I'm proud of myself. Snort. Also having the same idea as Uchiha Fugaku, there are Senju Naoto, Uzumaki Yuzuki, Kurama Shugyun, Hitaki Shijisaku, and others. Shimei Uehara did not come to power through normal channels at all. He directly killed the previous Hokage and the advisory group, forcing the Jainin conference to recognize its legitimacy. At first, they had no hesitation in their hearts and even wanted to put things right. It's just that Uehara Shiming is too strong. Genjutsu instant Sharingan, more chakra than whirlpools, better physique than Senju, escape technique to defeat the third generation head, hard swordsmanship like Konoha White Fang. The strongest light blaster can even launch an attack at the speed of light, hitting anyone to death. Almost no ninja can resist it. He is considered an extremely powerful person who will die if he sees it. He also flies Thor's and sealing techniques. How to fight this? Moreover, this guy is not Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have to pretend to come up with a legal reason first, and then pass it through the hands of others. All kinds of planning, all kinds of calculations. If Shimei Uehara wants to kill you, he will rush directly into your home, cut off your head and hang it on the front door to show the public. Even more arrogant than Uchiha Madara back then. Uchiha Madara also has the first generation project limit. Uehara Shimei went crazy, Konoha combined is not even enough for him. The situation was stronger than the people, and there were people who kept persuading everyone at the time that the Ninja World War was about to break out, and having a strong Hokage was definitely a good thing for Konoha. In the end, I had to hold my nose and admit it. Of course, it was exactly as everyone thought. Those who didn't recognize it, such as Sarutobi Shinoshoku and the Shimura clan, had already grown into towering trees. The children in Konoha were playing happily under the trees. Uehara Shiming behaves like this. Even though his later achievements surpassed those of previous Hokages, many people were still dissatisfied. What kind of hero is it to forcefully seize the position based on strength? The real Hokage should be promoted after being recognized by everyone, just like the first generation project. However now, all these were suppressed by Uehara Shimei and had complaints in their hearts before. At this moment, he looked at the miserable state of Uchiha and Senju under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not to mention Hatake Shichisaku, the entire Uchiha clan, and the remaining members of the Senju Uzumaki clan who are now living well in Konoha. Even Mingtu, some of the unlucky ghosts killed by Uehara Shiming, couldn't help but feel a little lucky in their hearts. Shimei Uehara is still a loyal person. Even if he says he will kill you, he will kill you, but if he says he won't target you, he really won't target you. Tell the truth, never lie, be honest and reliable. In an instant, Uehara Shimei's image in the minds of everyone in the ninja world became a bit taller again. At this moment, Tobirama, the Senju of the ninja world, couldn't help it anymore and immediately asked. The Senju clan here has not died out, right? As soon as he finished speaking, someone jumped out immediately. Jiraiya from the ninja world, don't worry, second generation. The Senju clan has been re-established by the fourth generation. Tsunade is giving birth to 6 children, and her connections are greatly prospering. The eldest son Uehara Maki and the second daughter Senju are already famous S-class elite ninjas in the ninja world. Among them, Uehara Maki has also made his own name. He is known as the Messenger of the Ocean. Water style is only stronger than you. He currently serves as Konoha's permanent diplomatic envoy to the Kirigakure Ninja Village in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Konoha Advanced Ninja School. Ninjutsu Professor Assistant. This guy really admires his father and vows to imitate 4th generation one day and enter the Hokage building to take the bird's seat. Last year, I even dated a girlfriend from Kirigakure village. Judging from how tired she looks all day long, she should be getting married not far away. Senju awakens wood style, although it is far inferior to 1st generation. It can only spawn some flowers and plants. But she collaborated with Kabuto Yakushi to develop hybrid rice and optimize grain seeds, doubling the food output of the ninja world several times. In terms of reputation and prestige, he is the second best in Konoha after Shimei Uehara, and even Namikaze Minato, the best partner for the 4th generation, cannot match it. By the way, I am also their teacher. Hey, with my damn talent, each of my disciples is so capable that I don't even have to show off. I didn't originally want to be so high profile. Ninja World Senju Tsunade, do you have any objections to my birth of 6 children? Ninja Jiraiya, no, how dare I have a problem with you, an unreasonable couple. Ninja World Senju Tsunade, Uehara, beat him up. Uehara Shimei, received, Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Teleportation, Konoha Gang Fist. Ninja World Jiraiya, what the hell are you serious? Bang, Southeast Arrow FK Southeast Arrow, bang, FK Northeast Arrow Southeast Arrow, bang bang bang, The barrage was active for a while and then quickly fell silent again, because the video of Tsunade from the original Ninja World entered a new stage. This time it was in a conference room. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Mizumon Hoyan, Koharu, and Konoha F4 ranked first. At best, it sounds like you are confident, but at worst, you are arrogant and condescending. In short, you just look like I have the power and you are all dogs and you have to be obedient. And below, there is a Jainin sitting in a dignified manner. Obviously, this is a Jainin meeting in Konoha. The scene was shown for 2 seconds. In the screen, Tsunade stood up with a sad face and proposed to equip the ninja team with a medical ninja to increase the battlefield survival rate on the front line. In the midst of my speech, I burst into tears. After finishing speaking, he bowed deeply to F4 and the surrounding Jainin respectively, and said something like "please thank you" in a low voice. Chapter 009 Struggle for Power and Profit, The Ugly Face of F4. Tsunade's actions were very touching. The Konoha princess, who had always been so arrogant, could actually lower her body to such an extent. She was indeed sincere. However, her proposal was obviously not taken seriously by F4. The so-called small meetings are held for big things and a big meeting is held for small things. Things in Konoha are decided by the four of them when they meet in private, and there is no room for others to interfere. Whether you ask for other people's opinions or hold a genin meeting, it's just a show, so as not to make people think you look ugly. A few people were even a little dissatisfied with Tsuna's finger wagging. Good suggestions and suggestions that are beneficial to Konoha can only be issued by us. You fools can just admire us and praise us. What are you doing here crying and making such nonsense? Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen was used to playing with people's hearts. No matter what he was thinking in his heart, he always looked like he was listening. Go to bed. Koharu and Mito Manabu are just a little impatient. Shimura Danzo, however, had a fierce look in his eyes and stared at Tsunade with ferocious eyes. He didn't know what he thought of, but he directly showed his murderous intention. Like Orochimaru before him, his feelings are revealed. Tsunade, you finally can't hide it anymore, and are you going to expose your ambition? First, the necklace symbolizing the purpose of the first generation was given to the rope tree, so that the rope tree became the apprentice of Orochimaru and became a direct descendant of the Hokage, and encouraged him to fight for the Hokage. Now that the rope tree is dead, do you want to climb it yourself? Seeing the heavy casualties of frontline ninjas, I immediately proposed adding more medical ninjas to win over people's hearts. It's a good way to win people's hearts, but I won't let you succeed. The Senju clan must never have another Hokage. Only I can lead Konoha forward, and only I am the most suitable candidate for Hokage. Shimura Danzo's disgusting and gloomy character successfully shocked all viewers. Everyone knew he was shameless, but they didn't expect him to be so shameless. Hokage has a high position and attracts everyone's attention. Of course it is good and everyone wants to be one. But if you want to be a Hokage, you can defeat your opponents with your strength and achievements. He conspired to figure out all the opponents who might threaten him, and then killed all the candidates who might become competitors, and said that he was for Konoha. This is crazy. A huge barrage burst out again. Onaki, the original ninja world, if such a borer is in a high position, why should Konoha be immortal? Ha ha ha. Original ninja world Senju Tobirama, Undead Monkey, Danzo, you, hey. Original Ninja World 4th Generation Yauai, there is no way, they are too good, everyone seems to be a threat to me, haha. If this were in our hidden cloud village, he would have been a candidate for the next Raikage. Original Ninja World Hitaki Kakashi. Countless outstanding ninjas were betrayed by their own people and died because of their baseless speculations. Rope Tree is the first, but it is far from the last. It is even doubtful whether it is the first. When the ninjas of Konoha reach a certain level, they either defect and run away, or they can only exist as harmless tools worthy of use and trust. Until 5th generation is released, there is no strong person who is not a direct lineage of Hokage. Even among the masters of the direct lineage, I am the only one left in the village. If Sharingan hadn't pretended to be left behind by Obito and had exhausted his potential, looked like he had insufficient chakra, was listless, and stopped practicing. On the one hand, he reveals his inner darkness, which makes some people think they can be exploited, and on the other hand, he reveals his will to ignite fire from time to time, making others think they can win him back. Walking on the tightrope, you can get everything you want. I'm afraid my fate will not be good either. Ninja World Hitaki Kakashi, isn't it? You are so miserable. I am the holder of the code name of the 7 ninja sects here. Ninja World Namikaze Minato, are we actually suspicious of each other to this extent? Sure enough, our 4th generation is the greatest. He is just afraid that you are not strong enough because he is stronger than everyone else. Kushina, Uzumaki of the ninja world, Tsunade-sama is obviously too sad because of the death of the rope tree. You disgusting guys can think so much. Ninja World Senju Tobirama, Undead. The criterion for judging whether a policy is reasonable or should be implemented should be the benefits and disadvantages to the village, rather than the impact on those in power and groundless speculation. Uehara Maki from the ninja world: hey, don't you have a medical ninja in your ninja team? Minajiki Rin from the ninja world: idiot, standard medical ninjas only came about after the 4th Hokage reformed the ninja school and established an advanced ninja school. Shinobi Uehara Maki: hey. Up to this point, the comparison video has only played for less than an hour. However, the huge amount of information revealed in it, as well as the vastly different contrast between the two worlds, have made the viewers shocked, complicated. The ninja world was surprised that the original ninja world was so miserable. Konoha was declining under the rule of F4, and all ninjas lived in fear. A large number of well-known strong men died, and one ninja clan disappeared one after another. I am afraid of comparison in everything. For the first time, many people felt and discovered that Uehara Shiming's simple and crude policies were actually so perfect, far-sighted, and well-intentioned. I feel proud and ashamed at the same time. After all, once upon a time, they took everything for granted. Once upon a time, when things didn't go as planned, I would feel dissatisfied. The original ninja world saw another hope that was completely different, even more perfect than the world in their dreams. Especially after knowing that in this ninja world, F4 was stabbed by a child by Uehara Shime. The joy in my heart was almost overwhelming. Hitaki Kakashi's speech was quite peaceful and he tried to discuss it from an objective perspective. Some other people just used all the curse words in their whole life, and the words they used were so connotative that they couldn't pass the review at all. There are others who express their envy for those who have Uehara Shime in the ninja world. Jiraiya didn't die, Hitaki Shijisaku didn't die, Namikaze Minato didn't die, Uzumaki Kushina didn't die, Orochimaru didn't defect. Tsunade didn't run away from Jiraiya, Uchiha didn't annihilate the clan. And the Hokage Uehara Shime of the 7 ninja sect under the king, the strongest in the ninja world. Such a Konoha must be so strong, peaceful, and prosperous. It's unimaginable. On the scroll, the video continues. After Tsunade proposed adding medical ninjas, F4 left one sentence saying that funds were tight during the war, and another sentence said that the training period of medical ninjas is long and costly, and it is not cost-effective at all. His expression was painful and regretful, but he still rejected the proposal in a few words. The Jainin below also looked at the scene with their noses, and pretended to be sculptures. Those who can sit here are not ordinary ninjas. Or, F4's direct descendants and stakeholders will not oppose their decision at all. Or, they are deeply educated by the will of fire and dare not speak out. They are not Tsunade. They are protected by Uzumaki Mito. They have grown up carefree and have never seen the true evil of people's hearts. As handy tools, each story is enough to write a book. A tragic book that can make people cry and make people cry. Who hasn't had several relatives and companions die? Regarding F4, I had already made enough judgments in my mind. To step forward at this time was no different from seeking death. Only one person, Kato Dan, the newly appointed leader of the Kato clan, stood up resolutely to support Tsunade. Chapter 10, Kato Dan's death. F4 is completely infamous. On the stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes darkened and he turned to glance at his old friend next to him. Nothing was said, yet it seemed like everything was said. Shimura Danzo, on the other hand, knew what some people were thinking without even looking back, and there was a smile on his ferocious face. That expression seemed to say, "You are very brave, young man." The movements of the two people were not conspicuous in the conference room where Tsunade was attracting attention, and they would not be noticed at all. But here, the video gives a close-up. This scene instantly made many people in the primitive ninja world feel a thump in their hearts, knowing that that thing was about to happen. In the current ninja world, many ninjas are very unfamiliar with these two and even how cruel the political struggle is. But the previous performances of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura had given them a bad feeling. Could it be that something happened to Tsunade? The screen flashed and it was Kato Dan confessing to Tsuna. The screen flashed again, and Tsunade gave the first generation necklace to Kato Dan. The screen flashed again, and Tsunade made great achievements on the battlefield between Konoha and Tsunagakure. She used the powerful steel fist and hammer puppet, and the medical ninjutsu to crack the poison. Just 2 words, perfect restraint. Kato Dan's soul secret technique is also difficult to detect and has played an important role many times. Tsunagakure was defeated in a few blows, and the battle line retreated again and again, so he had no choice but to agree to peace talks. After Konoha received the news of victory, the entire camp instantly turned into a sea of laughter. Amidst the laughter, Tsunade, who had relieved her burden, picked up her old job again, and shook the dice cup with a big smile, taking into account the simple environment of the camp. But what she didn't expect was that under such a great situation and on such a happy day, she actually won again. The picture flashed again and again, and a scream of pain that was almost suffocating suddenly reached everyone's ears. "Stop it! Stop it! I'll let you stop it! Ah, ah ah ah!" Tsunade knelt in front of Kato Dan, desperately releasing the Yang-style chakra with both hands, injecting it like money, so that her hands showed a bright and dazzling green light. The intense grief and anxious look made even people outside the video feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Watching the person you love lose body temperature little by little in front of you and become stiff, there is nothing you can do. That kind of pain, that kind of sadness, just thinking about it makes people shudder. However, no matter how hard Tsunade tried, it was to no avail. As if he was on guard against a top medical ninja, Kato Dan was not pierced in his vitals and had his arteries cut like an ordinary deceased person, but his internal organs were directly emptied like the rope tree. Gods are hard to save. However, even so, Tsunade never stopped healing, but instead pumped out Yang-style chakra even more desperately, not caring about the consumption of her own life force and the dissipation and waste of excess energy. What if there is a miracle? What if? Until someone reminded her, "Stop, he's dead." Tsunade then retracted her hands numbly and sat there blankly. The pupils were dilated, the eyes were out of focus. And the whole person seemed to have lost all life and turned into a walking zombie. Just like when Orochimaru encountered the death of the rope tree. Compared with the grief of the deceased, the collapse of the faith in the heart is the most despairing. Countless sleepless nights, countless near-death struggles, and countless heroes who died on the battlefield. God knows what kind of fiery emotions, what kind of tenacious perseverance, what kind of decisive courage they have. Only then did he kill Sand Shinobi Village's famous puppet army. In the end, he was no match for an unfounded speculation in Hokage's office. Peace is determined by generals, and generals are not allowed to enjoy peace. The hero's blood has gone cold, and so has the hero's heart. In the distance, Orochimaru got the news and came to the rescue. After seeing Tsunade and the dead Kato Dan, his eyes paused slightly. He was not sad or indignant, he just said the famous saying with emotion. Life is really fragile. The human body is really too easy to break down. The barrage expresses everyone's mood with a sudden increase in number at the right time. Kushina, Uzumaki of the ninja world, Tsunagakure is so abominable. He even agreed to peace talks, but he stabbed him in the back and carried out a sneak attack. Original Ninja World Cho, undead. You can't blame us for this. The conditions they gave us are too generous. Not only can we avoid being defeated and end the war by forming allies, but we can also waive all war reparations. The country of Wind and Tsunagakure village are not Konoha. They are short of resources and cannot break $1 in half to spend it. The funding problem hits our Achilles heel, so we have no choice but to agree. And we also paid a price. Kato Dan's dying counterattack cost us the death of 3 elite Genin, including a young blood successor ninja with a great future. The scroll is open to the entire ninja world and can be seen by everyone. As a senior politician, Cho has even returned to the underworld and become undead when he is old, but his thinking is not slow at all. I am keenly aware of how terrible it would be if I were splashed with dirty water here. The kind that will be despised by everyone, stinky, and criticized fiercely, and will not even have a chance to clean up. Therefore, he decisively dumped the blame, and even cynically criticized the disgusting deeds of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, successfully diverting everyone's attention. Onoki of the original ninja world, old woman Cho, you have found the wrong person. Talk to Tsunade. Even if the peace talks are successful, Konoha will not admit it. Because if so, the victory was brought by Tsunade, not because of the wise command of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. In Konoha, only the two of them were allowed to make great achievements. Ninja Uzumaki Kushina, disgusting, so disgusting. Orochimaru, the original ninja world, politics is originally a dirty thing. Only eternal life and the truth of the world are worth pursuing. I don't know what the so-called world will is. Ninja Uzumaki Kushina, nonsense, Aru Ehara Shime is not like this. Ninja world Namikaze Minato, the fourth generation is different. He is a great ninja who truly has the will to fire. He is powerful yet humble, brave yet cautious, farsighted and practical. As he once said, my heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. And everything I do is righteous. Namikaze Minato complimented him casually, which was no different from usual. The entire ninja world knows how deep the friendship between Uehara Shime and Namikaze Minato, the golden partners of the team, is. When the two were young, Uehara Shime was a golden flash, while Namikaze Minato was known as a yellow flash. After the change of dynasties, Uehara was named the Hokage in name, but he often only made strategic planning and major policies. Namikaze Minato was the actual Hokage, and almost all specific policies and decisions were issued by him. No matter how disgusting it is, no one will be surprised. However, at this moment, everyone in the two ninja worlds felt deeply disgusted by F4 headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This sentence instantly aroused countless resonances. Compared to the shadowy figure who plots against you behind your back, Shime Uehara's character is really reassuring. Ninja World Hyuga Ayari, here he is again, the biggest Uehara Buki in the entire ninja world, haha. Ninja World Konan, that's true. I have never seen a wiser being than Uehara-kun. Ninja World Yi Kurane, no matter what difficulties and dangers we face, we will never stop, move forward courageously, and do what we say. This is the goal of the fourth generation that we admire. Ninja World Terumi Mei, if you have never been close to that man, you will never understand how great and noble Yamato is that supports his heart. Ninja World Yekang, those who cannot agree with the greatness of Shime Uehara are the fools in this world. He can show the most brutal and obscene side of his heart in front of anyone without reservation, including those he respects, loves, and even admires and dreams of. He admits that he is such a person and looks forward to your forgiveness. But it is precisely because of this that what he pursues and expects seems so precious and worthy of belief. Unlike some dirty people who do one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes, I believe they don't even know how they died in the end. Ninja World Nohara Rin, although it sounds a bit incredible, this is Hokage-sama who is truly trusted and followed by everyone. Ninja World Uchiha Mikoto, never before has anyone been able to unite so many ninjas, so many forces, or even countries, and move towards one goal, never before. Ninja World Senju Tsunade, as expected of my mother's man. Ninja Jiraiya, are you all serious? Jiraiya, the original Ninja World, isn't this topic a bit skewed? Aren't we discussing Danzo? Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Chapter 011 Hashirama, what exactly are we protecting? Jiraiya suffered another critical attack. However, this distorted topic also made countless people in the original Ninja World hate F4, but at the same time they became intensely curious. What kind of person was Shimei Uehara and what did he do? So much so that it not only received rave reviews in Konoha, but also the Akatsuki organization, Tsunagakure Village, and Kirigakure Village. Even Tsunade, who had just been immersed in the sadness of Kato Dan's death, couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart. She could feel that what these people said came from their hearts. In every sentence, you can feel the strong emotion and the respect that arises spontaneously. If you were threatened or ordered to speak, the content would never be so sincere and touching. Moreover, judging from the discussion in the barrage, it seems that in that world, I was married to Uehara Shimei, and gave birth to 6 children. It's so shameful, how could there be so many babies? However, my other husband seems to be a bit interesting. After being moved by Naruto and cured of her hemophobia, her mind was no longer as dead as before, and she did not reject the pursuit of some beautiful things. However, this emotion only fleetingly passed. The next moment, Tsunade's expression immediately turned cold and stern. Some accounts are about to be settled. She had already wanted to take action after the truth about the death of the rope tree was exposed, but because she still wanted to know how Duan died, she held back until now. Now, if you can't bear it anymore, you don't have to bear it anymore. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her anger evident. Looking with cold eyes at the people gathered in Hokage's office because of the scroll matter, he ordered loudly. Shikaku, Kakashi, you immediately dispatch ninja troops to surround the root base. No one is allowed to go out. Anyone who disobeys the order will be punished as a traitor and is allowed to be killed on the spot. Yes. Clear. As you command, Lord Hokage. Konoha, the original ninja world, took action. Countless ninjas were running on the roof. In just a short moment, under the leadership of 2 original ninjas, Kakashi and Yamato, Shimura Danzo's base and exit were surrounded. Everyone knows what 5th generation is about. But not only did they not have any dissatisfaction or fear in their hearts, they only had excitement, strong excitement, and excitement. Many people have thought about killing Danzo before, but they just couldn't do it. Today, their long-cherished dream is finally coming true. Among them, Hatake Kakashi's eyes are the most intense and his mood is the most exciting. Listless? Not enough chakra? Indifferent expression? Eyes as lifeless as a dead fish? Just kidding, I, Kakashi, am super strong, believe it or not, I will use all my Susanna on the spot and smash a walnut for you. On the scroll, the video continues. When everyone saw the original impulsive and unrestrained, heroic female ninja who was always roaring, passionate, and laughing like a silver bell, they began to be afraid of blood and began to be unable to pick up a scalpel. Seeing Tsunade Hime, a first-generation Sunin, Hokage disciple, and Konoha princess, hanging around the casino and getting drunk all day long, her eyes lost their vitality. After seeing that if she wasn't drunk, she wouldn't even be able to sleep at night. Everyone was silent, and all of them felt distressed. His eyes were filled with tears. Living in such a quagmire of the ninja world, many people sympathize with Tsunade's experiences and feelings. There is no greater sorrow than the death of one's heart. The heroic Tsunade Hime died, not from the death of her relatives, but from the betrayal of the person she trusted the most and the village she had risked her life to protect. This kind of blow is really too heavy. Suddenly, everyone's disgust and anger towards Konoha F4 increased a bit again. A huge number of banned words continue to appear in the barrage. At this moment, a striking barrage appeared at the top of the scroll. Original Ninja World Senju Hashirama, undead, what exactly are we protecting? There is no laughter in the past, and there is no heartlessness in the impression. A slightly sad speech caused the number of barrages on the scroll to suddenly decrease a lot. Many people were silent. Senju Tobirama, Hatake Shichisaku, and countless people who were still proud and felt that they had done the right thing to the moment of their death in order to build and protect Konoha, all wanted to ask the same question. This comparison video broke their beliefs. Breaking the thing I was most proud of. The original dream and wishful thinking that if he sacrificed himself, Konoha, the home of Konoha, would be happy, safe, and happy, was completely shattered. Let all sacrifices, all efforts, and all efforts become meaningless, even like a joke. No wonder first generation has this question. At the very least, if it were still the Warring States period, it would be impossible for Senju and Uchiha to exterminate their clans. Unlike the current ninja village, which gathered a terrifying military force of tens of thousands of people, it would never be able to defeat such a well-established wealthy family. But getting the loose ninja clans and organizations to unite and cohere together is simply as difficult as climbing to the sky. This is the greatest thing about first generation. As for the power of the family unit through continuous consumption, it is thin but flexible and can be transferred at any time. Instead, the ninja village restrained them, making them unable to escape. Sorry, everyone, I seem to have messed up. First generation spoke again. This time it was not an angry question, but a deep sense of self-blame and regret. The ninja village system seems to be a wrong decision. At this time, another barrage appeared on the scroll. A special barrage. Not only are the speakers special, but the content is also special. Original Ninja World Uchiha Madara, Undead. The longer I live, the more I realize that the ugly reality is only filled with helplessness, pain, and emptiness. Because of all things in the world, where there is light, there must be shadow. As long as there is a concept of winner, there must be a loser at the same time. It is precisely because of wanting to protect love that hatred is derived. If you want peace, you must first start a war. There is a causal relationship between them, which cannot be separated or severed. This is called reincarnation. Haxi Lama, what you say is that hearts are connected and people understand each other. In the end, the only thing that can be understood is that people cannot understand each other. I am right, the only right one. Join me, Haxi Lama. And together we will create a perfect world with no war, no pain, no failure, only winners, only love, and peace. And Shimei Uehara, if you can gain recognition from so many people, you must be able to see clearly the cause and effect in this world. You are also welcome to join us. This is another heavyweight. Along with Senju Hashirama, Shura, and Battlefield Rose, known as the two heroes of the Warring States period, were also the founders of the Ninja Village era. If it weren't for the second generation's plan, he would even be the originally agreed upon first Hokage. Susanoo Buddha, two people destroyed the four kingdoms. This is a joke made by netizens, but to people of that era, Shura was as terrifying as his name. Chapter 012 Shimei Uehara makes his first appearance, a stunning appearance. Uchiha Madara and first Hokage spoke one after another, pushing the heat of this discussion to the climax. Perhaps many people in reality are unfamiliar with these two people and can only recall them from history and legends. But you must know that it is not just living people who speak on the scroll. The world of the underworld is just the opposite. A large number of undead do not know Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo at all, but Susan and Daibutsu have personally experienced the terror. Just that terrifying size is simply not something humans can possess. First generation Lord, you are not wrong, it is Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo who are wrong. Yes, we cannot deny the great progress of the times just because of the actions of one or two villains. Yes, if Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions deny the correctness of the ninja village, then does the existence of Uehara Shimei and Konoha under his leadership prove the greatness of the ninja village? Isn't the way their world looks like what everyone most longs for and dreams of? These two bastards have actually shaken Shodei's will. Damn it! In the sky above Konoha, Shimei Uehara looked at the eye-catching barrage of the scroll, his expression slightly startled. The stronger the person, the larger the font size of the barrage left on the scroll will be, and the longer it will stay. There is no doubt that first generation Uchiha Madara is one of the strongest people in any ninja world besides him. His speech instantly occupied the center, and the huge font made it difficult not to notice. However, to his surprise, Uchiha Madara actually called his name. "Aren't you the only hot mothers in your heart? Forget it, let's play with you." Uehara Shiming's thoughts changed slightly, and he had a plan to refute. In his previous life, he was a social terrorist, and now, he is the ultimate evolution. This kind of scene is completely trivial. Is Naruto's mouth release strong? Come and compete with my mustache's speech and bewitchment abilities? Shime Uehara. Reality is only filled with helplessness, pain, and emptiness. I'm curious how you came to this conclusion. Are you just imagining alone in a dark cave? It seems reasonable that where there is light, there must be shadow, but similarly, where there is shadow, there must be light that creates it. It is precisely because hypocrisy is so prevalent that sincerity is particularly valuable. It is because I have understood this that so many people believe in me and rely on me. If there is no light in this world, then I should turn into the brightest light and shine on everything, instead of hating, doubting, and feeling sorry for myself. And what you call building a perfect world with no war, no pain, no failure, only winners, only love, and peace. On the same tree, no two leaves will grow exactly the same. There are tens of thousands of people in the world, and there are tens of thousands of sentient beings in the world. Your dream is peace, and his dream is war. A wants to dominate all living beings and dominate, and B wants to be free and unrestricted. Not everyone yearns for truth, goodness, and beauty, and their dreams conflict with each other. Such a world cannot exist except in Genjutsu. And first Hokage, in my opinion, each generation has its mission, and your mission has been completed. Just leave all the rest to me. There is nothing to doubt. Real peace will be created by me, and future changes will be completed by me. This is my answer to Uehara Shiming. Uehara Shiming started to speak out. After 20 years of being a Hokage, he is already very familiar with this kind of thing. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who only knows the will of fire, the support of many real and great deeds undoubtedly makes every word very convincing. However, what someone himself did not expect was that everyone's focus was misplaced from the very beginning. It's just that the special effects in his barrage are a bit too exaggerated. The fonts in Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are already very large. Even at the super shadow level, it is at the highest level. However, Uehara Shiming's was actually bigger than theirs when he took it out. In an instant, it pushed the other two's comments aside, forcefully occupying the center, shining like the sun, completely blocking out the light of the surrounding stars. It is immediately clear which is higher and which is lower. At this moment, everyone who had already understood the rules of the barrage were suddenly shocked. Original ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen, undead. Has such a strong person appeared in the ninja world again? My death over there was not unjust. Original ninja world Senju Tobirama, ghost. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? You are stronger than my big brother. Shinobi Uehara Maki, damn it, I feel like my dream is over. If this continues, when will I be able to break into the Hokage building and take over the position of Hokage? Minato Namikaze, Hokage-sama has become stronger again. Ninja World Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina and Yi Kurane and Nohara Rin and Hyuga Ayari. Of course, Hokage-sama is the strongest. Of course, Hokage-sama is the strongest. Of course, Hokage-sama is the strongest. Original Ninja World Uchiha Madara, ghost. Ha 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 ha, Uehara Shiming, even though you refuted me, I have to praise you. You really can understand the cause and effect of this world. You are right, it is the Genjutsu, the strongest Genjutsu that is enough to cover everyone in the entire ninja world. As soon as Uchiha Madara said this, Uehara Shiming was too lazy to even refute. Because everyone in the two ninja worlds was stunned by his outrageous idea and unique train of thought. Countless spontaneous rebuttals arose one after another, almost drowning it out. A single leaf blocks the view of the mountain. The opening and advancement of Sharingan requires extreme emotional stimulation, and it will not succeed unless the extreme stimulation reaches a certain level. All the owners of Mangeki, from Uchiha Madara to Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, they are all swept up in this extreme and radical emotion, as well as the blind self-confidence brought about by the sudden surge in strength, and they are self-righteous and do whatever they want in their own world. To the extent that even though they have done extremely disgusting, cruel, and horrific things, they still think they are great and are moved by themselves. I can't see outside at all, and I even refuse to see outside. Uchiha Madara blindly wanted to achieve perfect peace with Genjutsu, but he never asked anyone else if they were willing to live in Genjutsu. Not to mention, his plan was guided by someone, and it was a huge conspiracy from beginning to end. Apart from the commendable determination to pursue peace, everything else is a joke. Chapter 013. Even the Hokage is unhappy. While everyone was complaining about Uchiha Madara, Tsunade's life changed again on the scroll. After wandering in the ninja world for nearly 20 years, the elderly third generation finally died in Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha. At this moment, Konoha was in a state of decline and lifelessness, and there were only a few powerful ninjas with titles left. It has long fallen into the most dilapidated, weakest, and most dangerous situation in history, and is in urgent need of a strong man with prestige, strength, determination, and ability to lead it. The senior advisors favored Jiraiya, probably because they thought he was easier to bully. But Jiraiya believes that the bold Tsunade is the most suitable candidate. He is too soft-hearted, not good at government affairs, and is easily influenced by others. So, I took Naruto out to search. On the other side, Orochimaru had his hands sealed by the Shinigami during the battle with the third generation. He was in great pain and placed his hope on Tsunade, the legendary medical ninja. After many years, former classmates, companions, and comrades in arms gathered together again. However, there is no warmth or reminiscence between each other. In some cases, there are only blades facing each other, a life and death battle. Sunin broke up. In this battle, the picture scroll also shows the entire process. Compared with when he fought against Hanzo, Sunin's strength has improved significantly, far exceeding the average Kage level. Orochimaru has made software modifications to himself, making him almost immune to physical attacks. He also created his own heaven and earth curse seals in a series of practical snake-type ninjutsu. It can be said that the pockets are full of resurrection coins, and they are divided into different sizes. And Tsunade's ninjutsu creation regeneration Hakuho no Jutsu allows her to recover instantly no matter how seriously injured she is. With high-intensity magic resistance and physical resistance plus blood lock and backup blue bar, he is also a cheater. As for Jiraiya, let's not talk about the 100% critical hit in Sage mode. The more you play the summoning style, the better it gets. Big Toad, Small Toad, Fairy Toad, Scroll Toad, Gourd Toad, Seal Toad, Transformation Toad. You never know what weird toads he can summon. Even though the three of them were not in peak condition, Jiraiya was poisoned, Orochimaru lost his hands, and Tsunade suffered from anemia, they still contributed a wonderful battle to everyone. However, the most eye-catching thing about this battle is not any one of the Sunin. It was Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya's new disciple. Although the plot is a little more deliberate, as the protagonist of the original work, he still shows his shining point at critical moments. In the middle of the battle, Tsunade suddenly suffered from anemia and was trembling all over, unable to move. He was about to be approached by the pharmacist. Coincidentally, at this time, Comrade Jiraiya was tightly restrained by Orochimaru and was unable to support him. Disciple Shizune was just a pure medical ninja. After all the few attack methods such as hidden weapons and poisons were cracked, she was defeated in just a few moves. The only one who could still stop him was Naruto. He had a character that was almost carved out of the same mold as Shenshu. He stood up without hesitation and risked his life at the critical moment. When Yakushi Kabuto attacked, he actually gave up his defense and allowed the opponent's kunao to pierce his palm, and took the opportunity to control the enemy so that he could not escape. Then, a raised nan successfully knocked back the enemy. However, this kind of fighting method of exchanging lives for lives means hurting yourself first and then the enemy, and the price paid is also very heavy. Naruto's thigh muscles, heart blood supply system, and Nine Tails' chakra supply channel were all cut off by the chakra scalpel. In comparison, the puncture wound on the palm that turned the tide of victory seemed insignificant. Kabuto Yakushi, who was an excellent medical ninja himself, taunted him and said that it was absolutely impossible to revive him. Regardless of the halo of the protagonist or the deliberate plot arrangement, Naruto at this moment is indeed touching. When a weak person faces a strong enemy, if he dares to draw his sword, he has already won in a sense, let alone defeating the enemy in battle. Uehara Siming has also saved many people, but he simply crushed the enemies with his overwhelming strength and did things easily, and never put himself in danger. Naruto's selfless act also successfully awakened Tsunade's fighting spirit. In order to avoid losing the people she cares about again, she forced herself to overcome her psychological barriers and became the familiar Konoha princess again. Tsunade's hemophobia was cured without treatment, and her fighting power returned to its peak, so Orochimaru naturally had to retreat. The story after the Sun and final battle is a bit lackluster. Tsunade returned to Konoha and was inaugurated as the fifth Hokage amid the cheers of the crowd. The ending of the story seemed very happy. However, at the end of the video, a meaningful scene is revealed. At the high-level meeting, Danzo had a ferocious look on his face, and was arguing with the fifth generation until they were red in the face. On the side, the other two members of F4 were constantly persuading Tsunade. A few seconds later, in a pub, Princess Tsunade was drunk again. What's the point of being the Hokage? F4 ruled Konoha for decades, and it was no joke. Enemies, potential enemies, suspected enemies, and those who might develop into enemies were all packed up and sent away. Almost all important and even unimportant positions were replaced by their own people. As a result, the fifth Hokage couldn't even find a few available men and could only deploy students like Naruto who had just graduated from the ninja school. The Senju disappeared, the Hyuga shut themselves off, the Uchiha died, only my Sarutobi clan stood firm and became a powerful force on its own. Who can defeat the 3,000 ninja soldiers? Hokage? Puppet? How ridiculous! How sad! In the previous video, Tsunade has successfully gained a lot of favorability. Medical ninjutsu is awesome, and she is also sentimental. The most important thing is that she is really big and really beautiful. Who can resist pampering an oversized beauty? What's more, his battle record is not bad either. He has made great contributions in the battle against Hanzo in the Rain Country and in defeating the Sand Village. He is much stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing that the fifth generation, who possessed such talent and strength, was bullied to the point where they couldn't even pay their backs and could only drown their sorrows in alcohol, the majority of netizens were instantly furious. In just a few seconds, F4 was blasted to pieces. A huge amount of barrage burst out again. Ninja World Uzumaki Kushina, how abominable! How dare they bully Sister Tsunade like this? I will smash their heads. Ninja World Namikaze Minato, Unita Uehara Siming, who will burn his boats and then transform into a butterfly. Shinobi World Hataki Shijisaku, Uehara-kun once said that it was impossible to manage Konoha with this bunch of insects. Now it seems that he really has an extraordinary foresight. Ninja World Uchiha Itaki, False Will of Fire, Strong-Mouthed King, Shameless. The true will of fire is to practice what one preaches and never be stingy about one's own gains and losses. And there is no doubt that our fourth generation masters are such people. Original Ninja Jiraiya, Ghost. I thought Konoha would be strong again with you, but I didn't expect that you couldn't even be the Hokage. Original Ninja World Hataki Kakashi, why is there no Uehara Siming in our world? Original Ninja World Senju Tobirama, Ghost. Little Tsunade, you should learn from Uehara Siming and never show mercy when it comes to making decisions. As the Kage of a village, if you can't even pass orders, what's the point of being a Hokage? Compromise is not a solution. If you compromise once and again, you will become weak in the long run. Chapter 014 Shameless One, Beat Him Up. The Original Ninja World. Konoha. In a secret shelter dedicated to the upper echelons of the village, Koharu and Shui Minyan glanced at each other, and their expressions suddenly turned extremely ugly. From the moment this picture scroll appeared, everything developed beyond their expectations. First, the sky showed a vision. Faced with such an unusual incident, Hokage immediately sent Anbu to summon all Genin to discuss how to deal with it. Faced with such an unusual event, they naturally used their usual instincts. The moment he realized something was wrong, he hid in the deepest, largest, most expensive, most powerful, and safest shelter. As a result, it turned out to be just a comparison video. You said that you worked so hard to create such a big commotion, which is like destroying the world. Can't you let those idiots outside who don't know the so-called die? Let them practice their will of fire. What's the matter with the thunder but no rain at all? Nowadays, everyone is criticizing themselves. As a high-ranking member of the village, what happened to me protecting myself and leaving a spark of hope for Konoha's future at a critical moment? Is this also wrong? If Konoha is destroyed, it will be up to us to pick up the pieces and rebuild the village. Forget it. Then, the reasons for the death of Naoki and Kato Dan were exposed, causing the entire ninja world to begin to criticize them verbally and writing. His reputation took a nosedive. Ordinarily it's not a big problem. Having been immersed in the political arena for so many years, he may not have other qualities, but a thick skin and a black heart, which have definitely been honed to perfection. Face? Reputation? What others think? I no longer care much about these things. How much is a pound worth in total? Only the benefits that are actually obtained are real, and everything else is false. In their view, anything can be given up for the sake of profit, and face and reputation are the least valuable among them. When you can be Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will naturally want to be Sarutobi Hiruzen, but if something cannot be done and you cannot be Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is not a big deal to be Shimura Danzo. After so many years, the dirty and bad things that the Tuan people have done are worth a stone if not a fight. Isn't this still a good life? I'm shameless, what can you do to me? However, as the video continued to play, the anger accumulated by everyone became more and more intense. Seeing that even second Hokage came out to criticize, they couldn't sit still. Unlike other people's indifferent insults, no matter how vicious their words are, as long as they have a thick skin, they can be ignored. But if Senju Tobirama said a word, it would challenge the legitimacy of his position. What if someone uses second Hokage's chicken feathers as a ceremonial arrow and demands that he abdicate? With such a weak strength and being defeated again and again, is it possible to really go home and retire? Mito Minyan quickly spoke. We also want the stability of Konoha. Konoha is currently in a state of decline and absolutely cannot withstand any turmoil. Overly radical policies will cause disputes, and disputes will consume the strength of the village. Everything should focus on the overall situation. Go to bed, Koharu. Yes, as long as everyone unites together and supports each other through this difficult period. When the new generation grows up and the village has new pillars, all problems will be solved. At this time, fighting for power and internal fighting will only benefit the enemy, causing pain for relatives and pleasure for enemies. Hydroportalitis. No matter how big of a mistake there is, Sarutobi is already dead and the debt is wiped out, so there is no point in pursuing the case again. Even if Hiruzen is put on a pillar of shame and reviled by thousands of people, it will not make Konoha a better place. It is better to focus on more useful things, such as maintaining the stability of the village. Go to bed, Koharu. No matter what, the third generation died in order to protect Konoha in the end. When faced with the big decision of right and wrong, he did not hesitate at all. At the end of life, choosing to use your life to practice your will of fire is worthy of the title of heroic hero. Some things in the past may have been misjudged, or they may have fallen into the enemy's tricks. Hydroportalitis. As ninjas, you just need to perform your tasks well. But as senior leaders, we have a heavier burden than anyone else. We must be as thoughtful as possible, balance all parties, focus on the future, and take the overall situation into consideration in everything we think about. Konoha's 30,000 ninjas and 860,000 residents need development, employment, and food. The 79 million people of the Fire Country want peace, stability, and survival, and we are the first responsible people. Many times, we are inevitably faced with a dilemma. Who can guarantee that they will never make mistakes after decades of life? There is really no need to be overly critical. Go to bed, Koharu. What's more, until now, none of us know what is going on with this so-called world will. Whether it is good or evil, whether there is any conspiracy, whether the content displayed is true or false, and whether there is any exaggeration or jealousy. Blind belief, blind obedience, and blind impulse may lead to you falling into a trap. You know, sometimes the eyes are the most deceptive. Good guy, I'm just a good guy. Ninja World, over Konoha. Shimei Uehara looked at the original Ninja World, Suimin Yan, and Koharu, and said something to each other. From diverting everyone's attention at the beginning, to whitewashing Sarutobi Hiruzen, and finally even throwing the blame on the picture scroll, it perfectly demonstrated what it means to confuse right and wrong. So much so that even such a huge stain was fooled. A whole set of processes and rhetoric, not to say that it is easy to master, at least it is proficient in it. You have to admire that in terms of shamelessness, there are really very few that can compare with F4. Anyway, a certain fourth Hokage, who did not want to be named, feels that he still has a lot of room for improvement. The most important thing is, at this moment, Konoha is still dominated by the F4 family. Even if Tsunade takes over the Hokage, nothing can be changed in a hurry. As soon as the two sophistry came out, countless fans jumped out immediately and left messages of support. One is more active than the other, one is more lively than the other, and one is more excited than the other. Although fifth generation has not made any big achievements since taking over. But the mere fact that Hokage is not one of our own makes life very uncomfortable for them like worms. I can no longer be as unscrupulous as before. In the foreseeable future, as Tsunade continues to promote and reuse her own people, their future will also be dark. At this critical moment, all fools know whether to help relatives or not. In particular, now is different from before. In the past, I could only talk about some dry and false things without real facts as support. However, now that the third generation has died fighting for Konoha, who dares to say that he is selfish? Sarutobi Hiruzen died well, and the way of his death was even more wonderful. Now there is no basis for arguing with those idiots. As the mainstay of Konoha, headed by the Sarutobi clan, spoke enthusiastically. After a while, the general trend of public opinion was actually reversed by them. There are those who believe that the third generation is dead and gone, that this picture has ulterior motives, and that the past is not important and that we must seek stability and unity in the current crisis. Many people who were angry and vowed to liquidate F4 are now beginning to hesitate and even put out the fire. This seems to make sense. It doesn't matter if it's impulsive. What should I do if Konoha is taken advantage of by the enemy? Chapter 0-15 Attack of Hitaki Kakashi. Looking at the picture scroll, the general trend of public opinion has been reversed, especially in Konoha village. The situation is even better. Go to bed, Koharu, and Mito Kadoyan breathed a sigh of relief. His face was filled with joy, and his pride was beyond words. They have used similar means, words, and strategies more than once. Especially on some ninjas who really want the good of the village and have the so-called will of fire, the effect is extremely good. For example, those two idiots Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Shisui. When faced with the difficulties of the overall situation, the difficulties of the village, or the difficulties of the higher UPS, he can always sacrifice himself without thinking. It's a pity that one of these two useful dogs died and the other defected. However, to say that the true Grandmaster is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if it is just the two of them, they are still far behind. Complacently moving to bed, Koharu and Mito Manabu didn't know that at this moment, the outside ninjas had surrounded the root base. They had always thought that Danzo was vulgar, but they didn't even notice that Danzo had not spoken out in defense for such a long time, which was such an unusual thing. Outside the root base, 5th Hokage Tsunade's face was filled with anger. The fierce anger is almost ready to burst out. She is not one of those ordinary villagers who are easily coerced and manipulated. One of the two victims is her brother and the other is her lover. No matter how extravagant it is impossible to let it go. Even the original anger became a little stronger because of it. Hokage-sama, wait a moment. Seeing Tsunade so angry, a meaningful smile appeared on Kakashi's face. Isn't it just talking nonsense? It's not the same as anyone else. The next moment, several long barrages with large fonts and dazzling light appeared above the scroll. Original Ninja World Hatake Kakashi. Stability? Overall situation? Ha ha ha, it's as ridiculous and disgusting as ever. The so-called radical policies will cause disputes, isn't it because you old guys insist on occupying power and interests? Those of you who said this sentence have already taken it for granted in your heart, and feel that it is natural. As long as someone dares to challenge your power and compete for your interests, you will fight to the end regardless of everything, even if both sides lose. This is why we are so confident and believe that disputes will inevitably arise. You always talk about the will of fire, persuade others to give in, and think about letting others take care of the overall situation. Why don't you give in yourself and ignore the overall situation? If you obediently give out your power and your interests, won't it cause turmoil? Also, who do you think is the reason why Konoha is in such a difficult situation? Sunin, father, 4th generation, Kushina, Senju, Uchiha, and a large number of standouts among mid-level families and civilian ninjas. If not all of these people were present, but only 1/3, would Konoha still be what it is today? For the sake of power and position, he eliminated dissidents and attacked political enemies, personally creating the decline of Konoha. Now, they are using the decline of Konoha as an excuse and the excuse of unity and stability to insist on occupying power. There is no solution to the endless cycle of CO authorship, right? An old man who does not die is a thief. I have never seen such shameless people as you. Let's talk about the deaths of Naoki and Kato Dan. I really want to ask, did they rebel or did something sinful and unjust? So much so that the assassination and killing of heroes are said to be for the development of Konoha and the survival of the Fire Country? Misjudgment? Accidentally making mistakes? Unavoidable dilemmas, and falling into the enemy's tricks? Ask yourself, do you believe these ridiculous reasons and excuses? Can you convince others? Do you think it is possible to cover up such a serious crime casually? And the death of the 3rd generation, why do you think Orochimaru launched the plan to collapse Konoha? He killed his dear disciple and was tricked into defecting with a stigma on his back. He was seeking revenge. Orochimaru's target has always been only Sarutobi Hiruzen, not Konoha as a whole. It is completely nonsense to say that he died in battle to protect Konoha. Maybe, he still has the idea of getting rid of the rotten yu and reviving the stagnant water of Konoha. Tisk, 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 this Hatake Kakashi's fighting ability is a bit fierce. Ninja World, over Konoha. Shimei Uehara looked at the scroll. Hitaki Kakashi from the original Ninja World sprayed more than a dozen lines at a very fast speed. And every one of them is well-founded, ruthlessly revealing everything that everyone had ignored before. About to go to bed, Koharu and Shui Minyan were so overwhelmed that they couldn't even lift their heads. Speechless, in the end he could only pretend to be dead silently. As a future 6th generation project, and as a link between the two previous Hokages, the Hokage is most easily overlooked. Regardless of Kakashi's intelligence, methods, or abilities, he is by no means as simple as he appears. At the beginning of Boruto's Den, Naruto has just ascended to 7th generation. However, at that time, Konoha had undergone earth-shaking changes, evolving from an old village into a modern metropolis. Political situation, economic power, cultural development, and hard power as an armed force. Compared with before, it can be said to be a world of difference. His in-depth analysis instantly made everyone think. In the past, everyone just felt something was wrong, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Peace, stability, taking the overall situation into consideration, and for the sake of the village, there seems to be nothing wrong with these words. What is the problem? However, as soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately reacted. Why are we the only ones taking care of the overall situation in the village, while you are all busy fighting for power and wealth, stealing the country and enriching yourself, right? Since others must sacrifice themselves and give everything for Konoha, you can enjoy the stability and benefits gained by others' sacrifices with peace of mind, right? What bullshit logic is this? What the hell? The barrage exploded in an instant, far more explosive than the two previous plot climaxes of Naoki's death and Kato Dan's death. After all, most people are selfish, whether it is a rope tree or a katana tree. No matter how important your identity is, how special your status is, or how much contribution you make, it all belongs to others, and a little attention is enough. If F4 dares to act so recklessly, it is because it has exploited the weakness of human nature. However, among the Konoha ninjas, how many have not been bullied, deceived by F4? For the sake of peace, I will temporarily hide your contribution. For the sake of stability, I will not punish the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan who bully you. For the sake of the village, please sacrifice yourself heroically for your hard work. For the sake of the overall situation, should this position be temporarily handed over to the direct descendants of the senior management? Isn't this bullying an honest person? One thing after another, comes to everyone's mind involuntarily at this moment. The more everyone thinks about it, the more something is wrong, and the more they feel something is wrong, the angrier they become. Moreover, unlike Kakashi's rationale, these ninjas whose brain circuits are more direct, whose IQ is not that smart, and who are single-minded. The vocabulary for scolding people is very simple, the sentences are extremely short, and the content is especially easy to understand. It's usually a verb, plus a noun representing the person's relatives, and a steaming barrage is freshly baked. When countless people post similar barrages at the same time, that sourness, that feeling, that excitement level, you dare to die as long as you dare to try it. He was so thick-faced and so evil-hearted that he could eat a lot and steal the country to get fat, but at the same time he could still be honorable and upright, and he looked like he was working hard for Konoha's transfer. Koharu and Mito Kadoyan's blood immediately surged up, and they were trembling with anger. The self-cultivation and grace that had been held in power for decades were all thrown out of the window in an instant. Hitaki Kakashi, what are you doing? Are you still superior and inferior? As village leaders and Hokage consultants, we naturally have our own considerations about what we do and how we do it. How can we tolerate you talking so casually? You are here to stir up dissension with your lips and incite public uproar. Are you trying to rebel? Chapter 016 Uehara Shimming, I want to marry 20 wives. As usual, whenever something is unreasonable, F4 will habitually start to overwhelm others. You are absolutely right, but my official position is higher than yours. The weak should obey the strong, the subordinates should follow the will of the superiors, and the young should be filial, take care of, and obey the elderly. If you don't do this, you will be resisting your superiors, showing no respect for others, and having no sense of shame. If you dare to refute me, if you dare to ask questions, if you dare to embarrass me, you are already wrong. I just made some common mistakes that moths and rats make. It's just a small problem. And you actually accused Shangguan in public. This is not a slap in my face, but a challenge to the public order and good customs of the entire society. If everyone does what you do, how can the country and the ninja village still function? Proper anti-humanity is a major issue of principle and must be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. Mito Minion slapped him, and immediately after he moved to bed, Koharu also handed over a sweet date. The movement is very silky smooth. Kakashi, you are also an excellent ninja in the village. If you have any questions, you can submit them in writing and the village will give you a reasonable answer. Why do you need to use such drastic measures? Everyone is doing it for the village, but they just have different opinions. It's so ugly, and it's a joke to others. If White Fang knew what you did today, I wonder what he would think. We will forget about this incident and must pay attention to it in the future. Go to bed. Koharu and Mito Kaden are just like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in the past, one is a good person and the other is a bad person. Trying to hold the power tightly in his hands again, trying to play with everyone's applause again. In any case, he is still a high-level consultant, and his power is still there. If you're sensible, it's just a moment of excitement and you can forget about it. But if you're not sensible, it's a deliberate overturn. White Fang's fate is still fresh in your mind. However, they forgot that the third generation's eyes can not only speak the will of fire, but also fire 5 escape bombs. Although the title of the strongest Hokage is just trumped up, as a film-level hard power, it is also real. Even Orochimaru, who has many tricks, personally admitted that if he were 5 years younger, he would definitely be no match. When such a person talks to you, you have to listen, and whether he slaps you or not, you must obey him. Not to mention that there is no existence like Uehara Shime in the primitive ninja world. How many good people can there be who have truly become ninjas? Nehi is not just an opponent. But what do the two of them have? After decades of inactivity and weakening their will, Jainin has a question mark as to whether they can still do anything extraordinary. What's more, the 5th generation project has been taken over, and it is Tsunade who holds the title of Dai at the moment. Kakashi sneered immediately. Rebellion? This hi-hat is really skillful, but do you think today can still be the same as in the past? In my opinion, you are probably the one who rebelled against Konoha. As for the superiority and inferiority of superiors and subordinates, what qualifications do you have to say such things if the subordinates are committing crimes against the superiors and suppressing the 5th generation? Kakashi of the original ninja world still wants to continue the bombardment. After being held back for so many years, he now has a strong desire to fight. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the only one who could suppress him in terms of strength, was also overwhelmed by Orochimaru and was completely fearless. Unexpectedly, Kakashi in the current ninja world couldn't help it. I said to the other me, you are too damn stubborn. You can just go up and kill them both. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Laozi's tooth hurts just by looking at it. If you leave this in the hands of the teacher, if you dare to jump like this, the grass on the grave will have grown into a towering tree. No, it has grown into a tree. 2 days ago, the eldest son climbed up and dug out a bird's nest. And looking at the other person's speech on the scroll. Outside the root base, a certain silver-haired man in a mask suddenly widened his eyes. He looked full of fighting spirit just now, but in an instant he looked like a defeated dog, his defense completely broken. You are actually married and have more than one child. Ninja World Hitaki Kakashi, what, is there a problem? As if to give everyone some buffering time, after the resume of Tsunade from the original Ninja World was broadcast, the scroll fell into a strange silence. It took a full 10 minutes before the familiar golden font appeared again. The playback of Tsunade's resume in the original Ninja World has ended. Now let's compare the Ninja World Senju Tsunade. Background introduction. Tsunade in the Ninja World, first Hokage Senju Hashirama and first generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito's granddaughter, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, fourth Hokage Uehara Shime's wife, Senju clan leader Senju Naoki's sister. Medical Director of Konoha Ninja Village, Vice Minister of Science and Technology, Director of Medical Technology R&D, Honorary President of Konoha Hospital General Hospital, Medical Professor of Konoha Advanced Ninja School, and Staff Officer of the General Staff Office directly under the Hokage. Possess titles: Medical Sect, Medical God, Lady Tsunade, Madam Hokage, Princess Senju, Professor Tsunade. Together with Orochimaru Jiraiya, they are also called Sunin, and together with Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, Metkai, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uehara Naruto, they are called the Seven Ninja Sect under the king. Master the strange power of the Senju clan, the Yin Seal of the Whirlpool clan, and the Wet Bone Forest, one of the three sacred places in the psychic world. Developing S-level forbidden arts, 8 gates strange power, 8 gates human bombs. Develop S-level ninjutsu, sage art strange power, sage art chakra pulse. Developing S-level medical ninjutsu, the art of life resuscitation. Developing super S-level combat medical ninjutsu, super sage art creation regeneration hakuhou no jutsu, super sage art creation regeneration manhou no jutsu. Lightning style grandmaster, earth style grandmaster, water style grandmaster, fire style grandmaster. Yang style is amazing. Learn and master the limits of acquired blood succession, elementary light escape, fire and thunder version, acquired blood succession elimination, advanced wood style, water, earth and yang version. You can use the immortal rune developed by Uehara Shime to briefly enter Sage mode, 5 to 10 minutes. During the Second Ninja War, he led the Konoha ninja army to defeat Tsunagakure village, and together with Orochimaru Jiraiya, led the ninja army to defeat Aim Hidden village. Systematic collection, organization, and summary of past medical technologies. Initiated and led the reform of the medical system in Konoha Ninja Village, and improved the comprehensive medical system including hospitals, medical ninja training, scientific medical technology development, drug research, etc. Bringing forth the new, creatively combining the medical ninjutsu of medical ninjas with sealing techniques and scientific instruments, greatly reducing the difficulty of learning and performing medical ninjutsu, making it possible for multiple people to jointly perform advanced medical methods that exceed their own abilities. Creating comprehensive medical technology. Proposed classification of medical personnel. Proposed, led, and participated in the compilation of elementary medical knowledge, intermediate medical knowledge, advanced medical manual, Konoha medical research regulations, Konoha hospital diagnosis regulations, Code of Medical Workers and other series of books. Developed a variety of new drugs and medical devices. Developed multiple S-level and super S-level medical technologies such as cell regeneration and culture, amputated limb transplantation, allogeneic transplantation, genetic testing, gene correction, and gene completion. Won Konoha's highest contribution award twice, Konoha's Outstanding Ninja 3 times, Konoha's Outstanding Scientific and Technological Worker 4 times, Konoha's Outstanding Educator 6 times, and Konoha's Outstanding Medical Worker 11 times. For 60 years in Konoha, he won the Lifetime Achievement Award and was ranked in Konoha's highest Hall of Honor with the title of God of Medicine. Recognized as the #1 medical master in the ninja world and a medical pioneer who created a new era. She was evaluated by Shime Uehara of the 4th Hokage as a woman who dared to oppose Shinigami, and she wrote an inscription for her, "Had God not given birth to me, Tsunade Hime, the knowledge of medicine would be as long as the night. Mission experience, S level 412 times, A level 495 times, B level 444 times, C level 404 times, D level 40 times. As soon as this ridiculously long introduction to Tsunade from the ninja world appeared, it instantly caused countless uproar. Even the original Tsunade herself was shocked to the point of being stunned and completely dumbfounded. This resume is really too long, and this Tsunade seems a bit too fierce. In comparison, even the highest status of 5th Hokage seems a bit lackluster. The barrage went straight to a fever pitch. Huo! Oh my god, is this all true? More than 400 S-level missions, amazing. Hokage-sama said that in terms of medical achievements alone, Tsunade-san is the strongest since he has never seen the ancients before. The Lifetime Achievement Award sounds very impressive when you first hear it. There are so many outstanding medical workers, which is really enviable. Where did you start to make such a fuss? If I told you about the years when Tsunade-sama didn't get Konoha's outstanding medical workers. It's not that she can't get it. But she's pregnant or taking care of the baby and doesn't go to work at all. You might be surprised to death. Do you think the god of medicine is joking? It's true. Original Jiraiya, undead. It seems that the other world is really completely different. I seem to have seen the world after Destiny Child's transformation. Original Shizuan Kato. Wow, Tsunade-sama from another world seems a bit amazing. Original Shimura Danzo. Amputated limb transplantation? Allogeneic transplantation? Haha, you are indeed interested in first-generation cells. We are all the same, but I show it and you all pretend to be good people. Ninja World Senju Tobirama, undead. If God had not given birth to me, Tsunade-hime, the knowledge of medicine would last forever. Little Tsunade, you have grown up too. It is really gratifying to see you being praised like this. Ninja World Senju Hashirama, undead. Me too. Original Senju Hashirama, undead. Me too. Ninja World Senju Buddha-room, dead soul. Me too. Original Senju Buddha-room, dead soul. Me too. P.S. Before the plot of the current ninja world really begins, the author will make some notes in advance here. First of all, in this book, this so-called comparison, as well as the related content in the comparison video. It is not the true manifestation of the will of the world. Instead, the protagonist's system was deliberately created to provide a foundation for Uehara Shime to rule the ninja world. Secondly, each comparison target is a person who is extremely closely related to the protagonist. In addition, Shime Uehara, as a time traveler, will definitely take the initiative and actively participate in the important turning points of the main plot missions. They or their life trajectories. It is also because of the existence and role of the protagonist that there is such a huge difference from the original plot. Based on the above two reasons, you will find that in the subsequent comparison videos, Uehara Shime will appear very frequently, and there may even be situations where Uehara Shime is the main one. No need to wonder about this. Another thing that must be explained in advance is, because compared to this special subject matter, in most cases the plot is described through the perspective of supporting characters, and the video content is played for everyone in the two ninja worlds to see. Many things, such as the protagonist's true thoughts, motivations, and goals, the existence of the system, and the special abilities of Shime Uehara. It is destined to be impossible to depict in the plot. This will make some plots look silly, embarrassing, misunderstood, or even impossible to understand their internal logic. In order to avoid this situation, the author first annotates some things that cannot appear in the comparison video. The first is the protagonist's ability. The strongest genjutsu, the will of fire, is not a funny word, or a meme originating from Hokage. Its essence is the special ability given to the protagonist by the system. There are three specifically. One is the superb acting skills that are enough to touch the soul and shock the heart. The second is the ability to confuse the hearts of others through words, actions, performances, etc. It makes it easier for others to believe in the protagonist, and all the actions of the protagonist are more likely to leave a deep impression on others. The third thing is that after establishing a bond, rewards are systematically distributed according to the degree of the bond, which was mentioned at the beginning of the work. The second is the motivation of the protagonist. In the plot, through the perspective of the supporting character, you may see what the protagonist does for the village, for the ninja world, for peace, and many other things. But in fact, in most cases, the purpose of his actions is only one, which is to exert or strengthen the most powerful genjutsu's bewitching ability. And establish bonds, strengthen bonds, and obtain system rewards. Then there are things like wealth, power, beauty, fame, etc. As for the great things he said, they were just materials and props used to turn the above three goals into reality. In addition, because Mat Day is the first bond established by the protagonist. Therefore, in most of the comparison videos, the protagonist already has the full set of Mat Dai's abilities when he appears, as well as the special rewards issued by the system when the bond level is 100%. The special reward for the 100% bond level of Mat Dai is Mustache's speech ability. The function is relatively similar to the second ability of the strongest genjutsu Fire Will. It is relatively stronger, but the limitation is that it must be activated using words. The specific function is when the protagonist depicts some better prospects or some lofty and great goals. It is easier to convince the other party, capture the target's heart, establish bonds, and deepen the progress of existing bonds. It does not overlap with the strongest genjutsu, but combines them, and is dedicated to special plots and special scenes. In the setting of this book, the protagonist has acquired all abilities before entering the ninja school at the age of 6. Above. Eat the heart and hope for the fragrance. Chapter 017. Do I look like the child of prophecy? After a long introduction, the video starts again. The two Tsunade's childhood experiences were almost identical, and the content shown in the scrolls was also the same. Born, exposed to gambling, and turned into a naughty boy. Go to school, get to know young Jiraiya and Orochimaru, an apprentice with 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then he showed his considerable talents in physical skills and medical ninjutsu, and quickly grew into an excellent ninja. It is exactly the same as the original Tsunade, even the details have not changed at all. Until the 33rd year of Konoha, one night, a special guest came to the Senju tribe. Because of his arrival, Tsunade in the ninja world, and even the entire ninja world, they all embarked on a completely different path from the original, and everything began to change. The picture scroll is even rarely marked with 5 gold characters in the middle of the video. Fateful encounter. At the beginning of the picture, there is a little girl with red hair. Whirlpool Kushina grabbed Uehara Shime's sleeve with one hand and ran wantonly in front like an arrogant husky. The thick red hair is divided into more than a dozen strands, and each strand seems to have its own idea. Some fall naturally, some soar into the sky, some float with the wind, some go against the wind, and some are intertwined with each other and fighting with other hairs. Kushina had a wanton smile on her face, as if she was anticipating some bad scene. It gives people a feeling of impatientness. Not far away on the opposite side, a young woman wearing white clothes and a golden ponytail stood on the front steps with her hands on her hips. Full of momentum, his eyes are not angry and intimidating. Tsunade, who was just 19 years old, had not experienced too much darkness and sorrow. As the princess of Konoha, she is high-spirited and heroic. On either side of her, Jiraiya, with white hedgehog hair, had an even more exaggerated smile than Kushina, and seemed to have anticipated what would happen next. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression unclear. After this scene only lasted for 2 seconds, Kushina pulled Uehara Shime in front of Tsunade. He complained loudly. "Sister, "Sister, this guy is talking nonsense in class, saying that he will marry 20 wives in the future, and he also said that when the time comes, he can reluctantly consider it and give you a place." Huo. Cowhide. 666. Haha, if you dare to speak to Tsunade-sama like that, your 4th generation will probably get beaten, ha ha ha. You can be called a role model for our generation. Hokage-sama, you really have such great ideals at such a young age. 4th generation still doesn't change his original intention when he grows up. Really, I'm going to cry to death. In the video, as soon as Kushina said this, the 2 ninja worlds instantly went into an uproar. It was true that Uehara Shime was too young at this time. Even if he repeated a year, he was only 1 year older than Kushina. At this age, the shorter ones may only be 1 meter tall, and the tall ones, at 1.34 meters, can reach the sky. A 7-year-old child said that he would marry 20 wives in the future, and he also included Tsunade Hime, one of the Sunin, into consideration, and he only reluctantly considered it. Many people wanted to say on the spot, "I also want to consider it." No, I don't even need to consider it, but the problem is that I don't have the strength. The most important thing is, looking at the barrage, this guy actually did it in the end. Those who knew Uehara Shiming and those who didn't knew him were instantly shocked. A strange delusion that this boy is absolutely extraordinary suddenly emerged in his heart. While being shocked, everyone couldn't help but feel a strong sense of curiosity and expectation to know what would happen next. Well, the strongest genjutsu firewall has been activated. Especially in the ninja world. Many people immediately stared with their eyes wide open, and the eagerness on their faces was beyond words. It's even more exaggerated than the whirlpool Kushina in the video. Who is Shime Uehara? The 4th Hokage of Konoha, the strongest man in the ninja world, the son of prophecy who is rumored to change the world and cut off the cause and effect of hatred. In particular, this guy can often perform some powerful operations that shock everyone's attention. In terms of fame, he is definitely at the top of the ninja world, the kind that even the second best can't catch up with. Looking at such a famous big shot, the interesting experiences of childhood, especially the very childlike ones. For many people, it is also a rare pleasure. And obviously, according to Tsunade Hime's temper and character, her next actions will never disappoint everyone. Even Senju Tsunade herself had a smile in her eyes at this moment. She also began to miss that time. Unfortunately, the comparison video is just a resume and will not show all the experiences of the people being compared in detail. This unimportant part was simply skipped. Amidst the boos, the scene changed and the 5 people had arrived in a wild area. Shime Uehara's small figure fiddled with the oven. Orochimaru held a sharp knife and cut the thighs from an unknown animal piece by piece and placed them on a plate. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kushina, with a total of 6 gleaming eyes, stared at the barbecue stove. The chopsticks in your hands are always ready. Whenever a piece of meat is grilled, you can strike instantly and strike with speed and accuracy. Tsunade and Jiraiya, these 2 shameless people, also claim to be training Kushina's vision and judgment as a ninja. After an unknown amount of time, everyone was lying on the grass discussing something until their bellies were round. At this time, a young but firm voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. "I don't believe in the so-called destiny, let alone nonsense like Destiny Child. If destiny really exists, then all the efforts we have made so far have become a joke. Wouldn't it be great if everyone stopped working hard, practicing, and doing tasks, and just lay at home waiting for the world to change and come out again? Unless there is one situation, that is, I am the child of destiny, so maybe I will believe it." As soon as Uehara Shiming said these words, everyone immediately understood what they were discussing. The Great Toad Sage's prophecy about Jiraiya becoming the teacher of the Destiny Child. Currently, many people in the ninja world have heard the rumor that Shime Uehara is the son of the prophecy, and they all sincerely agree with this. But what exactly happened inside and how it was confirmed in the first place is not very clear. Therefore, his face suddenly became extremely curious. This is true for all ninjas in the current ninja world, not to mention everyone in the original ninja world. Almost everyone was very energetic. However, at this time, Shimei Uehara obviously didn't have much say. In the hearts of everyone, he was still just an ordinary kid who was a little smart and naughty. So when these words came out, although several people were surprised, they were not praised. Jiraiya laughed, stretched out his hand and touched Uehara Shimei's head. It seems that I am not offended by the statement I don't believe in fate unless the child of fate is myself, but I don't agree with it at all, I just find it very interesting. Orochimaru also smiled, unfazed. He also doesn't believe in fate, but that doesn't mean he will identify with or be moved by a child. No matter how stupid a cool article is, you would never write it like this. Tsunade's eyes radiated a dangerous light. She grabbed Uehara Shimei's ear and said displeasedly, "Kid, you have a very loud tone. If there really is such a thing as destiny in the world, she doesn't mind if she is the child of destiny. But unfortunately, destiny is elusive and cannot be spied on. Even if there are traces to follow, it is not something that an ordinary ninja can easily see through or change, let alone make himself a prophet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called fate or destiny." Not long after, the scene changed again. A room similar to a living room, there are still 5 people including Jiraiya Tsunade, Orochimaru Kushina and Shimei Uehara. It was still the childish voice of Shimei Uehara. "Uncle Jiraiya, do you think there is such a possibility? The reason why the great Toad Sage told you this prophecy is actually to let you find the son of the prophecy? And, only if you work hard to find it, will the child of prophecy appear or be guided onto the path of changing the world." This sentence sounds a bit like nonsense, and the 4 people in Tsunade all looked confused. However, Uehara Shimei didn't take it seriously at all, and continued. "We analyze purely rationally. The most unreliable thing about prophecies is that people who know the prophecies may change the scenes that appear in the prophecies. And every more person who knows, there is more possibility of accidents and changes. Very simple reason. Since the great Toad Sage said that you will accept the Son of Destiny as a disciple, then I or some ambitious person will find a way to kill you before you receive a disciple. So, is this prediction a success or a failure? Anyway, we already know that the content of the prophecy is positive, so we can just wait silently for everything to happen. Why take such a risk for nothing? There is only one situation that can make the prediction as accurate as possible and without errors. That is the actions that people who know the prophecy will take after knowing the content of the prophecy, which actually promotes the occurrence of the prophecy. To give a simple example, I told Kushina that she would get a 0 score on the test tomorrow. As a result, she studied all night and got up late the next day and missed the exam. She was eventually awarded a 0 score. In other words, you will guide the children of the prophecy in the future, and the great Toad Sage is guiding you now. Having said this, even a social terrorist can't help but feel a little thirsty. Shimei Uehara picked up the cup and took a sip of water, while his next words were brewing in his mind. But this time, Sunan was no longer as cheerful as before. Tsunade and Orochimaru both began to think deeply. Especially Tsunade, as the protagonist of comparison, although Uehara Shimei is speaking at the moment, her every move is the focus of the video. At this moment, Tsunade's expression was solemn, and her aura became fierce. The theory of destiny and prophecies are of course very ridiculous. But what if someone or something was using this as a conspiracy? This would not be funny at all. Tsunade realized this. Looking at this little guy, Shang Yuan Siming, he no longer looked down upon him as before. Among the 3 of them, Jiraiya was the only one who realized it later. He scratched the back of his head with his hand and his eyes were blank for a while. He asked with some confusion. "That seems to be the case, but what's the use? Even if the great toad sage didn't guide me and directly asked me to find the child of destiny, I would agree. Peace is my long-cherished wish. Obviously, he did not understand the deeper meaning of these words. But it doesn't matter. With 5 years of gold medal sales and 3 years of senior experience as the backbone of an MLM gang, you will fall into my trap right away. Shimei Uehara put down the water glass and spoke again. No, it's useful, it's too useful. You ninjas regard intelligence as your second life. When performing tasks, you often need to investigate and analyze relevant intelligence first. Looking for the child of destiny is actually the same thing. Based on the points that have been confirmed earlier, we will conduct a second level of analysis, and we will quickly get some conclusions. 1. The son of prophecy will be your disciple. 2nd, the child of prophecy will revolutionize the ninja world. 3rd, the son of prophecy became your disciple because you were looking for the son of language, and embarked on the path of revolutionizing the ninja world. Isn't this still nonsense? Jiraiya felt that his head was buzzing and he was about to be completely dizzy. If you break 2 plus 2 into 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, isn't that taking off your pants and farting? People watching the scroll video were also puzzled. They didn't realize what their Hokage-sama was talking about. At this time, a triumphant smile suddenly appeared on Uehara Shiming's lips. It's not nonsense, Uncle Jiraiya. According to conclusion 1, we can analyze that the son of prophecy is still very young and currently has no teacher. After all, he is your disciple, he cannot be your peer or older than you. By analogy, we can easily conclude from conclusion 2 that the son of prophecy must have extraordinary talents. Not only is he a monster-like penultimate talent as a ninja, but he also has his own unique perspective on society, ninjas, the world, and other similar issues. Otherwise, how can we change the ninja world? You don't think that the person who changes the world will be a weak person or a fool, do you? The most important thing is the 3rd point. The son of prophecy became your disciple because you were looking for the son of prophecy, and embarked on the path of revolutionizing the ninja world. In other words, he must be someone you know and agree with your ideals by discussing the content of the prophecy with you. Uehara Shimei stared at Jiraiya with a pair of big eyes. Young and without teachers. He has extraordinary talent and has his own understanding of the world. He knew Jiraiya, and also discussed prophecy with Jiraiya. Do you think I look like me? Do I look like me? Do I look like me? Chapter 018 Jiraiya's Keenness and Awareness. Uehara Shimei said a lot, but everyone was still confused and couldn't figure out what this guy wanted to express. But as soon as the last paragraph came out, countless people instantly opened their mouths. Surprise, surprise, speechlessness, and admiration. They never expected that they would end up here. Good guy, I finally showed my foxtail, right? According to the 3 conditions you analyzed, this so-called son of prophecy probably only needs to report his ID number, right? In an instant, countless barrages swarmed up. 666. Absolutely. I thought I would discover some shocking secret, and I was looking forward to it for a long time. That last move almost missed my waist, it was so crooked. The problem is that if you analyze it according to his logic, you really can't find anything wrong with it. Nip, just one word, admire, really admire. It turns out that the son of prophecy confirmed it in this way, which is really unexpected. Master Hokage was only 7 years old at that time. He is so smart at the age of 7. Viewers who watched the video immediately noticed someone's foxtail. As a person involved, Sunen's natural reaction was not slow and he quickly thought of something. 6 eyes suddenly focused on it. A smile suddenly appeared on Jiraiya's face, and Orochimaru suddenly licked his lips with his tongue. As for Tsunade, the momentum just now was instantly broken. She was just thinking about whether there was really a huge conspiracy that could envelope the entire ninja world. In the blink of an eye, I realized that it was a brat who was bragging about himself, and I felt speechless for a while. He raised his eyebrows, and without hesitation, his right hand grabbed someone's little ear again. Dissatisfied. Kid, you're a little dishonest. What's wrong with me? Is there something wrong with the analysis? What if there is a problem? What if there is no problem? Uehara Shiming tried to argue, but was rewarded with a slap in the face and his brain collapsed. He was even held in his arms by the shameless adult who was greedy for lust, and his cute little face was kneaded. No matter how much he resisted, it was to no avail. He could only say angrily, "You stinky woman, just wait for me. 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully young people into poverty." Tsunade didn't pay much attention to it at first. She was just used to bullying Naoki and Kushina, and her subconscious actions became familiar. But as soon as Uehara Shiming said these words, a sense of evil suddenly appeared on that beautiful face. Like a big pervert who had caught a huge meal, he smiled evilly and said with squinting eyes, "Oh, what do you want to do in 30 years? Of course, Tsunade couldn't have any thoughts about the 7-year-old Uehara Shimei. She didn't think that Uehara Shimei would really have anything to do with her. It's just that, in this situation, if I don't bully and tease this kid, I feel really sorry. When I defeat you, I want you to give me 8 children." When Uehara Shimei's indignant childish voice came out from Tsunade's claws, Jiraiya burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you are ambitious." Tsunade herself was amused. It was just a joke, and she didn't feel offended. On the contrary, it has a particularly childlike feel, and I can't stop kneading it with my hands. But at this moment, the style of painting on the barrage changed suddenly. "Lord Hokage, 30 years have passed, why are we still too short of that?" It turns out that the 4th generation project actually had some unrealized promises, and today I finally caught one. Come on, 4th generation, quickly make up for the missing 2. Fast forward to 6 pregnancies. Tsunade-sama, be confident. There are only 6 now. The 6th one has not been born yet. In fact, there are only 5. You have won this bet. I said you guys are really boring. Is there any point in worrying about this kind of thing? It's enough for Tsunade-sama to have 7 births. The 8th birth will make him collapse and despair. After a while of laughter. Not long after, Jiraiya actually fell into deep thought and began to seriously think about the possibility of this matter. After all, no matter how you look at it, Uehara Shiming does look too much like the child of destiny. He is so smart at such a young age, and many of his remarks and cognitions make him, an adult, deeply surprised and even shocked. Although the video only shows these 3 paragraphs, the discussion between several people goes far beyond this. Someone has inadvertently expressed his views on many things many times in a row, thereby showing his intelligence and evil. Although the bond has not been formally established, the seeds have already sprouted in unnoticed corners. From the fact that 3 people can discuss this kind of issue seriously with a child, it can be seen that Madara is one. It can be said that today's discussion is definitely not an accident, nor is it a sudden whim of Sunan, but the inevitable result of someone's hard work. The most important thing is that, in addition to the demonic wisdom that has been displayed, Uehara Shimei's talent as a ninja is also equally evil. Although I don't know why I was allowed to go to school at the age of 5 but had to wait until I was 6, and I took the initiative to stay in grade 1 after a year. But even the many preparatory ninjas who are about to graduate are far from rivals and are extremely famous in the ninja school. The slap madman is well known in the ninja school. Even if such a person is not the son of destiny, it is definitely not a loss to accept him as his disciple. The scene freezes on Jiraiya's contemplative expression for a few seconds, then changes to another scene. This time, it was next to a small river. Kushina stood in the river, holding a struggling big fish with both hands. Her expression was very exaggerated. The other 4 people started discussing again on the shore. It was still Shimei Uehara's voice. Brother Jiraiya, your so-called desire for people to understand each other and achieve peace, or this method, is simply impossible to achieve. People are different. Their abilities are different, they want the same things, and the situations they face are different. The cognition of things, the view of the world, and the means used to achieve goals are also different. If you hold such an idea to find, choose, and guide the child of destiny, there will only be one ending, and that is the destruction of the world. This is the biggest flaw in your character, trying to protect everything. If you don't change it, you may find that you can't protect anything in the end. It can be clearly seen from the picture that, at this moment, quite some time had passed since Shimei Uehara first met Sunan. Not only is he obviously taller than when he first appeared, Sunan's attitude towards him was no longer as careless as it used to be when dealing with children. Obviously, during this period of time that was not shown, he had left a deep impression on the people around him, even more than once. People like Sunan couldn't help but subconsciously take it seriously. Of course, judging from the change in title, Uncle Jiraiya evolved into Brother Jiraiya. Someone must have been severely coerced and lured by shameful adults. In the video, as soon as Shimei Uehara said these words, Tsunade Orochimaru immediately showed a look of approval. It is indeed a very good wish for everyone to understand each other and achieve peace. But anyone with a little sense knows that this is simply impossible. Konoha has been divided into several factions, fighting each other endlessly. The factions are not monolithic, and there are still differences within, let alone the entire ninja world. Only Jiraiya looked lonely and his eyes were dark, as if he had been severely hit. He originally thought that Uehara Shiming, who had almost openly stated that he wanted to be his master, would support him. But Jiraiya tried to bring Uehara Shimei's thoughts back to the right path. As soon as he opened his mouth, he didn't know how to express it. After all, he had never been very good at preaching. No, but, Brother Jiraiya, do you know where your biggest problem is? You want too much, but you are willing to give very little. If a farmer wants to harvest rice, he still has to plow, fertilize, sow, sprinkle, remove insects, harvest, dry, and store. Even if they put in so much hard work and sweat, natural and man-made disasters will often leave them with nothing to gain. It is not an exaggeration to say that world peace is such a great and difficult undertaking, and it is unprecedented to say that it has opened up the world. How can it be achieved simply without paying any price? If it were really that simple, there wouldn't be endless wars after thousands of years. Over the course of thousands of years, no one knows how many heroes have been born. I believe that you are definitely not the only person with lofty ideals who hopes for and loves peace, but their actions have all failed. If you want to surpass the ancients and accomplish unprecedented feats, giving up your innocence is the first and absolutely necessary step. The world has become sick, and we must dig out the rotten flesh and squeeze out the pustules before we can truly be reborn. Having said this, Orochimaru couldn't help but nodded in agreement. The reason why he didn't agree with Jiraiya's pursuit of such a thing was not that he really didn't look forward to that peaceful and beautiful world. It's just too difficult. The huge ninja world is filled with so much hatred and intertwined with so much cause and effect. Everyone has different dreams, demands, interests, and positions. Peace is about making everyone less willing to fight. How easy is this? There is little hope for a correct idea, let alone this completely nonsense method. Next to Orochimaru, Tsunade stared deeply at Uehara Shimei. I don't know what I thought of, but my eyes were so captivating. Not only the outstanding ninjas like Tsunade and Orochimaru, but also many ordinary ninjas and even ordinary people in front of the scroll. They all agreed with Shimei Uehara's idea. This is not a profound question, it is easy to understand. But Jiraiya still had a deep frown on his face, looking very embarrassed, and even his breath was inexplicably sluggish. What few people know is that what this hero is thinking about at this moment is not as simple as whether there is a price to pay for peace. No matter how stupid you are, you will never be so naive. What he was really hesitating about was the piece Uehara Shime wanted to pursue and what the price he thought needed to be paid included. Are you included? Are your teachers, companions, friends, and even Konoha as a whole included? He is indeed very stupid, but in some aspects, he is so sharp and delicate that it is completely ridiculous. At this moment, he was very clear in his heart. If he really implemented Uehara Shime's idea, so at least, in the future piece, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not have a place. From a conceptual point of view, the two are almost completely opposite. From a position point of view, F4 blocks the path that Uehara Shime must pass. And he didn't want to lose either of these two. Or, it's just like what this guy said. I want too much, but I am willing to give very little. He tried to protect everything, but in the end he found that he could not protect anything. Chapter 019 Our Lord Hokage is born extraordinary. Well, Brother Jiraiya, let me ask you a question that you can probably understand. How to make the following 10 people understand each other, give up killing and fighting, and seek what you call peace. A farmer who worked hard for a year, ended up with no harvest due to natural disasters and man-made disasters. He worked hard to raise his parents, his newborn son and his beloved wife, who was about to starve to death. B. I spent all my family resources and tried my best to collect a batch of goods, but the businessman who had high hopes for his son was robbed and died. C. A careerist whose lifelong dream is to rule the world, for which he is willing to abandon everything, fall into darkness, and use all cruel and terrifying means. Ding, who only wanted his family to be safe and happy, was coerced by his superiors and had to cut off all emotions and personally kill all the people he was bound to become a perfect tool in order to survive. A large-scale famine occurred in the country. Starvation was everywhere, and the people were in dire straits, so that the monarch's status was about to be unstable. I am a leader whose village has been invaded, corpses everywhere, heavy injuries, and wrapped in the fire of hatred. Jiraiya, you are a Hokage disciple, the Genin of Konoha, the strongest ninja village. You have a psychic contract with Mount Maiboku, one of the 3 holy places. You even learned Sage Jutsu, which was once only mastered by the first Hokage. Your companion is Tsunade Hime, the common princess of Konoha and Fire Country. Your teacher is the controller of one of the 5 major military organizations in the ninja world. You will also be the teacher who guides the children of prophecy to change the world. You don't need to think about food, clothing, housing, and transportation, you don't need to pursue cultivation resources, or you don't even need to worry about life or death. What you are thinking about in your mind is such great propositions as the ninja world, the world, war, and peace. But what you don't know or subconsciously forget is that there are many people who have tried their best just to live. They wage wars, kill wantonly, and use methods that are unimaginable in your consciousness to solve problems. It's not that they are not afraid of death, nor that they are inherently evil and emotionless, it's just that between certain death and a glimmer of hope to live, they have no choice but to choose the latter. You take it for granted that as long as everyone loves peace, understands each other, and abandons unrealistic ambitions and practices, we can live together happily. You even complain, wonder, and hate those beings who don't think the same way as you. Even you, who hold such lofty beliefs and dreams, have never truly understood others. Is it really possible to achieve a world where everyone understands each other? If these problems cannot be fundamentally solved, all beautiful visions will be nothing more than wishful thinking. That's it, I understand. Listening to Uehara Shime's merciless bombardment, Jiraiya chuckled to himself, did not respond, and left the river with a heavy heart. Uehara Shime here obviously didn't get what Jiraiya was really worried about the most. I didn't know that the other party had already considered it so far, so he took another strong medicine. Until he saw Jiraiya facing his almost critical words. There was no sign of being hit at all, and he still looked confused, which was why he realized it later. Understand that you have made an empiricist error. Jiraiya's cheerful and careless appearance on the surface was too deceptive. In fact, he didn't know many things, he just didn't say them out loud. Compared to Jiraiya's gloomy mood, the mood of the other two was obviously more positive. The original nonchalance on Orochimaru's face disappeared, and a deep gaze appeared instead. Although no specific psychological activity can be seen from the expression, it is definitely touched. Tsunade's emotional reaction was even more intense. Regarding peace, a seemingly very majestic ideal, except for a few people such as Jiraiya, most people may occasionally think about it, but they will never pursue it seriously. Because it's too difficult. The 1,000-year history of war in the ninja world has subconsciously told everyone that peace is impossible to achieve. Tsunade is somewhere between the two. She will neither really practice the path of peace, nor will she reject, despise, or fail to understand similar ideas and pursuits. The reason is simple. Her most respected grandfather, Senju Hashirama. It was with this philosophy in mind that he and Uchiha Madara founded the ninja village of Konoha. After hearing Shimei Uehara's remarks that were almost down to the essence, Tsunade Hime, who had been so high-spirited before, suddenly became nervous. Then do you think the era of ninja villages created by the first Hokage was wrong? After all, the peace he dreamed of did not come true, and the war became more intense. Uehara Shimei didn't hesitate at all and blurted out. Every generation has its own mission. His mission has been completed. Now we, the younger generations, need to continue in the footsteps of our predecessors. If peace is finally achieved, the ninja village era is an indispensable intermediate link. The first Hokage who created the ninja village era is also an undoubted hero. That's it. Tsunade murmured without saying anything more. But the picture scroll immediately broadcast her inner voice. Xiao Siming, maybe, with such wisdom and awareness, you can finally complete the road that your grandfather has not completed. The video does not show the entire process of the argument between several people. Basically, most of the time, only Uehara Shimei's voice is heard. Moreover, it is often just the most important sentences. However, every word spoken by Shimei Uehara made countless people in the two ninja worlds ponder. Including Jiraiya, the original ninja world, and Uzumaki Naruto, the so-called son of prophecy. The 10 people mentioned in Uehara Shimei's last words almost revealed the root cause of the war. Why do people kill each other so recklessly, causing so many tragedies? The answer is simple and cruel: because I don't want to die. Similar existences are almost everywhere in the ninja world. They represent countless people who are struggling to survive and are on the verge of death. Almost everyone can find their place in it. Almost everyone has faced similar choices and decisions. Killing a person or even a group of people for a piece of steamed buns and a sip of water is not new. In this world of cannibalism, if you don't eat people, you can only be eaten by others. Ninja Kai Namikaze Minato. The first step in solving a problem is to admit the existence of the problem. No matter how grand Yamato's beautiful vision is, it must be down to earth and implemented step by step, otherwise it will be a castle in the air. Uehara once told me that he did the same thing, and it turned out that he was right. Shigesaku Hatake of the ninja world, was Hokage-sama so smart as a child? This is not a conclusion that can be drawn casually. Ninja world Orochimaru, Uehara-kun's thoughts are always so refreshing. Even if you hear them again, you can't help but be addicted. Onaki, the original ninja world, damn Konoha, why don't such talents appear in our Iwagakure village? Original ninja world Senju Tobirama, undead. To be able to have such an insight at such an age, this person is indeed extraordinary. If it were me, I would probably think that he is the child of destiny. Original ninja world Uchiha Itachi, since he can raise such a problem, he must have a solution. I am very curious how he did it. I have also thought about similar questions, but unfortunately I did not come up with an answer. Ninja world Uchiha Itachi, you are a piece of trash who slaughtered the entire clan, how do you deserve to be compared with Hokage-sama? It's really unlucky to have the same name as you. If you're still thinking about peace in the ninja world, think about how you should die first. Damn it, it's really infuriating. Countless people were having heated discussions in the barrage, and many smart people were trying to find out certain information from some people in the current ninja world. Not to mention Uehara Shime's subsequent achievements. Just the wisdom, foresight, and the extraordinary ability to point out the root cause of any problem directly demonstrated in these few minutes of video. Not to mention, with the blessing and guidance of the strongest genjutsu and mustache speech skills. This made a large number of people in the original ninja world, especially some high-ranking officials who had their own understanding of the world, become intensely curious. In the current ninja world, some people who are not familiar with the fourth generation are deeply surprised. After all, such profound remarks appeared from a wise and suffering elder. That's enough to make people worship, let alone a 7-year-old child? After the shock and surprise, what emerged in the next moment was even stronger respect and admiration for Shime Uehara. Our Hokage-sama is born to be extraordinary, hands on hips JPG. Chapter 020 Jiraiya, am I the most terrifying enemy? Perhaps similar discussions have not continued for quite some time. After this discussion ended, the video did not rush to play the subsequent related content. Instead, it shows the personal interaction between Uehara Misaki and Tsunade. However, since nothing major happened, it was basically just trivial matters. So, just like when Tsunade was a child, only certain scenes were recreated using photos. For example, Uehara Siming brewed a batch of new wine, and someone couldn't wait to come and ask for some money. For another example, Uehara Siming invented a new dish, and someone ate it until his belly was full. For example, Uehara Siming successfully learned the Uzumaki clan's bloodline secret technique, the diamond seal, and someone was examining Uehara Siming's body with an incredible look on his face. There are countless scenes like this. The frozen scene, that is, the photo, slowly appears before everyone. As time went on, the relationship between Tsunade and Uehara Sima became visibly closer. Various intimate actions, giving Senju's secret techniques without hesitation, and helping Uehara Siming prepare precious secret medicines, etc. There was even a scene where Tsunade got drunk and pulled Uehara Sima to sleep. Although he didn't do anything and couldn't do anything at all, everyone watching was amazed. On the barrage, many people immediately started to have fun. Haha, everyone knows Uehara Siming's intentions. I thought it was quite sudden that the fourth generation leader and Lady Tsunade were together, but now it seems that it was not sudden at all, it was clearly premeditated. Lady Tsunade, don't be fooled by him. He just wants your body. Damn it, Lady Tsunade was careless and didn't dodge. I didn't expect that he actually had such a plan and ended up falling for it. Nyapai, you are truly a role model for our generation. Who would have thought that Hokage-sama could achieve this at such a young age? With everyone's funny performances, the video finally entered a new stage on the scroll. This time, the interval was obviously even greater than before, perhaps several years had passed. Because Uehara Siming's body shape at this time can be clearly felt to be quite strong and sturdy. His height has grown to almost 1.45 meters, and he looks like a little adult. In the picture, Uehara Siming holds his hands behind his head, following a middle-aged man in a tight green shirt and a bowl-shaped hairdo, and does frog jumps one by one. Behind them, there was a wretched young man with a white hedgehog head and red paint on his face, following them all the way. The guy in green clothes and the bowl-cut hair was shouting words like passion, youth, and greatness with his tone and expression very exaggerated. Especially the mouth of White Fang that can reflect light is even more impressive. The hedgehog-haired guy at the back kept showing off something like Toad Sage, Suling Taoist, Great Writer, and Hokage Disciple. The tone was hurried and the expression was urgent. As for Uehara Siming, who was located between the two people, he was just hopping steadily, with his movements, rhythm, and strength not affected at all. Not only was his face expressionless, but it was also calm. Immunity max. In the distance, the camera is focused on Tsunade, who has regained her heroic spirit with her hands on her hips. She was laughing at Jiraiya. Haha, I begged you to accept it but you refused. Now you're asking me for it, right? The next scene fast-forwarded, and judging from the position of the sun, half a day should have passed. The Senju tribe's land, in a huge bathtub. Uehara Siming suddenly emerged from the water like a fish, shook his hair lightly, and then wiped the medicine on his face with his hand. Somewhat helplessly said, I respect your wish, I admire your determination, and I understand your thoughts. However, it is not so easy to accept me as your disciple. You must have noticed that I am different from ordinary children. I cannot be lured away by just a piece of candy. I have my own ideas. Oh my god! What the hell? Didn't you try every possible means to become Jiraiya's disciple? I've seen this before. How many people want to be taught by Sunan but don't wait for him to come to them? Jiraiya took the initiative to accept him as a disciple, but he still hesitated and negotiated the terms. Jilla is also going to shut himself up, haha. As expected of Hokage-sama, you treat the status of a Sunan disciple as a piece of candy. It's really speechless. So he is the Hokage-sama, and you are just an ordinary Konoha Jonin. I was wondering what Jiraiya was doing just now, chattering with the two of them. It turns out that he was eager to accept a disciple but was ignored. Haha, how is this different from what someone boasted before? When Uehara Siming said this, not only Jiraiya was confused, but also countless people in the two ninja worlds were shocked. It's not that easy to take me as your disciple. Listen to this sentence, is it ridiculous? If you don't know, you might think that someone else is begging you to become a disciple. If anyone from Blue Star saw this scene, they would definitely shout loudly. Jiraiya, he is in CPUU, he is in UFOU. First, take the initiative to get closer to attract the target's attention, and then release a signal to let the other party gradually recognize it. After the target is completely caught in the net, at this time, the situation has reversed, and the initiative is in your own hands. Shouldn't you let it be at your discretion? It's a pity that the king does not see the king. It is rare for two time travelers to exist in the same world at the same time. In the picture, Uehara Shime jumped out of the bathtub and wrapped himself tightly in a bathrobe with lightning speed. Sighing, he looked at Jiraiya who seemed to be deeply hit with some regret and said, Do you know what is the most terrifying and unwilling enemy in the world? Jiraiya's eyes flashed, and he was very confused as to why the boy in front of him would ask such a question. Aren't you talking about apprenticeship? What a magical turn this is! However, he still tried to answer. A powerful ninja with no weaknesses. Uehara Shiming shook his head slightly. Then, a careerist with a greed for profit. A very vicious and murderous person. A hypocrite who appears benevolent but actually harbors evil intentions. I understand, you are a smart person, you must be afraid of smarter opponents, right? Then I can't figure it out. At this moment, Jiraiya still didn't know what medicine Uehara Shime was selling in his gourd. After seeing that he failed to guess correctly several times, he decisively put it aside and waited for the correct answer to be announced. It's someone like you, Lord Jiraiya. Uehara Shiming raised his head slightly and stared at him with suddenly sharp eyes. And the moment I heard the final answer. At the end of his gaze, Jiraiya's expression instantly became extremely shocked and stunned. Then, another strong wave of disbelief emerged from it. He even wondered if there was something wrong with his ears, or if this kid was making fun of him. But looking at Uehara Shime's sharp gaze, Jiraiya instantly knew that the other party was not joking. Although only less than 10 years old. However, since the discussion about peace ended 2 years ago, he no longer regards the other party as an ordinary child, but as a fellow-minded person who can communicate on an equal footing. It sounds strange and incredible. However, if there is nothing special about the son of prophecy, how can he change the world? Changes that have not happened in the ninja world for thousands of years cannot be started casually by an ordinary person. This is a question that Jiraiya quickly figured out after meeting Shime Uehara, and it is also the reason why he hastened to accept disciples even at the cost of losing his old face. He believed that Uehara Shime was very likely to be that person. Therefore, at this moment, Jiraiya was really shocked, puzzled, and even angry. He pursues peace, and Shime Uehara is a wise man who can see through the root of the war in the ninja world. Not only do the two have sympathy for each other, they should at least share the same goals. How could they become enemies? Not only Jiraiya at that time. Hearing this completely unexpected answer, countless people in the two ninja world were also shocked. They knew that Uehara Shime was a disciple of Jiraiya, and coupled with the previous discussion between the two people about peace, it was obvious that they had very similar interests and hated each other. It would not be surprising if they cut off the chicken head and burned yellow paper to swear their sworn vows in the next second. How come in a blink of an eye, this person became an enemy, and the most terrifying enemy? And as if aware of Jiraiya's doubts, Uehara Shime's voice rang out again. The so-called enemies you mentioned are just ordinary enemies that threaten lives. The truly terrible enemy is the enemy of faith, the enemy of obsession, the enemy of ideals, and the enemy of the path we want to move forward and practice. When a person has lofty beliefs, great ideas, strong will, determination to die, and a dream that he must realize even if he pays everything, such an existence will be indomitable and perseverant, and will never regret it even if it means death. Remember the valley of the end? If two such people walk in different directions, they will be each other's most terrifying enemies. Unfortunately, we are all like this. Unfortunately, the path I plan to take is a little different from what you imagine the world to be like. If you really choose me, then you have to put all your bets on me. That is to say, I unconditionally believe that I can accomplish everything. No matter how absurd, unreasonable, and incomprehensible things I do, I will wholeheartedly support and do my best. Even if it goes against your own tolerance, will, and beliefs. This should be what the great Toad Sage predicted, a major choice that will determine whether the future of the ninja world will move toward stability or destruction. Jiraiya-sama. What we are pursuing is a great cause that has never been seen before. It is to create the world and lay the foundation for the future. On this gambling table, life is just the cheapest thing. So, next time you come, please be aware enough. Chapter 021 A Cruel Battle of Beliefs. Shime Uehara's firm voice fell. Jiraiya suddenly fell silent. The originally angry expression suddenly changed to understanding, and then even some panic. His hands were clenched into fists, trembling uncontrollably. He thought about many possibilities, but never imagined that the final result would be like this. Two people who want to pursue peace may become enemies because of their different choices of paths. They may even become the most terrifying enemies that must be eliminated. But he had to admit that what Shime Uehara said was right. The other party has rejected its own path of mutual understanding. If you don't have enough awareness and continue to move forward, you will become an enemy sooner or later. This was also the real reason why he made up his mind to accept the other party as his disciple 2 years after that discussion ended. Why didn't I have similar worries before? Just like what Shime Uehara said, this is a difference of belief and a struggle on the road. It is something that is truly more important than life, and no one will take a step back. Just like the Valley of the End back then. First generation killed his best friend at the cost of exhausting his life force, and finally fixed the era of Ninja Village. Not just Jiraiya. After listening to Uehara Shime's explanation, countless people fell silent for a moment. The battle for life is cruel enough, and the loser will lose the qualification to survive as a human being. The cruelty of the battle for ideas that are more important than life will far exceed the former. Because the loser's lifelong pursuit will be completely destroyed, their dreams will be rejected, and their hopes will be shattered. Especially for the four parties involved in the Valley of the End incident, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, their feelings about these words were obviously more profound. How sad and painful it is to swing a butcher's knife at a close friend who has the same desire. But they all have no choice. But at this moment, Shimei Uehara and Jiraiya were faced with the same choice again. Should he give up his own way of tolerance and place all his bets on others, or should he insist on his own opinions and ultimately decide what is right and what is wrong with the blade? No matter which one, it is extremely cruel to the parties involved. Just like last time, Jiraiya left without saying a word again, his face turned extremely ugly, and he didn't even hear Tsunade's shout behind him. Original Jiraiya, undead. So that's it. This kind of decision is really difficult and cruel, but it seems that you made the right choice in the end. You are indeed much better than me. Jiraiya, it's actually not that difficult. I can't find the way to achieve peace myself, and I want to achieve peace. When you find that someone else can do it, what else can you do but believe in him? Even if there is only a 1% chance, it is better than nothing at all. Original Uchiha Madara, undead. What a wonderful conclusion, Uehara Shiming, you are indeed a person who can understand the reality of this world. Come join me, I sincerely invite you. Original Senju Hashirama, undead. Is this what happened back then? Made, I said you suddenly went crazy when you were so good. It made me heartbroken for a long time. Original Uchiha Madara, undead. Where's me over there? Why haven't you come out to say a word? Is there something wrong with your plan? Uchiha Madara, undead. It's more than just a problem. Don't come to me casually. I'm afraid Uehara-kun will misunderstand you. When I type a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that I think you have a problem. Afraid of Uehara Shiming misunderstanding? What the hell is this? In the original ninja world, a string of black lines suddenly appeared on Uchiha Madara's head. However, with a character like Shimei Uehara, it was foreseeable that the plan would not go smoothly, and he didn't think too much about it. Maybe, the other party is trying to hide himself, maybe, probably. On the scroll, the video continues. Tsunade shouted several times in succession, but Jiraiya didn't respond and continued to walk out. Already aware that something was wrong, she turned back to the room, grabbed the back of Shiming Uehara's neck, and lifted him into the air. Asked angrily. Returning life is just the cheapest thing. Have you ever killed someone? Do you know how people feel when they face death? How can such a big ghost come from such a young age? Go and find Jiraiya for me and tell him that you just talked nonsense. She heard the entire conversation between the two just now. Although he is usually very arrogant and seemingly clueless. But as the later fifth Hokage, Tsunade Haim was not stupid at all. Knowing how much of a blow these words would have to Jiraiya, he was already filled with anger. Among Sunin, the other two have their own pursuits. On the contrary, she has no big ambitions and is just the most emotional one. Even though Jiraiya often played the role of punching bag, so much so that even getting beaten was a lesson, but that was proof of the deep relationship between the three of them. Similarly, I have developed a lot of affection for this little devil who dared to covet me at such a young age. Of course it is not between men and women, but purely the appreciation of the elders to the younger ones. Basically everyone will like a child who is good-looking, smart, can talk, and has great talents. What's more, someone has put in a lot of effort to facilitate the strategy in the future. Showing heaven-defying cooking skills, he specialized in brewing wine, and invented several advanced gambling methods that spanned the ages. There are too many to mention, but they are just adding more weight to the final attack. More than 2 years. For Tsunade, a dog with really evil intentions has become a family member second only to her brother Naoki. Even if he steps back 10,000 steps, Uehara Shime is still the husband recognized by his sister Kushina, and he has an unbroken connection with her. She couldn't imagine how she would deal with the situation if the two of them broke up and it was irreconcilable. Tsunade spoke while almost suppressing the strong urge to punch Uehara Shime to pieces. However, Shime Uehara's expression did not change at all from the beginning to the end. Just said lightly, "If Jiraiya comes back, he will either kill me in advance, or he will completely agree with me. I don't care. You can die if you want. I don't care about you. Only fools care about you." A look of astonishment appeared on Tsunade's face at the right time. Not only her, but anyone else would probably not be able to think of it. Uehara Shime's words just now were actually spoken with the determination to die. After all, no matter how smart you are still too young. There are many things that cannot be truly understood without personal experience. Especially when faced with life and death decisions, even some veteran ninjas cannot do so lightly. Tsunade originally planned to force down the brat Uehara Shime and bridge the gap between the two. In an instant, I felt extremely flustered. She threw Uehara Shime away casually, then stepped on the bathtub in front of her and the floor of the entire room into a big pit, turned around and disappeared. P.S. Author's words. The prefix is too long when written like original Ninja World XXX, which makes it look uncomfortable and seems like the word count is inflated. If there is no prefix in the future, it will default to the current Ninja World, and the original Ninja World will only be labeled with the word original. For example, Ninja World Jiraiya Jiraiya. Original Ninja World Jiraiya Original Jiraiya. Chapter 022 A different name of Sunan. Not long after Tsunade left, a snake man with long, silky black hair and skin so white that it was almost oozing, slowly emerged from the darkness with a fiery gaze. "This is our core technology, Mr. Orochimaru. Uehara-kun, you guessed wrong this time. Even if Jiraiya doesn't agree with you, he will not kill you, but will choose a fair duel with you. He will even give you some help. He is such a tangled and hesitant character. But I'm surprisingly interested in you. If you don't want to become Jiraiya's disciple, then come to me. I have everything you want here, and I won't give you anything you don't want." Orochimaru's long tongue swirled around his chin. The blazing eyes, perverted expression, and weird posture almost seemed to choose someone to devour. But Uehara Shime didn't take it seriously and instead smiled lightly. For him, Sunan is a target, and it doesn't matter whose disciple he chooses. What matters is how to establish and deepen the bond. Jiraiya is already confident. In the past 2 years, Jiraiya has been observing him, but he has been strengthening Jiraiya's confidence. Those debates were not the end, or even the beginning of the end, but the end of the beginning. I won this war from the beginning. Tsunade was impatient. Doing too many redundant things before her body grew up would not only be ineffective, but would also be annoying. He knew the other party's character well and had a rough plan. Now, all that's left is Orochimaru. Yahiraji shook his head gently and said, "Uncle Snake, I will not accept you as my teacher. If possible, I will become a Taoist friend. Although the truth is often in the hands of a few people. But on the road to pursuing the truth, if you always walk alone, it would be too lonely sometimes, wouldn't it? Fellow Taoist?" Orochimaru was slightly startled, never expecting to hear such a novel word. He smacked his lips, thought for a moment, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Not only did he not feel angry at all because Uehara Shime put himself on the same footing as him, but he felt sincerely happy. That's right, it's fellow Taoist. Friends who seek the way. At this moment, he has not completely given up his emotions. The thing that I yearn for and long for most in my heart is suddenly recognized by others. Coupled with the blessing of the strongest genjutsu and Mustache's speech ability, even though he is as determined as Uncle Snake, he can't help but feel touched. Inexplicably, I started to look forward to it. even if the other party is just a 9-year-old child. Goodbye then, my fellow Taoist. If Jiraiya really wants to kill you, I will stop him. Seeing Orochimaru slowly disappearing from the screen, countless netizens immediately started discussing it heatedly. Except for a few people who were aware of the incident, everyone was deeply surprised that things had developed to this extent. No one could have imagined that this pair of model masters and apprentices would break up at the very beginning and turn their swords against each other. Especially in the current ninja world. In view of the fact that a certain person shamelessly often brags about his identity as the teacher of the Child of Destiny, he even once placed it in front of the most proud identity of Mount Meiboku Sage. In this version of the story, Shimei Uehara admired him so much when he was a child that he would go to his home every day, hoping to become his teacher. Therefore, in everyone's impression, at least in the early days, Jiraiya gave Uehara Shimei great help. I never expected that this would be such a situation. Someone tried to recruit a disciple, but was stabbed severely. It's not that simple to accept me as your disciple. Now it seems that it is indeed not simple. Oppose or even give up your own way of tolerance, and instead believe in others. For a strong man who has a strong will and regards implementing the belief of tolerance as his lifelong mission, this is undoubtedly more uncomfortable than killing him. Almost everyone is looking forward to what will happen next and how things will be resolved in the end. However, the picture scroll is broken. This is a comparison video of Senju Tsunade. This short section appears because this part was very important to Tsunade in the past and can form a causal relationship with subsequent changes. Next, for the part where Tsunade does not appear, we probably have to wait for Jiraiya's comparison video to get a chance to get a glimpse. Ever since, amidst countless people's boos, curses, and constant questions about the person involved, the scene directly entered the next stage. Author's note: this plot is a bit delayed, so get over it as soon as possible. Moreover, I can't write everything in one go, I have to leave some content for the comparison video later. In the 35th year of Konoha, the Second Ninja War broke out. Like the original Ninja World, Danzo Shimura got nothing out of his mischief in the Land of Rain except a series of defeats and a demigod with an even greater reputation. Not only was he seriously injured, but the frontline ninja troops also suffered heavy losses, and their morale dropped to freezing point. In times of crisis, 3 highly anticipated Hokage disciples were ordered to reinforce and take over the battlefield. In the video, Tsunade set up a medical camp to treat injured and disabled ninjas. Orochimaru took over the command, abolished wrong policies and won people's hearts. Jiraiya personally sneaked into the Land of Rain to investigate intelligence. The future Sunin gradually began to stand out, and each one showed extraordinary talents. In addition, their disciples, Uehara Shimei, Uchiha Mikoto, Naoki, as well as Namikaze Minato, Yakushi Nono, Hyaga Hisashi from Jiraiya class. They also showed off the strength of their new talents, with impressive results coming from time to time. Among them, Uehara Shimei and Namikaze Minato, because of their superb teleportation technique and acquired blood succession limited light escape, an ability that can release golden bright rays. They are also known as Golden Flash and Yellow Flash respectively, and are also called the Golden Combination. Only less than a month, the Konoha ninjas went from being numb and lifeless at the beginning to becoming active and high-spirited again. However, although Shimei Uehara is a genius, he still has little influence on the general situation at this moment. Just like the original Ninja World, Orochimaru finally separated Hanzo and the Rain Country Ninja Army on 2 battlefields through a skillful move that caused the tiger to leave the mountain. While Shimei Uehara led his troops to suppress the ordinary rain shinobi, they also resolutely embarked on the road to prevent Hanzo, the demigod, from returning to aid and win the name of Sunin. It rains heavily. It rains heavily. The sky is constantly venting terrifying water. The endless rainwater has accumulated a thick layer before it even has time to flow away after falling to the ground. Even at high places, ankles and even calves can be submerged when a person stands on the ground. The mouth of the drainage channel is even more like a waterfall, with the sound of water gushing endlessly. The low-lying areas were completely submerged, and there was only a patch of land as far as the eye could see. And in such a place that is extremely familiar to the audience, history seems to be repeating itself. Hey, old man with a snorkel, let me, Tsunade teach you whether your name as a demigod is worthy of it. In the picture, Tsunade stands above the giant Katsuyu sage. With his arms folded in front of his chest, his chin raised high, his face was filled with excitement and eagerness to try. He looked so proud. Next to her were Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who also had giant psychic beasts. They each summoned their vehicles and stood proudly on them. Their aura was quite impressive. Especially Jiraiya, who has always liked playing harp, he couldn't hold it in at first sight. Although Orochimaru is calm. But when I think about being able to fight against a strong person of this level and confirm what I have learned in the past, I can't help but feel excited. Facing Tsunade's provocation, Hanzo just smiled contemptuously. Almost in the next second, a person suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. He swung the huge chain sickle hard and launched the attack first. As a strong man who survived the war-torn Warring States period and the terrifying period when the two heroes of the ninja world were in control, Hanzo is very confident in himself. Ninjas who have not experienced that era can never imagine the horror of that era. Strong men are like clouds, killing all over the land. Having experienced that kind of atmosphere, he has always been very indifferent to the delicate flowers growing in these greenhouses. That Shimura Danzo boasted so much that he was just like that in the fight, and he was seriously injured after a few hits. As a strong person in the teleportation technique, surprise attack is the most common and fiercest tactic. This blow seems ordinary, but it condenses all the strength of oneself. As long as you can take the lead in severely injuring one of them, the rest of the battle will become much easier. Because of the comparison video of the original Tsunade. At this moment, all the spectators in the two ninja worlds knew that this old man with an unattractive appearance was actually a super strong man who had almost reached the peak of the cage level. Especially his superb water teleportation, in an environment like the Kingdom of Rain, he is simply elusive. After they saw young Sunin confronting him again, they couldn't help but feel worried. Brush! Hanzo's huge special sickle slid through the air. It condensed all the power of a peak shadow level expert and brought such terrifying speed that the sickle seemed to have broken through the space and appeared directly in front of him. If it weren't for the close-up of the video, more than 99% of the viewers wouldn't even be able to see this attack. However, in the next moment, when the scythe passed by at high speed, Tsunade was still unscathed, and even her clothes were not damaged at all. He just moved his body back a little, and exclaimed with some lingering fear. Damn, it's so fast. The word FK was invented by Shimei Uehara because it expresses some special contexts too vividly and vividly. Soon the radiation from the ninja school spread throughout Konoha. Also following her F***CK cry. Opposite me, Hanzo's old face suddenly sank deeply. His eyes were no longer as relaxed as before, and became extremely serious. Raid is his specialty, not to mention the first strike against an opponent who has never fought against him before. In order to make the surprise attack more sudden, in order to maximize the opponent's contempt and lack of understanding of oneself, he gathered all his strength. However, the attack failed. This means that his most terrifying and fierce speed will not be a trouble to the other party. This battle may be on the line. Not only Hanzo, but also the audience who were on tenterhooks a second ago were also surprised. It's different from the last video. Tsunade actually dodged this blow. What happened just now? Tsunade-sama seemed to have been pushed out of thin air, and she escaped inexplicably. I know, it's Lord Hokage's dance technique. By condensing chakra on the body surface and exploding in a specific direction, you can use force out of thin air. The response speed is much faster than mobilizing muscles to exert force. As long as the nerves react, it is equivalent to escaping. Moreover, if one's physique is strong enough, the absolute speed of a short burst will be beyond normal. It must have been invented not long ago at this time, but I didn't expect Tsunade-sama to learn it so early. Bikjutsu, that was the early signature of 4th generation. It was also flying ninjutsu. It's because of this that he is known as the Golden Flash. No wonder. Although Hanzo is strong, he is still far behind the 4th generation's taijutsu. With the 4th generation's taijutsu, I personally feel that this is a sure thing. Although Uehara-kun is not here, his skills are still showing off. I couldn't bear to watch it just now. After all, the battle in that world was too brutal. Now I'm suddenly looking forward to it. As the teacher of 4th generation, Jiraiya must have some good things, right? Also in between audience discussions, Jiraiya actually laughed and jumped forward, taking the initiative to rush towards Hanzo with a single step. The audience who watched this action were immediately frightened and dumbfounded. To describe their mood in one sentence, it would be "Holy shit, what are you going to do?" Jiraiya laughed, his face full of embarrassment, like a child who suddenly got a favorite toy and couldn't wait to show it off to his companions. As he rushed forward, the character in seal script suddenly appeared on his face. The faint orange-red light exudes an aura of terror far beyond ordinary times. It was an early version of Immortal Rune. Haha, look at me. Sage Art Fire Style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. 3 giant flame dragons with unusual colors were divided into 3 directions, left, right and front, and they attacked Hanzo rapidly. Almost all escape routes were blocked. This technique is an A-level attack ninjutsu developed by Jiraiya after improving the fire style's shortcomings of being slow and difficult to control. It is extremely powerful. After activating the Sage Jutsu Chakra, the speed and attack power are once again enhanced several times or even 10 times. At this moment, Hanzo's expression suddenly changed drastically. He immediately activated his proud instant body technique and escaped as fast as possible. However, even so, the body was inevitably stained with flames. The most critical thing is that his psychic beast, Sanjiayu, was completely enveloped in the sea of fire and only lasted for 2 seconds before being forced back to the psychic world. In the distance, Hanzo's figure slowly rose from the water. His mood sank deeply once again. Although there is only one blow, it means that the offense and defense of both sides have changed, and he cannot dominate this battle. This time Jiraiya took action. The audience in front of the scroll suddenly became even more shocked. Because he is too young at the moment. In the original timeline, it would take at least several years to master Sage Jutsu, but this world has actually been used in actual combat. Moreover, it seemed that he could still open it in seconds, which he had never done until his death. Not only Tsunade and Jiraiya. In the subsequent battle, Orochimaru also showed skills that were not available in another world. Sealing techniques. Once, Hanzo retreated in the face of a joint attack from 3 people. When he retreated to a certain place, countless sealing runes suddenly crawled out from under his feet, locking him in place. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his life might have been decided at this moment. Compared with the battle in the primitive world, the 3 people in the current ninja world are undoubtedly much more relaxed. There are only a few injuries and dangers, and they frequently push Hanzo into danger. The 2 sides fought fiercely for 10 minutes, and found that neither of them could do anything to their opponents. Hanzo said with a bitter look. There are not many people in the ninja world who are qualified to fight Hanzo, and there are even fewer people who can push me into danger. Since you can fight with me to this extent, I will respectfully call you Konoha-Sunin from now on. As Hanzo said these words, a huge amount of barrage instantly emerged. Although both are Sunin, the weight of the 2 Sunin names is completely different. One is that after defeat, the other party had to let go of their humiliation. The other one was sincerely honored by the strong man after defeating his opponent. The differences inside are too great, and the contrasts are too strong. In the video, Jiraiya looked like shit. Sunin? Just do it reluctantly. If it weren't for the fact that you are a demigod, I wouldn't want such an inferior name. Tsunade stood proudly above Katsuyu. Although she didn't speak, the raised corners of her mouth revealed her mood. Many top ninjas have their own names. Some of them were formed by themselves or their companions in the village after they got up and spread it everywhere, and eventually spread throughout the ninja world. Such as Dr. Ninjutsu. Some are the names given by the ninja world to their image after killing the enemy to the point of fear, such as Golden Flash and Shisui. There are also some who are extremely powerful people who stand at the top of the ninja world. When they praise someone, their name will begin to spread throughout the ninja world. Many names have come from the mouths of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Sunin Wyu is the latter, and using demigods as a stepping stone, the weight and meaning of this name will be extremely important. The battle against Hanzo was the beginning of Sunin's fame. When Hanzo personally admitted that Konoha's Sunin had power that was not inferior to his own, the entire ninja world began to spread their fame widely. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru seemed to suddenly burst into flames, and their reputations were greatly shocked. Even the enemies on the battlefield became much more respectful and cautious after meeting them than before. Although this kind of respect may be expressed in more powerful and decisive moves. After the crucial battle of Sunin's decisive battle with Hanzo, another place that was different from the original Tsunade soon appeared. That is, the plot of the death of Rope Tree has disappeared, and the video has directly entered the fast-forward stage. A large number of fragmented short films, as well as monotonous scenes with only pictures, make up the comparison video of the next few minutes. Tsunade used her reputation to scare off enemy ninjas. Tsunade guided Uehara Shime to practice steel boxing and medical ninjutsu. Tsunade's blaster Jiraiya. Tsunade got drunk and took advantage of Shime Uehara. Tsunade was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the battlefield in the Kingdom of Wind. Tsunade beats up Choebas. Tsunade commanded the ninja army to a great victory, and Tsunagakura led the troops to surrender. Tsunade returned to the village and was warmly welcomed by the villagers of Konoha. Tsunade was fed new dishes by someone. Rumors suddenly spread in the village. As a result, someone directly killed Uchiha and snatched Mikoto back. Countless people were shocked, but Tsunade looked unhappy. Time is lost rapidly in the video pieced together from these fragments. In the blink of an eye, it is the 44th year of Konoha, and the Third World War is about to break out. This year, Uehara Shiming turned 18 and officially became an adult. It was also this year that the famous Konoha White Fang, who had made great contributions during World War II, committed suicide due to criticism due to the failure of a mission. Authors note, after checking a lot of information, some said it was 44 years and some said 45 years. I can't figure it out and I'm too lazy to calculate. Just write whatever you want. Don't take it too seriously. If there is a mistake, it is the protagonist's butterfly effect. All other mistakes in the future will be based on this principle. Of course, in this world, because someone had premeditated it, he successfully prevented this tragedy at a critical moment. And using this as an excuse, he decisively entered the Hokage building, directly ending F4's brutal rule. When I was reading some Hokage fan fiction, Shime Uehara always had a big doubt in his mind. That means everyone knows that F4 is not a good dog. Especially Shimura Danzo, he is so angry that both humans and gods are angry, he can be said to be the one who can kill through fire. Stupid, bad, dirty, dishonest, and showy, he is the ultimate disgusting person. There are all kinds of novels about whitewashing, but there is no such thing as whitewashing, unless you have to dress like this and you can't help it. But each of these protagonists, or rather these authors, seems to have selectively forgotten this matter. Instead of making plans for Danzo in advance, he desperately tried to express Danzo's darkness and viciousness. The specific method was to make Danzo change his ways to deal with the protagonist. Knowing that he is not good, we try to find a way to deal with him in advance. With this kind of thing, why don't you offend me and I won't offend you? He has to kill you, he has to kill a few relatives first, and then he has to sacrifice his parents, daughters, and friends to heaven, and then he takes action with a look of grief and indignation. So damn sick. Shimei Uehara was not a good person to begin with. For him, like Minato, he is trying his best to show the will of fire and win the favor of the third generation, while at the same time spreading sunshine everywhere to win the support of others. Or it's similar to some books, where people plot to force F4 into the palace by exposing their evil deeds. These two options never appeared in his mind. Too much ink is not refreshing at all. I forgot it was that book. The protagonist replaced Namikaze Minato, cut off Kushina, invented Rei's Nan, and showed his presence in various ways. As soon as the operation was completed, F4 was waiting for him to make a big mistake in the 3 battles and be forced to take the blame and abdicate like the original. In the end, because the protagonist's performance was too eye-catching, Konoha did not suffer much major losses until the end of the war. Not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen not have to abdicate, but he was praised by thousands of people and his power became more stable. At that time, Shimei Uehara looked confused. There is another one that is even more f***ed up. The protagonist has opened a bunch of cheats, and the various descriptions are awesome. But no matter how much they were brainwashed, plotted, bullied, and robbed by F4, they just refused to lift the table. It is to hide it and wait until F4 has committed enough sins and mistakes before revealing it to everyone. He has 6 paths level strength. He almost died several times because of him. His girlfriend was caught and threatened. When he was extremely angry, he actually chose to cry to Sarutobi Hiruzen and beg Sarutobi Hiruzen to Shimura Danzo. Apply pressure. Uehara Shimei, who was deeply disgusted by similar plots. After roughly calculating the combat power of both sides, and feeling that the success was quite certain, I took action directly. And the reason why we waited until now to take action is not because the White Fang incident is a rare opportunity. It's purely because Minato's Flying Thunder God has just recently become a success, Dai can successfully open the 8 gates, and the 2 important trump cards are all in place. Of course, the White Fang incident is indeed a rare opportunity. If God does not take it, you will be blamed for it. Wang Yangming once said that by sitting quietly, you can defeat the thief of anxiety; by giving up, you can defeat the thief of desire; by practicing, you can defeat the thief of hesitation. If you defeat the 3 thieves, everything can be accomplished. Do you dare not listen to the words of the saint? Why are you hesitating at this time? What he didn't say. Just do it. What does it mean to be lawless? What does it mean to be rebellious in the back of the head? Laozi put both hands on his waist. Chapter 023 Hiruzen Sarutobi was killed and Tsunade Hime was furious. The next moment, Shimei Uehara came out of the Hokage building carrying Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. Almost everyone was stunned. On the scroll, many people were even discussing Jiraiya. As soon as this scene appeared, the whole world suddenly became quiet. The impact of this picture is really too impactful. In particular, there was still clear fear and disbelief on Sarutobi Hiruzen's deadpan expression. There is a strong contrast with someone with one hand in his pocket, a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and a relaxed posture and expression that does not care. The hearts of everyone watching were beating wildly. However, just 2 seconds later, the barrage that disappeared came back with a vengeance, and was more than 10 times more powerful than before. Awesome! There is no cover at all, brother. Why don't you put on a mask or something to disguise yourself? I don't know how to evaluate it at all. After thinking about it, it seems that it is just awesome. Excuse me for being uneducated. I can't think of any cool sentences. I can only shout F***ck. I think he did the right thing. This is the right thing to do when you encounter such a disgusting thing. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen, but this is, forget it, you are awesome. I really want to know what the other people in Konoha were feeling at that time. Is this the legendary child of destiny? I saw him, I was afraid of him, and I fell in love with him. Original Uchiha Madara, undead. Ha 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 ha, that's how it should be. Well done, Shime Uehara, I approve of you. Original Namikaze Minato, undead. It's still a bit too impatient. Once this kind of thing is not handled properly, it will cause huge turmoil, and even a world war will not be unexpected. Original Senju Tobirama, undead. No, 4th generation, you are wrong. The more times this happens, the more urgent it is to cut through the mess quickly. Either don't even have similar thoughts, or do it simply and neatly, without the slightest hesitation. Too much planning and calculation, once the other party is aware of it, may directly evolve into an internal war in which both sides are evenly matched, and the losses will be even greater. Shime Uehara seems simple, crude, and brainless, but in fact he has seen through everything and is sure of victory. Ninja World Namikaze Minato. Things are kept secret and words are used to reveal the truth. Lord Hokage indeed said this at that time. Ninja World Hitaki Shijisaku. I was really shocked at first, but if you think about it carefully, it is indeed something he would do. Original Ninja World. Outside the root base, the ninja army has been assembled and Tsunade is preparing to order an attack. Looking at Uehara shimming in the scroll with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a human head, his movements involuntarily stopped for a moment. Even though she is known for her boldness and fierce temperament, he couldn't help but widen his eyes full of astonishment. I know Uehara Shime is tough, but is it a bit too much to be tough to this extent? Isn't this totally a gangster? After a moment of shock, he couldn't help but murmured. Is this the man? If it were before, she would definitely be furious when she saw this scene. He killed his teacher and committed such a heinous act. But he still looked like he didn't care at all. But at this moment, with her bold personality, she had no choice but to suffer in the position of Hokage for 3 whole years. Looking at this scene again, I just felt that something indescribable was about to burst out. I just feel that this is the strong one, this is the Hokage, what do you think you are doing? A Denzo has been delayed until now. Sure enough, you have to throw away when comparing goods, and you have to die when comparing people. This is the gap. To Hades. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, after seeing this scene. Although he was frightened and angry, he also had an inexplicable feeling of this person is so proud. I have seen too many murderers. There are many people who can kill famous and powerful people. But someone like Uehara Shime, facing a person as powerful and unfathomable as Hokage, could actually take action without hesitation. And it was done openly without any cover-up. After using my hands, I can still express my feelings so easily. He was neither excited nor frightened at all, just like a normal person. It's like picking a wild flower casually on the roadside. This level of psychological quality is extremely rare among ninjas. But someone said to the left a prince, a general, and a prime minister, it would be better to have a species, to the right a man was born in heaven and earth, how can he live in depression for a long time? It was quite satisfying for me. But the problem was that a fire broke out in the backyard. Among them, Tsunade, the most ferocious shark, simply quit. As mentioned before, unlike Jiraiya or Orochimaru, who have different pursuits, Tsunade is a very emotional person. For the sake of his interests and pursuits, Orochimaru can abandon all useless burdens, even gender and human emotions. As for Jiraiya, although hesitant by nature, if someone else makes a decision for him, he will go with it as long as there is a reasonable reason. Just like in the original work, the disciple died in battle, and his best friend Orochimaru was tricked into defecting. He still did not choose revenge, but just left Konoha. Only Tsunade, this woman didn't talk about any principles. She came and went with just one sentence: Uehara killed her teacher. Looking at the video, Tsunade went after Shime Uehara all over Konoha, causing the entire Konoha to collapse. However, Uehara Shiming couldn't fight back too hard, so he could only evade everywhere in embarrassment, which made many people laugh heartily. Faced with such a huge contrast, the barrage turned into a sea of joy almost instantly. The scene that everyone was most looking forward to finally appeared. In particular, some ninjas who experienced this incident personally, and a certain pervy sage who did not want to be named, joked that it was a positive thing. What the hell is this funny plot? Uehara Shime, where is your domineering power? Ha ha ha, Shiming Uehara, you have today too. I don't know why, but my mood suddenly became better. Tsunade sister, that's it. Use more strength and beat him hard. It's a pity, I can't beat him now. Everyone laughed, jumped up and down, and were extremely proud and arrogant. I was so excited that I felt like I had won 5 million in a random lottery ticket. It is true that the contrast between someone's usual arrogance and his constant weakness at this moment is too strong. Just 4 words, I love hearing about it. Even many people in the original ninja world watched it with gusto. As the most famous ninja in the world, Tsunade chased him all over Konoha. This is probably one of the few dark histories of Shime Uehara. I have just finished F4, and I will soon be promoted to Hokage, becoming a violent leader of one of the 5 major mobile weapons dealers in the ninja world, and completing an important life stage. It is the time when you are full of energy and contentment. As a result, as soon as he stepped out, he was hit by a Konoha steel punch and flew hundreds of meters away. To be honest, the gap reduction is a little big. The beauty's fist is also a fist. If you accidentally hit it, it will be very painful. However, this incident has successfully aroused the curiosity of netizens once again. How did Uehara Shime defeat Tsunade in the end? Everyone has basically heard of this person's temperament. He hates evil as much as he hates it, and he is as violent as fire. Especially when he was young and had not yet suffered any setbacks, his eyes could not tolerate the slightest bit of sand. Not that easy to fool. He killed the other person's teacher and took the position of Hokage. In the end, he married the other person and gave birth to 6 children. Almost everyone felt as if their hearts were being scratched by 100 claws, and they were extremely curious. If you put it in a novel, this thing is called anticipation, and it has already exploded. Chapter 024 gives Ayazai a little shock from another world. At the entrance of the Hokage building, what happened immediately after Tsunade punched Shime Uehara in anger was not shown in the scroll. Many people who wanted to continue watching their Hokage-sama get beaten suddenly felt regretful, angry, and jumpy. The screen flashed. I don't know what happened, but Tsunade was no longer so angry. Although he still had a bad look on his face and his eyes seemed to be burning with anger, at least he no longer used strange power punches and painful kicks at all times and could communicate normally. If you don't have a reasonable and convincing explanation, I promise to smash your head. Yes, you are the most powerful. Tsunade said harsh words awkwardly, and Uehara Shime also explained perfunctorily. Not long after, the two came to the door of a secret room. This secret room is obviously extraordinary. Not only is the entire body made of precious alloys, shining with a bright metallic luster, rows of huge rivets are deeply embedded in it. The metal turntable used to open the portal alone is as big as an adult's open arms. Just looking at it gives people a strong sense of heaviness. Moreover, the surface is covered with dense sealing runes, which light up or go out from time to time. Judging from the rough structure of some spells, warning, detection, enemy defense and even self-destruction are all available. This is just the appearance, no one knows how many arrangements there are inside. This solemn imitation of a bank vault door seems to protect some extremely rare treasure inside. The moment they saw such a scene, everyone almost unanimously became serious. Including Tsunade, who is still angry. It also includes Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Hitaki Shijisaku, Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and others who are waiting outside the door at this moment. It also includes countless netizens who have seen this level of secret room for the first time. Many people even held their breath involuntarily. Outside the secret room door, Uehara Shiming made several handprints one after another. After the sealing runes dissipated, he turned the metal turntable on the door with force. Click click click. The sound of heavy gear collision and metal friction lasted for 2 or 3 minutes before finally there was a loud bang and the last process was declared complete. However, Shimei Uehara did not open the door immediately. Instead, he turned around and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he took out a straight-edged long knife with sharp cold light from the seal scroll, and placed it across his knees. He stared deeply at it and said in a deep tone, "This sword is called Tenbyulu. It is one of the legendary Kusanagi swords. It is 3 feet and 5 inches long and has a net weight of 17 pounds and 6 taels. It has short hair and can cut iron like clay. It is the most powerful weapon in the world. Behind the door lies my most important secret to date. When you come out, either use it to chop off my head and eliminate the trouble once and for all for the village you want to protect. Or, become my comrade and accompany me to pursue a better future. Now, you can go in." The candle flame flickered on and off, illuminating Uehara Shiming's face, which alternated between dark and bright. The atmosphere became a little solemn for a while. Even Tsunade, who was the most annoyed, didn't expect that he would say such decisive words. Just like back then, on the eve of becoming Jiraiya's apprentice, the two of them were at odds with each other. The expressions of the rest of the people changed drastically. They were shocked, surprised, anxious, panicked, confused, and so on. Mikoto and Minato rushed over to persuade. But Shimei Uehara kept his eyes closed, completely unmoved except for a line of tears falling down his face. "Just come in, no one is afraid of whom." Tsunade habitually said harsh words again. But what she didn't even notice was that her tone was much softer than before. The choosy look in his eyes disappeared, and what appeared instead was a hint of panic. "Although I wish I could punch this BCH to pieces. But after more than 10 years of getting along. So many wonderful ideas, so many delicacies, so many heroic words, so much, so much. The two have long been completely inseparable. If Shiming Uehara is really going to die, she may never be able to let go and forgive herself." Following Tsunade's movements, the thick metal door was opened little by little. And the scene in the secret room was finally revealed to everyone. Unexpectedly, there was no gold jewelry, or even all kinds of weird and rare things that I imagined. There is only a desk, a pile of scrolls, and a few couplets and banners hanging on the wall to show ambitions. But it's these couplets and banners. At the moment of seeing it, almost everyone's brains immediately went into shutdown. Almost everyone, with a deep shock on their faces. Because, any sentence above or even every word, after careful selection and writing, it is full of someone's mind. At the beginning of the Iraqi, Yenhara won a special ability called the Will of Fire. There are 3 specifically. One is the superb acting skills that are enough to touch the soul and shock the heart. The second is that through words, behaviors, performance, etc., when it arouses the emotional fluctuations of others, it can emit a kind of power similar to being confusing others. The effect makes it easier for others to trust the protagonist, and all the actions of the protagonist are more likely to leave a deep impression on others. The third thing is that after establishing a bond, there are rewards that are systematically distributed based on the degree of the bond. This ability seems extremely powerful, but in fact it has limitations. Especially the second one, the protagonist's behavior is easier for others to believe, and it does not work at any time or in any way. If your behavior is too absurd and too ordinary, the progress of attracting people around you will be infinitely low. Infinitely slow. If it is too absurd, you will not be able to make others embody your performance and feelings. But if it is too ordinary, it will not be able to cause emotional fluctuations and will not be effective. In other words, if you are a complete lunatic, or an ordinary person with nothing special at all, it will be difficult to deepen the bond between you and the target, and the rewards based on the bond will be equivalent to non-existence. After 10 years of experimentation, Uehara Shime has mastered the scale between absurdity and ordinariness with extreme precision and subtlety. The contents of these banners and scrolls are just stuck to the extent that they have the greatest effect. Establish a mind for heaven and earth. Establish a destiny for the living and the people, carry forward the unique teachings of the past saints, and create peace for all generations. The 4 lines of Henkwu, which are explosive in style, are said to be must-copy when crossing. The sky moves vigorously, a gentleman strives to constantly strive for self-improvement, the terrain is prosperous, and a gentleman carries things with great virtue. Among the 3 great wonders of ancient Daxia, the I Ching is called the first of the group of classics by Confucianists and has the origin of thousands of ways. Among them, it is the most well-known and praised classic statement. Someone copied a lot of things like this and posted them all on the wall. Some sharp-eyed people also saw the titles of some scrolls on the table. Productivity and production relations, power and fist. A spark can start a prairie fire, great unification, principles of economics. Due to the author's standard, the Hokage world is inherently lacking in culture, with countless single-line creatures. These are the highest crystallization of Hyuxia civilization for thousands of years. To them, they are no more than kings. In addition, Shime Uehara's calligraphy is even more extraordinary. Before time travel, due to the invasion of Western culture and the impetuous social atmosphere, many skills that required a lot of patience were constantly being lost, and there was an urgent need for a group of idle people with plenty of time, no distractions, and no worries about food and clothing to pass on. So, someone set their sights on the perfect place, prison. It is said that more than half of the jade carving masters in the country came from the prisons of a certain magic city, and they are also known as the Shanghai School. In addition, there are many intangible cultural heritage skills such as porcelain carving, lacquer painting, gu embroidery, paper cutting, velvet embroidery, cloth art, tie-dyeing, pujiang wheat straw clip art, etc. They are all passed down continuously and thrived. Back then, it took 7 years from the time he was captured to the time he went to the execution ground. A whole 7 years. I relive my senior year of high school almost every day, from waking up at 6 in the morning to blowing the trumpet at 10 in the evening, no matter if it's windy or raining, every day. Finally, regular script, running script, cursive script, seal script, official script, golden script, Jianghu style, pavilion style, printed style, various artistic styles. Wang Zizi, Yan Zhenqing, Zhao Menfu, Wu Changshuo, Yu Yuan, Wu Yangxuan, Lu Gongchuan. He absorbed the essence of all these people and even gradually developed his own writing habits. Proud and majestic, he naturally has a domineering air. Just by looking at these words, something seems to penetrate deep into my heart. The shock and impact brought by the superposition of the 3 can be imagined. The 2 ninja worlds and countless spectators fell silent for a moment. The barrages that had been active since the beginning of the comparison suddenly disappeared. Even Sage of 6 Paths, who has lived for thousands of years and has experienced a lot, couldn't help but lose consciousness at this moment. A huge shock that cannot be described in words. That is not the reverence generated by an individual when meeting another powerful, noble, and majestic individual. It is a backward, ignorant and unenlightened feudal civilization. The natural suppressive force when seeing an advanced, great, profound, vast and long-standing civilization that is completely different from my own. Every sentence, every word, and even every stroke is worth savoring. After tasting it, I even have the illusion that my soul has been sublimated and started to become different. The meaning contained in it makes many people's scalp numb and their whole body trembling. After a brief period of blank brain, almost everyone's heart began to beat violently for the first time. Strong shame and strong admiration are intertwined. The eyes of everyone looking at Shang Yuan Si Ming became particularly hot. It is a kind of fanatical belief that is willing to surrender one's life to the other party. This time, there were very few barrages on the scroll. Because many people simply can't find the right words to describe Uehara Shiming's great ideals, grand courage, and noble personality. Ninja World Senju Tobirama, Undead. Based on your discussion, I have raised my evaluation of Uehara Shiming as much as possible. Unexpectedly, when I faced the real him, I still found that I had underestimated him too much. Ninja World Namikaze Minato. Don't blame the second generation. There will probably be no existence like the fourth generation in 1,000 or even 10,000 years. In a sense, he is God. However, he is not an earthly god who has extraordinary power and can move mountains and fill seas as ordinary people think. Rather, it breaks new ground in thinking and illuminates the true God of faith in this world with unprecedented light. He is the guide of the times, the creator of the world, and our beacon and signpost. Ninja World Orochimaru. The ninja can only see himself, the shadow can see the village, and Uehara-kun is the one who can see the world clearly. Ninja World Uchiha Shisui. The teacher once said to me that there is only one great hero in the world, and that is the one who still loves the world after recognizing its truth. Ninja World Uchiha Itachi. Following such a Hokage-sama and using my own power to achieve world peace has always been what I am most proud of. Chapter 025 Uehara Shime's Awakening, Tsunade softens her heart. For Shime Uehara, Daxia is not a country or a race, but a civilization and a belief. Countless people with lofty ideals and countless classics of sages constitute its blood and bones. It flows in the genes and is engraved in the blood. It is the induction in the mind and the resonance deep in the soul. Not diminished by rebirth, not indifferent by time travel, it is already a part of oneself. Those great, profound, and insightful classic chapters that are as clear as a mirror. Even if you have read and experienced it countless times, every time you reappreciate it, it will still bring new shocks to your soul. Perhaps, these things would be acclimated to other worlds. After all, many things require a certain cultural background or foundation in certain aspects in order to understand their true meaning. But there is the strongest genjutsu called the will of fire. As long as they are a little exciting, as long as they are truly extraordinary and memorable, these people will be addicted to them. The meaning and content contained in these Hyuxia classics, the unique charm of the sentences, coupled with the display and amplification of top-notch calligraphy. There is no doubt that it is enough to make all viewers unconsciously indulge in it, unable to extricate themselves, and have endless aftertaste. And as long as we can understand their true meaning. For the culturally poor ninja world, you can imagine the huge shock that arises from the depths of your soul when you are like a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing the vastness of the world and Yamato for the first time. More importantly, the strongest genjutsu of the will of fire has a more obvious effect when a person's emotions are more intense. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just been killed, and everyone was obviously not at peace. Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Shichisaku, Nara Shikaku, Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina. All of them seemed to be frozen, staying in place and unable to move. Tsunade is no exception. Almost in an instant, his head went completely blank, all thoughts disappeared, only a humble feeling of worshipping something extremely sacred and holy. This is a very strange feeling, as if you have to be careful about what you think in your heart, lest you blaspheme something. It took a long time before I finally came back to my senses. I began to observe each work carefully. Establish a mind for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the living and the people, carry forward the unique teachings of the past saints, and create peace for all generations. The road is long and far away, I will search up and down. The sky moves vigorously, a gentleman strives to constantly strive for self-improvement, the terrain is prosperous, and a gentleman carries things with great virtue. Send may fly in the heavens and the earth, one of the sea, the sorrowful life must be, the endlessness of the heavens and the earth. The artistic conception contained in each sentence is lofty and profound, the momentum is majestic, and the philosophy is clear and profound. Especially the greatness of ideals and the complete sincerity revealed in it made her heart broken involuntarily. It was hard to imagine that this could be written by the child who she thought was naughty in the past. I don't know how much time passed when I saw other people flipping through the scrolls on the desk. And their expressions were often obsessed, shocked, or even more exaggerated. Tsunade also chose one from them. It contains a short article. The handwriting is extremely sloppy, like a random draft. The fish is what I want, and the bear's paw is also what I want. You cannot have both, and you would give up the fish and take the bear's paw. I like to eat fish, and I also like to eat bear paws. If I can't eat both, I will give up the fish and eat the bear paws. Life is what I want, and righteousness is also what I want. You cannot have both, and you have to sacrifice life for righteousness. Life is what I want to have, and justice is what I want to have. If I cannot have both, I will give up life and insist on justice. Life is what I want, and what I want is more than life, so I don't want to get it just because I want it. Life is what I want to have, but there is something I want to have more than life, so I am not willing to live in an ignoble way. Death is also what I hate, and what I hate is even worse than the dead, so I cannot cure my suffering. Death is what I hate, but there is something I hate more than death, so I am not willing to avoid certain disasters just because I hate death. If there is nothing more that people want than life, then why not use anything that can lead to life? If there is nothing more people want to have than life, then as long as they can survive, what can't they do? If there is nothing more evil that can be done to a person than the dead, then why not do whatever can be done to ward off the sick? If there is nothing more disgusting than death, then as long as you can avoid the disaster of death, what can't you do? Because of this, there are things that are not used, and because of this, problems can be avoided, but there are things that cannot be done. But there are also some people who can have life by doing this, but they don't do it. They can avoid the disaster of death by doing this, but don't do it. Therefore, what you want is more than the living, and what you want to hate is more than the dead. Not only sages have this intention, but everyone has it. A sage can avoid losing his ears. It can be seen from this that there are indeed things that people want to have more than life, and there are indeed things that people hate more than death. This quality is not only possessed by wise people, but everyone has it, but wise people can keep it without losing it. Every word that exists in this secret room has been carefully prepared by someone. There are many things and contents that can be associated with him with just a slight extension. Maybe it was something he had done before. Perhaps, it was a bold statement that had been let go. Tsunade immediately recalled the brief conflict that had occurred between the two before Uehara Shiming became Jiraiya's apprentice. At that time, Shime Uehara once said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-sama, what we are pursuing is a great cause that has never been seen before. It is to open up the world and lay the foundation for the future. On this gambling table, life is just the cheapest thing. So, next time you come, please be aware enough." Thinking of the determination between the two of them at that time. Looking at the scroll in her hand, Tsunade couldn't help but fell silent. After a long while, he secretly said in his heart, "You can't have both fish and bear's paws, so you have to give up the fish and take the bear's paws. Teacher's tolerance and your ideal cannot have both, so you can only sacrifice your life for righteousness. Is this your capacity and awareness?" And Jiraiya, when he heard the news of his teacher's death yesterday, he didn't even have the slightest surprise. So, from that day on, you have probably expected this day, right? Establish a mind for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the living people, carry forward the unique teachings of the past saints, and create peace for all generations. I hope you can really do it, otherwise, I, Tsunadeheim, am not someone to be trifled with. I don't know how much time passed, and the people in the secret room walked out one by one. Outside the door, Uehara Shiming's voice also rang at the right time. The most precious thing for a person is life, and everyone has only one life. But people will eventually die. This is the law of the universe, and even saints cannot escape it. No matter how strong the power, how high the status, no matter how great the thought, no matter how strong the will, no matter the man or woman, no matter the country, no matter the race. Eventually it will turn into a pile of loess and dissipate with the wind. When I understood this, I realized what I really wanted, which was to pursue the value of life and the brilliance of death. Because the death of the physical body is unstoppable, but the career you create may be passed down forever. I hope that one day, when I look back on my past and recall the past, I will not feel regret for wasting my years, nor will I feel ashamed for doing nothing. On my deathbed, I can proudly say, my whole life and all my energy have been dedicated to the most magnificent and greatest cause in the world, the struggle for the liberation of mankind and the progress of society and civilization. This is my ambition. Now you can tell me your answer, whether to chop off my head or follow me to pursue that unreachable dream. Uehara Shiming's voice was very calm, without any ripples. But at this moment, everyone watching the comparison video on the scroll couldn't help but feel a strong worry in their hearts. Even though I know that Uehara Shime eventually became Hokage, he is still alive and well to this day. Although I know that he has created many unprecedented feats and is recognized by everyone. But just like reading a novel, in almost all works, the protagonist succeeds in the end without exception, but your mood will still fluctuate with the ups and downs of the plot. And facing a protagonist like Uehara Shime who is perfect and even completely beyond imagination. As long as there is even a little bit of trouble in the plot, strong empathy will emerge in their hearts. The kind that was even more excited than Uehara Shime himself. Fortunately, their worries were completely unnecessary. Chapter 026 A new bond is established. Uehara Shiming feels so happy. As soon as Uehara Shiming finished speaking, there was a thump and a figure couldn't wait to fall to the ground. He shouted in a voice that was almost trembling with excitement. Konoha Janin Nami Feng Minato, see Hokage-sama, and I am willing to follow you from now on and never regret it. As Shime Uehara's classmate, friend, and best friend, he is one of the few loyal subordinates whose bond has reached 100% a long time ago. He had already been prepared to offer advice at the critical moment. But at this moment, every move, every sentence, every word, all come from the heart and come out spontaneously. There is no reluctance or deliberateness at all. After seeing such majestic and magnificent thoughts and aspirations, it is difficult for even a complete stranger to remain indifferent, let alone him. And as Namikaze Minato's voice fell, several other voices sounded almost at the same time. Hitaki Mashuo, willing to follow. Before entering this secret room, Konoha White Fang was still walking like a zombie and had lost his soul. At this moment, it seemed like a sharp blade unsheathed, so sharp that it was impossible to look directly at it. This true believer in the will of fire, who wanted to collapse because he was betrayed and abandoned by the top management, recast his faith and became stronger than before. As a teacher, it is natural to support the ideals of your disciples. I, Jiraiya, recognize you as the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with crystal tears. To him, nothing was more gratifying than seeing the real hope of peace. All words and sentences cannot describe the joy I feel at this moment. The decision to risk his life and his ability to endure was indeed cruel, but fortunately, he made the right bet. As a disciple, it is natural to support the teacher's ideals. Hitaki Kakashi will follow him to the death. The little carrot head, who has not yet graduated from the ninja school, has been staring at his father. After seeing White Fang start to shine again, he also followed suit and looked cool. Uehara-kun, you are far more generous than I thought before. As a fellow Taoist, I also want to witness what a truly immortal career looks like. Looking forward to your future, dear fourth generation. As one of the few wise men who have not been completely brainwashed, and who have some awareness of someone's plot. Not only did Orochimaru have no intention of exposing it, but he took the initiative to add fuel to the fire with great interest. After Sarutobi Hiruzen was imprisoned, the bet made by this former Hokage disciple who was most likely to succeed the Hokage really strengthened the confidence of many people. Ha ha ha, this is the true passion of youth. I have found a new direction of struggle, which is to unleash all my will and passion for Lord Hokage. Matt Dai's eyes were filled with tears, and his expression was extremely excited. As more and more people join in, some even though they were not very optimistic in their hearts or were still dissatisfied with Uehara Shiming's killing of third generation, they had no choice but to kneel down in line with the current situation. Not only because everyone who comes here has already established a certain degree of bond with Uehara Shiming. All it takes to truly surrender is just a reason. It was also because the people gathered outside this secret room, plus the forces they represented behind them, almost encompassed more than 70% of the power of Konoha. To be recognized by so many people, it is almost self-evident who Konoha will be in the future. It can be said that those who are not smart will be fooled directly, while those who are smart will not make themselves unhappy. Everything had been settled long before they entered the secret room behind them. And watching everyone except a certain Tsundere monster, convinced and surrendered to Uehara Shiming. On the scroll, the barrage instantly ushered in a spectacular climax. Although this is Tsunade's comparison video, someone who appears too frequently has become the real protagonist. The two countless spectators in the ninja world were like reading a wonderful novel. From Uehara Mitsukoji's analysis of the prophecy of the Mount Maiboku Great Toad Sage to his own understanding of peace and the path to achieving it. At this moment, he is recognized by everyone and is about to become the fourth Hokage that everyone is paying attention to. He has officially begun to influence and lead the world. It can be said that the pace is brisk, the highlights are dense, and the plot is full of climaxes. The key point is that it is also thought-provoking and gave them a huge shock. As the plot twists and turns and progresses, they have completely immersed themselves in it. I feel sad because of Uehara Shiming's sadness, and I feel happy because of Uehara Shiming's happiness. Now, when the first half of the story reached its climax and successfully ushered in a nearly perfect ending, everyone felt as if they had eaten a piece of cool iced watermelon in the dog days of summer, so refreshing that even their souls were trembling. Countless comments came rushing in an instant, squeezing the scroll several times larger. Among them, more than half of the people were praising Uehara Shiming, praising him in all directions without any blind spots. Occasionally, a few people expressed different opinions. Such as Ninja World Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ghost. This must be a conspiracy. It's impossible for him to gain recognition from so many people in such a short time. He must have planned it all along. It was soon drowned in countless drops of saliva. Well, the rest of the people are criticizing F4. The emotions are a bit agitated and the words are a bit disgusting. Netizens were overwhelmed by the climax of the plot. Current ninja world. Above the leaves. Uehara Shiming's mood was also quite beautiful. Because, in his mind, a series of system prompts were ringing. Congratulations host, you have successfully established a bond with the original ninja world Tsunade. The current bond degree is 20%, and you will be rewarded with a Super Sage Body Development degree plus 10%. Current Immortal Body Development, Super 75%. Sage level, Basic is first generation, Super is Sage of 6 paths, Ultimate is the ultimate evolution. Congratulations host, you have successfully established a bond with Uchiha Sasuke of the original ninja world. The current bond degree is 20%. You will be rewarded with Yin style advanced nature change, and the development degree of creating something out of nothing plus 5%. Current development degree of creating something out of nothing, 94%. Congratulations host, you have successfully established a bond with the original Ninja World Hitaki Kakashi. The current bond degree is 44%. Reward. Shakero limit plus 5 cards, 20% stage reward, lightning style special property change purple lightning, 40% stage reward. Current chakra total, upper limit 1234 cards. Purple lightning, lightning styles special properties change, strengthening lightning styles cutting ability. Listening to the news that came out one after another, Uehara Siming had to work hard not to laugh out loud on the spot. In order to be recognized by the system, that is, to generate a reward bond, the target person's potential evaluation must be at least A level or even above. After such a long time, he has almost completely fleeced all the wool in the ninja world, and there is nothing left to fleece. Ordinary moves can be improved through practice, but some special abilities are not even possessed by the ninja world and can only be obtained through system rewards. Although he has long been invincible in the ninja world, who would object to having higher strength? Besides, the threat of Satsuki is still there, and no one knows how powerful the legendary god Satsuki is, so it is definitely not the time to lie down. The appearance of this comparison video brought him a whole new ninja world, and he could establish 2 bonds with the same character. You don't even have to do it yourself. As the video plays, you can pretend to be cool and the bond will be automatically connected. This is so cool. Chapter 027 A goes up, Fierce A goes up to smash its disguise. His gaze returned to the painting again. After receiving affirmative responses from everyone, Uehara Siming put away the sword on his knees, slowly stood up, faced everyone, and a hearty smile appeared on his face. Even if it had been anticipated, even if it had been analyzed and calculated dozens of times beforehand, even if there were countless evens. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism in his heart. 13 years. From the time he accidentally met a genin named Might Die on the street to the moment he finally succeeded in becoming Hokage, 12 years had passed. Perhaps some people would think that Uehara Siming's idea of planning today's events started when Hitaki Mozaka was humiliated. Smarter people might guess that it started when he became Jiraiya's apprentice. But only he himself knew that it started with the successful establishment of the first bond. That year, he was only 5 years old. The word power is very simple when you say it simply, but it is also extremely complex when you say it simply. It is simple because its essence is nothing more than making others obey you. As long as you can successfully dominate another person, whether it is a person or a thing, you have power over it. But what is complicated is how to make others obey your control. Economic interests, moral principles, and ideal pursuits can all achieve this. Among them, righteousness represents the social nature of human beings, that is, the need for emotion and belonging. It is occupied by the current high-ranking officials, those who hold the title of Hokage, and represent the justice of the current stage. Economic interests represent human biological nature, that is, material and energy needs. Unfortunately, this important way and tool to maintain status is also firmly controlled by the current top leaders. Zhou Zuan said, "Only names and tools cannot be lent to others." Name refers to righteousness and status, also known as morality, which the ancients attached great importance to. The weapon refers to the sword, which represents strength. F4 has never heard of this sentence, but they definitely understand similar principles, which is why others cannot beat them. The only choice Uehara Siming had was the third point, the pursuit of his ideal. When people have satisfied their physiological needs, safety needs, emotional needs, and respect needs, the highest level of pursuit is the need for self-actualization. And this is exactly the worst thing that Sarutobi Hiruzen did. If his will of fire, which was full of loopholes, had been used in his previous life, it would probably only have been able to fool a few elementary school students, because the junior high school curriculum already had the basic secrets of dragon slaying. After realizing this, Uehara Siming knew his ideal in life, which is the hidden theme throughout the entire Hokage, world peace. Peace was never his goal but his tool. For 13 years, someone has been deliberately poaching people. The future famous strong men of Konoha, including some potential stocks with great potential but not yet truly demonstrated. Almost all of them were included in his range of options for establishing bonds. The previous generation includes Sunan, Hitaki Shijisaku, Maraboshi Kasuke, Might Dai, Uchiha 8th generation. The same age are Narashikaku, Akamichi Choza, Yamanaka Hai, Namikaze Minato, Hyaga Ayari, Yakushi Nono, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikato. The younger ones include Abare Maze Highway, Yi Kurane, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, etc. Although not everyone's bond has reached 100%, they are completely convinced of him. But at least, most people have a good impression of me. Unknowingly and quietly, Uehara Siming had already completed the strategic layout of surrounding the cities from the countryside. And when he has the rights to these important characters, in a sense, he is actually no different from the Hokage. Today, it is just a concentrated strengthening of everyone's bond, plus temporary realization. The next step is to take the real name and weapon into your own hands. However, before that, there is still a little trouble that needs to be dealt with first. Shimei Uehara moved his steps, his clogs making a crisp sound when they collided with the ground, and he arrived in front of the only person still standing in a few steps. Tsunade crossed her arms and looked sideways with an expression full of stubbornness. However, her attempt to show that she didn't care at all made someone extremely convinced that she cared. Question: what should I do when faced with a dead tsundere? Correct answer: go up A. No matter what, just go up A and smash her disguise. Tsunade: you neither kill me nor kneel to me, but why? My legs are on my body, and my hands are on my body. I won't kill or kneel down. What can you do to me? Humph! Tsunade said, with a hint of pride in the corner of her mouth. She admitted that she was impressed by Shimei Uehara's ambition. His strong personality charm made even her heart beat. The most important thing is, this guy has been subtly instilling in himself how incompetent and rubbish Sarutobi Hiruzen and his F4 are a long time ago. Although it was a bit sudden, it was not difficult to understand. However, considering that she was still shouting and killing with a face full of rage before, she bowed her head in an instant, which was really not in line with her Tsunade Heim's style. Besides, if she surrenders so easily, where is the face of the majestic Princess Konoha? Where is her dignity? Anyway, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to admit it, there is nothing he can do. You can't find a ninja from Yamanaka to read the memory, right? Yet. Uehara Shimei smiled faintly and made an action that made everyone's jaws drop. He leaned forward slightly and pressed directly on Tsunade's lips. With a light touch, he immediately pulled away without hesitation, leaving behind a figure running away in a hurry. Tsunade's proud expression froze in an instant, her beautiful eyes rounded up, and she was completely stunned. By the time he realized what had happened, the murderer had disappeared without a trace. FK. It's awesome. This is the 7th time today that I've said it's awesome. It's really awesome. Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death? I'm done with my studies. I'll try to find the one I like later. Lord Hokage, bless me. I hope she won't be too cruel. The following should be the scene that everyone likes to see the most, right? Haha. Uehara-kun, take care. Only when you are infinitely close to death can you truly understand the true meaning of life. Let's not talk about anything else. Master Hokage is definitely the most courageous person in history. Everyone has courage. He has a lot of courage. I would like to ask, does this really work? Why do I feel so cold on my back? The above is useful. I believe it will definitely be useful. What if I am not beaten to death by then? What if? Chapter 028 Tears? No, 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 this is a weapon. Shime Uehara's sudden movement not only shocked Tsunade, but also everyone else around him was stunned for a moment. No one expected that he would ignore martial ethics and conduct a sneak attack, and in this way, he would directly avoid everyone's waist. However, people like Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Shichisaku, Nara Shikaku. After reacting, they immediately looked at their nose, and heart, lowered their heads and studied the pattern on the floor under their feet. Uzumaki Kushina pouted, looking a little unhappy, but she didn't make a sound. After all, a certain person has never concealed his hobbies. After seeing it more and more, he will gradually get used to it and become immune. Only Jiraiya's eyes suddenly turned into white circles. While he stretched out one hand and pointed at the passage where Uehara Shiming disappeared, he couldn't help but tremble, and on the other hand, he opened his mouth wide and screamed strangely. Ah! The exaggerated expressions and movements make it difficult for people not to notice. However, the next moment he made a sound, his whole body suddenly rose into the air, and with a bang, he stuck to the wall behind him in the shape of a big letter, and then slowly slid to the ground and fainted. It's all your fault, you old pervert with a mind full of pornographic waste, for ruining the Uehara religion, hey! Tsunade's fists clenched loudly, and her expression became extremely unkind. It doesn't seem to be any different from usual. Only she herself knew how violent her heartbeat was at this moment. If chakra hadn't been used to suppress the abnormal reaction in his body, Xiaofei's cheeks would have turned rosy by now. On the side, when others heard Tsunade's voice, the corners of their mouths twitched crazily. Even on the barrage, there was some silence for a while. For someone like Shiming Uehara, who threatened to marry 20 wives at the age of 7, why did he need to be taught a bad lesson by others? Even many ninjas from other ninja villages are familiar with his famous name and romantic deeds. Although the ninja world is not completely monogamous, those who marry multiple wives are basically daimyo or nobles. This situation is extremely rare. Not only are excellent kunoichi rare, but very few people are willing to work with her. Also, as a tool and weapon, ninjas are all about restraining desires and practicing the way of ninja. Even food and drink must be restrained, let alone other bad habits. Even some ninja villages and organizations will deprive their genin of their self. Similar to Shime Uehara, who doesn't take the rules seriously at all and goes his own way, he is indeed a scorpion daddy, with his own share of poison. Also when the barrage was blasting poor Jiraiya, there was a transition on the screen and the video entered the next stage. In the early morning, when it was still dark, a sneaky figure suddenly slipped out of the main entrance of Konoha, and then started walking quickly. Not long after, seeing that they were far away from the detection range of the big barriers and patrol guards, Tsunade stopped running, released the transformation technique, and let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, his nervous expression changed to a carefree expression, and he began to walk leisurely and slowly in the forest. I was still in the mood to pick a wild flower on the roadside, hold it in front of my mouth and nose, and smell it. However, at this moment, I didn't know what I discovered, and my relaxed and content expression just now suddenly became stiff. I saw 2 figures, one large and one small, standing at the end of the road. The taller one had his hands in his trouser pockets, his back to Tsunade, and his handsome godlike robe was fluttering gently in the breeze. The 5 golden characters 4th Hokage on it are arrogant and domineering, full of strong Uehara characteristics. The shorter one was a little girl, holding a large package in her hand and looking around nervously. Coming, coming. After the little girl screamed, Shime Uehara turned around with a smile on his face. With a tap of his toes, he appeared in front of someone who was obviously very embarrassed but still wanted to act stubborn. I suddenly couldn't sleep. I just came out to get some fresh air. Tsunade said. It's okay. Uehara Shiming smiled faintly when he heard this, showing a completely different tenderness from usual. At this moment, he was like the rising sun, bringing comfortable warmth to people, but not dazzling or excessively hot at all. As he said this, he took the package from the little girl who caught up behind him and took out the items one by one. The black scroll records an S-class long-term investigation mission, with HOKAGE's seal and signature on it. When something happens, you can use this to dispatch and assign nearby Konoha ninjas. You can take a look when you have time, but if you don't have time, just don't have time. What is sealed in the white scroll is the flower wine I brewed myself. There are 3 types in total, 10 jars of each. Osmanthus wine has a soft taste, elegant and mellow aroma, and a long aftertaste, with a hint of sweetness. The temperature is not high, so when you are in a good mood, you can choose a place with a great view to enjoy it slowly. The rose wine is made from water from a cold spring, which has a chilly and murderous aura, but if you drink it, it will be like burning your body in flames. It is a combination of ice and fire. If you encounter something unpleasant, you will get drunk quickly. Peach blossom wine is somewhere between the two, sweet and fragrant, neither bland nor too strong. When the weather is hot, you can keep it ice cold and the cold wind will blow you away, or you can immerse the wine bottle in hot water and scald it before use. And this bracelet, I made it according to your preference, made of 12 special dice and a jade pendant. There are a large number of sealing runes engraved on the open side of the dice, each of which has a different function and can be activated by injecting chakra. As for this pendant, it is a sealed space. Although it is not large, it is enough to store some emergency items. It is also my symbol of the flying thunder god. I can sense it by wrapping it in chakra. I will always be there whenever I need it. This is the seasoning I developed. Save it if you use it outside. You can't buy it elsewhere. These are called high heels, and these are a special kind of pants, which I call stockings. There are also corresponding shorts and tops, which add up to a set. It's not of much use, I just think it will look good on you. I originally wanted to wait until your birthday to give it to you, but now it seems I can't wait. Uehara Shimei, like a treasured boy, took out more than 10 items from the package one after another. Tsunade's eyes flickered, and she hesitated to speak several times. She always felt that Uehara Shiming was a little weird today. She didn't know what was wrong, but it was just something that couldn't be explained. It was as if something bad was happening somewhere. A few minutes passed, and I saw Shimei Uehara still taking out things. Tsunade quickly reached out to stop him. Okay, I'm just going out for a walk. I'm not going to die. Why do I suddenly act like an old woman? It's really not your style. However, what she never expected was that. As soon as he reached out his hand, Uehara Shiming's gentle and warm smile suddenly became a little far-fetched. It's like you can't laugh at all, but you have to force yourself to laugh. In his eyes, there were 2 lines of tears falling down at once. Although it was quickly erased, the keen insight of an S-class ninja was still clearly noticed. Tsunade, who was slightly impatient just now, suddenly became panicked. No. Isn't it? Crying. In her impression, Shimei Uehara showed extraordinary wisdom very early on, and he seemed extremely mature at a young age. There is almost no trace of the childishness and innocence of an ordinary child in him. No matter what happens, there is always a reason of his own, and it is often unexpected. Even on topics like world peace, you can come up with your own set of opinions. This was the first time that I saw something as rare as tears on his face. In an instant, Tsunade was stunned. She was surprised and at the same time at a loss for a while. However, the Konoha princess is not a comforting person, so she can only stand aside and worry. Uehara Shimei, on the other hand, still wanted to be a normal person and showed a warm smile again and said, "By the way, this child's name is Kato Shizuan." She is the niece of the late Jainin Kato Dan and one of the few orphans of the Kato clan. I've tested it. Medical ninjutsu's talent is very high. Take it with you as a follower. With your personality, if there is no suitable person to take care of trivial matters outside, it will be very difficult. After finishing speaking, Uehara Shiming smiled heartily again. Without any hesitation, he directly launched the teleportation technique and flew toward Konoha seemingly fast but actually slowly. Chapter 029 Uehara Shiming is going to make a big move. Shime Uehara's cry not only broke Tsunade's psychology, but also. Below the scroll, countless spectators were also stunned. A certain person's consistent style and image has always been known for being domineering, forceful and unquestionable. Due to his strength, few people can make him suffer setbacks. Therefore, when they saw Uehara Shime in the video, he was already in tears, but he still had to hold back his sadness and make a gentle smile. Their eyes widened one after another, their faces full of disbelief. Is this the Hokage-sama who is possessed by Li Yunlong at every turn and keeps saying Laozi, FKU and UFCK? However, after being shocked, my next reaction was intense heartache. It was as if my heart was held tightly by a big hand, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. Let a man be so overbearing and have such a tyrannical personality that even the Hokage dared to kill him openly and quickly, and after killing him, he could still stand in front of the Hokage building with his head and smoke a cigarette. He was so pretentious that he even shed tears. How sad and tragic that must be. What happened to make that steely and powerful being react like this? Many things require comparison. If other people make this expression, there is a high probability that they will receive a girly comment. But when someone like Shime Uehara appears, the feeling suddenly changes. Many people even began to speak rudely to Tsunade in the barrage because of this, thinking that this ignorant woman was somewhat ungrateful. Even the bystanders were so heartbroken, and Tsunade, as a person involved, naturally felt even more profoundly. To put it bluntly, she even had a strong impulse in her heart at the moment. Don't worry about anything, stay regardless of everything, hug Uehara Shiming tightly, and give him everything he wants. Isn't it just that there are too many wives? There are many such nobles in the capital of the Fire Country. Etc. Tsunade suddenly spoke. Then, in Uehara Shiming's confused eyes, a shining smile appeared. Then, he formed a seal with his hands, and a light green chakra wrapped around the special clothes in the silent package. The next moment, the green light flashed slightly. The large green robe and black ninja pants that Tsunade was originally wearing slowly fell to the ground. Instead, there are ultra-short, black stockings, high heels, and midriff-bearing short sleeves. A complete set of clothing designed and manufactured under the supervision of Shime Uehara himself. Does it look good? Tsunade opened her hands and spun in a circle on her toes. There was a bright smile on her cheeks, and at some point, there was a hint of just the right amount of rossiness. At this moment, Tsunade was truly stunningly beautiful. Not just the perfect figure, appearance, and custom-made clothes that fully highlight all your advantages. Also because of that flash of shyness on a woman's face that pleases her. This is the real big killer. Just like a ray of sunlight suddenly shining into the darkness, it was enough to make everyone's eyes brighten and never forget it again. Uehara Shime was stunned when he saw it. His expression was dull and his eyes were bright. Does it look good? Tsunade's slightly shy voice came. Uehara Shime almost didn't hesitate at all, he ducked and came straight in front of Tsunade. He put his arms around Tsunade's waist tightly. Then, he held the back of his head with his other hand and pressed his lips hard against it. This time, it wasn't a quick glance at the water, nor was it a matter of one touch. Taste freely, take whatever you want, without any scruples. I don't know how long it took, maybe I felt that the person in my arms was about to get angry. Shime Uehara burst into tears again and left with a decisive smile. Take care of yourself, I'm leaving. in the parts not shown in the video. Shimei Uehara left, as if possessed by Uncle Snake, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips. There was only a strong sense of pride and some kind of intoxication in the aftertaste on his face, and there was no trace of sadness. He knew a long time ago. Tsunade is not an ordinary woman. Her identity, status, strength, and even her beauty and her achievements are far from ordinary. With so much capital to be proud of, one can imagine the pride in my heart. To win successfully is by no means a simple matter. Especially for Uehara Shimei, he already has many confidants such as Mikoto, Kushina, Hyaga Ayari, etc., and his romantic reputation is far-reaching. It is even more difficult. Tsunade naturally had an instinctive resistance and even disgust towards him. Therefore, it is necessary to use strong materials and ruthless moves. The performance just now, the gift-giving, the accidental tears, the last abnormal behavior and the sudden decisive smile. All just to leave a seed in her heart. This seed will take root and sprout, until it breaks through the ground and grows into a towering tree, bearing abundant fruits. And this day will not be too far away. What? You just know how to take advantage of me. On the spot, Tsunade was stunned for a long time, and then she seemed a little dissatisfied and complained. But even if she was complaining, Tsunade's arrogance and enthusiasm were gone. Her voice was soft and her tone was more like coquettishness. At this moment, Tsunade had an extremely bad feeling in her heart. There were signs of this premonition before, but it was never as clear as it is now. Uehara Shimei's smile in the last scene keeps replaying in my mind over and over again. She had seen many similar eyes and expressions before. During the Second Ninja War, many ninjas had the same expression when they were about to embark on the battlefield to say goodbye to their families. And the meaning contained in those eyes is farewell. But hasn't he already become a Hokage? With his strength, is there anyone else in the ninja world who can pose a threat to a strong man of this level? Light escape, 8 gates, sage art, flying thunder god, sealing techniques, plus a huge amount of chakra-like cheating. To be honest, even if my grandfather and Uchiha Madara are resurrected, the outcome is still a matter of uncertainty. In an instant, countless confusions and puzzles appeared in Tsunade's mind. Chapter 030 Uchiha Madara's Honey Confidence. As confused as Tsunade, there are countless netizens who are watching the video. Although the change in Shimei Uehara's eyes at the last moment was extremely brief, everyone still clearly noticed it due to the close-up of the scroll. Not only noticed. The feeling that you are obviously deeply attached to something, that you obviously can't let go of everything, but you have to work hard to force yourself to cut off everything. It instantly hits the deepest and softest place in everyone's heart. So much so that the LSBs who were making crazy comments about Tsunade in disguise suddenly became quiet on the barrage. The tenderness of a tough guy is already very touching, but peeling off that tenderness with your own hands is even more heartbreaking. Although I still don't know what happened. But in their hearts, Uehara Shimei seemed to have become a giant who walked forward with his back to the abyss but left his smile and warmth to the world and the people he loved. Who knows what happened? Although Lord Hokage was still very young at that time, it is almost impossible to find anyone in the ninja world who can pose a threat to him, unless he does not belong to the ninja world. After all these years, Shimei Uehara is still fine. Does that mean the trouble has been solved? It's not easy, Hokage-sama. I remember the 4th generation once said that the crown will make the person who wears it taller than others and is a symbol of power and status. But the real meaning of the crown is, when disaster falls from the sky, I will resist everything for you, and always let you see only golden hope. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but now it seems that this sentence has a different meaning. Walking forward alone in the dark, it turns out that this is the true meaning of Hokage. Countless people have speculated. But from beginning to end, no one provided even a single message with a confirming tone. And most of these speculations seem very unreliable. At this time, Tsunade from the original ninja world suddenly spoke. It's strange, why are the barrages posted by ordinary Jainin and ninjas from our world? What about the 7 ninja sect under the king? Come out and explain. Because it is my own comparison video. In addition, she also wanted to know how she was living in another world, whether she was happy or not. And what is the specific relationship with Uehara Shime, and how did they get together? So I stared at the scroll almost without blinking, not letting go of any picture. Even the barrage, especially the part related to myself, is also very careful. As soon as she opened her mouth, everyone who was discussing suddenly realized something was wrong. The top experts in the ninja world, such as Uehara Maki, who were very active before, all seemed to be invisible at this critical moment. The people who were already anxious suddenly became even more impatient. According to normal logic, if there is really no problem, shouldn't Uehara Shime and his subordinates immediately step forward to answer questions and eliminate everyone's worries at this time? But everyone who might have known the information remained silent. Obviously, the matter should be much more terrifying and serious than what everyone guessed. However, at this moment, another heavyweight figure suddenly jumped out. Original Uchiha Madara, undead. I think I should know. Original Uchiha Madara, undead. Ha 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 ha, Uehara Shiming, your ability really surprises me, but it's not that easy to stop me. I hope that at that time you can make my blood boil a little bit. I'm very much looking forward to this. Hades. Uchiha Madara looked at the scroll with bright eyes and laughed wildly. The mouth is so wide that even half of the face is elongated. According to the information provided at the beginning of the scroll, the so-called world will, another change in the ninja world began with the birth of Uehara Shime. At that time, he had completed the most important step of the entire plan, which was to obtain Hashirama's power and open the Samsara Eye. Even the subsequent steps may be different from here because of the appearance of Shime Uehara. But he believed that his other self could arrange everything. And only the power of the Samsara Eye, and only the strength of his ninja Shura, are worthy of being feared by someone like Shime Uehara. What convinced Uchiha Madara even more was, previously, when the two communicated through barrage, Shime Uehara once said this. Reality is only filled with helplessness, pain, and emptiness. I'm curious how you came to this conclusion? Are you just imagining alone in a dark cave? Also, no two leaves will grow exactly the same on the same tree. There are tens of thousands of people in the world, and there are tens of thousands of sentient beings in the world. Your dream is peace, and his dream is war. A wants to dominate all living beings and dominate, and B wants to be free and unrestricted. Not everyone yearns for truth, goodness, and beauty, and their dreams conflict with each other. You call building a perfect world where there is no war, no pain, no failure, only winners, only love, and peace. Such a world cannot exist except in Genjutsu. There are two key points in this passage. The first one is the sentence, is it possible to imagine alone in a dark cave? Ever since he successfully obtained Hashirama's power, hadn't he just been hiding in a dark cave to survive? In addition, such a world cannot exist except in Genjutsu. And his means to achieve world peace happens to be the ultimate Genjutsu Infinite Tsukuyomi. I thought it was just a coincidence before. Now it seems that I am afraid that Uehara Shiming learned something. Uchiha Madara is really excited. In addition to Hasi Hot Mom, I will soon have a new opponent. As someone who once said, this world is too small, it's barely big enough for me to do all the work on my own. Fighting, or the warlike factor, is almost engraved in the blood. He was really looking forward to and longing for the Uehara Shiming, who was praised by thousands of people, to bring him a little surprise that he had not seen for a long time. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. As soon as Uchiha Madara said these words, countless people's spirits were lifted instantly. Because there is too much information in these two sentences. Especially the second sentence, it almost makes it clear that the person who threatens Uehara Shime is Uchiha Madara himself. Moreover, this threat has not been eliminated until now. Almost instantly, everyone invariably remembered the argument the two had had on the barrage. At that time, Uchiha Madara said that he would use genjutsu to create a truly perfect world where there would be no war, no pain, no failure, only winners, only love and peace. Then, he was refuted by Shimei Uehara. In an instant, countless barrages poured out like explosions. Original Senju Hashirama, Undead Madara, what's going on? What are you planning? Original Senju Tobirama, Undead, it is indeed the evil Uchiha, I knew it was up to no good. Original Onoki, isn't Uchiha Madara dead a long time ago? There is still an undead mark on the barrage. Original Cho, Undead, it should be the secret technique of resurrection. The old woman once developed a special secret technique that makes puppets truly alive. It can also be used to resurrect the dead. Although my technique can only resurrect the recently deceased, and the body must be preserved intact, it will also consume all of my own vitality. But this at least proves that resurrecting the undead is not a fantasy, this possibility exists. Uchiha Madara is one of the two heroes of the Warring States period. It is not unreasonable for a character like him to find or create a similar jutsu. Original Senju Tobirama, Undead. It's also possible that it's the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, but if it's the Dirty Land, my eldest brother and I and others can also go back. I know that Orochimaru has mastered and even improved this technique, and he summoned me. Original Namikaze Minato, Undead. Let me tell you some information. 5th generation, everyone in Konoha and the ninja world, please pay attention. My disciple Uchiha Obito is not dead. Not only is he not dead, but he has also unlocked the legendary Manjiki Sharingan, which possesses extremely rare spatial abilities. It was this person who controlled 9 tails to attack Konoha, and he called himself Uchiha Madara. Chapter 031, Information leaked, Black Zetsu's defense broken. Uchiha Madara's speech has attracted much attention, and many people already have a bad premonition. And Chiyo's opening pushed the intensity of the debate to another peak. In the world of the underworld, countless undead souls once again recalled the terrifying era shrouded by Susanoo and the Daibutsu. Be it the god of ninja or Shura from the ninja world, they were all killed on the battlefield. One general's achievements can lead to thousands of deaths, let alone such a heaven-defying figure who has changed the pattern of the times. If such a character is resurrected, it is difficult to imagine how to deal with reality. In reality, everyone is also horrified by the speculation that Uchiha Madara may have mastered the secret technique that can resurrect him. After all, that's Uchiha Madara. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Even if you haven't faced that majesty and terror directly, the ruins of the Valley of the End are still there, and you can somewhat imagine it. However, others were just shocked. In a dark cave somewhere, a strange creature that was completely black and barely resembled a humanoid could not help but curse. Of course, he didn't publish it on the barrage, he just hid alone and complained. Uchiha Madara, are you really sick? Are you sick? Ah, are you sick? The plan has reached its most critical moment. The sudden appearance of a bullshit world will is enough to cause a headache. Why the hell are you adding to the chaos? Will you die if you don't speak? Will you die? Ah! Heiju roared for a while, and his face turned pale with anger. 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. He has been serving these stupid Asuras and crazy Indra for more than 1,000 years. God knows how he got through this 1,000 years. Damn it, something happens every time, every time, every time. This time, I finally saw hope, and the most critical and difficult reincarnation I was fused. Next, just wait for Uchiha Madara to resurrect, collect the tailed beasts and cast infinite Tsukuyomi, and you're done. As a result, the familiar feeling came again. Uchiha Madara said a casual word, and his details were instantly revealed by the strong men in the ninja world. His whole body was almost numb. I really want to split open Uchiha Madara's head to see what's inside. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to do something. It was also at a time when Black Zetsu was scolding and everyone in the two ninja worlds were worried. Another one, Uchiha Madara, suddenly fired several barrages with lightning speed. And the content of each piece is so scary, bizarre, weird, and confusing. Ninja World Uchiha Madara, undead. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Ninja World Uchiha Madara, undead. I want to make it clear here that I have nothing to do with that BD who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, I warn you not to talk nonsense. Do you know that I will sue you for libel? I will sue you for libel. Uehara, he is slandering me. Ninja World Uchiha Madara, undead. Uchiha Madara, I give you half an hour to surrender on the barrage. Don't even think about running away. Don't think about getting a substitute to wander around, and don't think about resurrecting the substitute so that you can cause trouble everywhere. Don't let me see you. If you let me see you, I will kill you in minutes. Ninja World Uchiha Madara, undead. I am sworn in with evil. This series of speeches by Uchiha Madara, the current ninja world, instantly shocked everyone. Almost everyone saw these barrages, whether they were humans or psychic beasts, alive or dead, ninjas, warriors or even ordinary people. Everyone's expressions and eyes became extremely unified at this moment. As if seeing something extremely strange and worthy of surprise. The mouth is wide open, the eyes are straight, the pupils are constricted, the expression is frozen, and the body is sluggish. The violent emotional shock caused the barrage that was just exploding like an explosion to disappear completely. Original Hades. Ninja World Uchiha Madara's speech made the original Uchiha Madara, who was still laughing wildly, freeze his smile. What the hell? Do you want to take a look at what you are talking about? After coming back to his senses, he immediately felt a sense of rage and a kind of panic-stricken curiosity. What did Uehara Shime do to his other self? On the scroll. The silence of the barrage lasted for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, someone couldn't help but jump out. This. Is it fake? Is this Uchiha Madara? Someone is not pretending to be it, right? I must be blind, or I've been hit by genjutsu. Really, who would invent such a boring and outrageous genjutsu that can be seen through at a glance? This ninja Shura is a little too cold. No, brother, where's your rebelliousness? Why don't you recover for a while? I still like to see you the way you were just now. Isn't even Uchiha Madara a target? How terrible are the enemies of 4th generation? But, why do I feel a little cruel? The process of training Battlefield Rose to look like this must be exciting, right? I don't know why, but I suddenly want to watch Uchiha Madara's comparison video, haha. Brothers and sisters, make Master Hokage powerful. Lord Hokage is mighty. Lord Hokage is mighty. Lord Hokage is mighty. No matter how everyone speculates and debates, the video on the scroll still continues. After Tsunade left Konoha, she also wandered in the world, and her trajectory was almost the same as that of Tsunade in the original ninja world. But unlike the original Tsunade who just followed the crowd to escape the pain in her heart, Tsunade here is obviously much happier and more unrestrained, and her whole mood, mentality, and momentum are completely different. This Tsunade walks around and looks around every day. Casinos, bars, cities, mountains, rivers, forests, famous scenery, or various dangerous places and desperate places. The kingdom of water is further east, the kingdom of snow is further north, the kingdom of wind is further east, and there are many places that are so inaccessible that they are almost beyond the map of the ninja world, all of which have left her footprints. He was almost measuring the entire ninja world with his feet. And her high strength also allows her to be almost unafraid of all dangers and cope with all emergencies. By the way, she is also completing the tasks assigned to her by Uehara Shime and teaching Kato Shizuan. Of course, occasionally he beat up some gangsters, taught a few gangsters a lesson, or deceived unscrupulous traders and displeased nobles. It can be said that he does whatever he wants, and is extremely free and carefree. The audience watching also felt itchy. In fact, compared to licking blood from the head, Tsunade's life is really wonderful, exactly what she imagined a perfect life should be like. You can taste different foods everywhere, see all kinds of wonderful local customs, and you can also act chivalrously. Directly envious of everyone. Even in Uehara Shime's previous life, there was an explosion of information, and you could find pictures and videos on the internet if you wanted to see any scenery. A similar lifestyle is also very enviable. Various programs, videos, and anchors related to outdoor hiking, cycling, RVing, etc. have attracted a lot of attention. Especially in the shinobi world where culture is lacking. All kinds of barrages of envy and yearning filled the entire picture. Original ninja world. Tsunade herself, who had traveled in the ninja world for nearly 20 years, also lost her sight for a while. The mood is different, even if facing the same scenery, the feelings are very different. It's the same travel, and the other self can be completely immersed in it and enjoy it to the fullest. But she felt that the days were like years, and she was in a muddle. She didn't even pay attention to whether the scenery was beautiful or not, and whether there were any special foods. Chapter 032. The 5-year period has come. Tsunade returns to the village. Konoha has undergone tremendous changes. Tsunade's wandering days lasted for 5 years. In 5 years, Shizune has gradually grown from the little girl she was before to a slimmer one. She has a pair of long, white, and tender legs, and looks sassy and beautiful when standing in front of the camera. Tsunade, on the other hand, remained unchanged. In the video at this moment, there is a blue sea. A small boat, only 5 or 6 meters long, drifted in it with the current. On the bow of the boat, Tsunade held a wine jar in the air and shook it gently, while she opened her mouth wide and followed it below. After the last drop of the last jar of wine falls into your mouth, throw the jar away. He said with a still unfinished expression. Shizune, do you think I should go back? After all, it's been 5 years. Whatever first 5-year plan that guy made is coming to an end. As Konoha Jainin, I should go back to listen to reports and make suggestions. What do you think? Next to her, Shizune curled her lips slightly. He thought secretly, are you doing that for Konoha? I'm embarrassed to point it out to you. However, despite the constant slander in his heart, he still said quite sincerely. You should indeed go back once. Master Hokage will probably be very happy. It's not because of that guy. I know how to take advantage of him as soon as we meet. I don't know what's going on in my mind. It's all Jiraiya's fault, if he hadn't taught Uehara Shime bad things. Tsunade glanced at Shizune threateningly. However, this is what he said. But in my heart, I couldn't help but think of that decisive look that almost suffocated me when we parted 5 years ago. Over the past 5 years, she has been secretly following Uehara Shiming. Although Senju was disbanded by the second grandfather, many people died in the Second Ninja War and the wood-style plan of that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. But after all, the tree is big and has deep roots, so there are still a lot of dark seeds left. Every once in a while, major events in Konoha and the ninja world, as well as Uehara Shime's movements, will be delivered to her through a special channel. This is also the reason why she can wander outside with peace of mind for 5 years. She knew that not only did Shime Uehara and Konoha have no problems, but on the contrary, they were getting better and more prosperous. This guy not only single-handedly subdued the 4 major ninja villages, but also completely put an end to the Third Ninja War, which was supposed to last for more than 10 years, in 3 or 2 years. Konoha has also undergone profound changes, and even villages have begun to be completely torn down and rebuilt. It is said that many new technologies have been applied and many novel things have appeared. Of course, some of the most important things to him were also left behind. Mikoto and Kushina became pregnant one after another, and each gave birth to a son, named Naruto Uehara and Sasuke Uehara respectively. The Hyuga clan took the initiative to send a girl named Hyuga Ayari to their side. This BCH actually didn't refuse, he just accepted it openly and with peace of mind. It's really hateful, I must give him a good beating if I get the chance. In addition, I heard that he also accepted several disciples one after another, Hitaki Kakashi, Yai Kurane, Metkai, Uchiha Shisui, Hyuga Fire Gate, and Yamashiro Aoba. They seem to be quite famous. Also, the Uchiha problem that was not solved by second generation and third generation was easily solved in his hands. Everything is developing towards the best and even the best direction that has never been imagined before. That guy should be very proud now, right? Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but have a smile on her face. As a Hokage, Uehara Shime's achievements undoubtedly exceeded the imagination of her and all those who supported her. He kept his promise and did so at lightning speed. Tsunade herself wanted to return to Konoha from the unknown sea area further east than the Kingdom of Water. Naturally, it was not a matter of chance. But the video was just a transition, and the gate of Konoha had already appeared in front of her. And it was Konoha's first appearance in 5 years that instantly detonated the entire barrage. Specifically, it caused everyone in the original ninja world to fall into deep shock. I saw that the dilapidated wooden door that was there more than 10 minutes ago had disappeared. What appeared instead was a giant city wall that was more than 20 meters high. Moreover, it is not made of ordinary earth piled and rammed, nor is it even an ordinary earth style. It presents a bright and smooth color that is close to that of polished jade, with lines and various exotic animal patterns remaining on it. It looks spectacular and extremely beautiful. 2 giant bronze doors made entirely of metal were completely wrapped in this section of the city wall. Above the giant gate, there is also a city gate building no smaller than the villa courtyard. Through the crenel, you can see Hyuga and Uchiha ninjas guarding and patrolling above. Just this simple picture is enough to show how amazing and huge changes Konoha has undergone in the past 5 years. After entering the gate, the scene inside was completely different from before. Construction site. There are construction sites everywhere. Including the Hokage building, ninja school, and several blocks, many of the original buildings were completely demolished. Countless workers and ninjas shuttled through it, sweating profusely but enthusiastically building new homes. And around, you can still see brand new buildings that are completely different from the original style. These buildings, as if they came out of myths, are so beautiful that they are beyond words. Novel and bold design, completely different building materials, strange but unexpectedly pleasing shapes, bright but refreshing colors. Coupled with the magnificent overall layout, it can be clearly felt that the designer has great courage and ambition. Tsunade activated the teleportation technique and leapt to the top of Konoha's famous scenic spot, Hokage Rock, in a few seconds. Stepping on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, one can clearly see the entire Konoha. And from this look, it turns out that she heard about the changes in Konoha through intelligence. At this moment, I couldn't help but lose my mind. Spectacular, grand, atmospheric, beautiful, like a fairyland. When countless things appear that are completely unexpected and even completely absent from previous concepts and consciousness. Tsunade didn't know what words to use to describe Konoha in her eyes at this moment. But she knew that looking across the entire ninja world, she could never find another family that could compare. Is this the transformation the children of prophecy will bring? Tsunade's muttering to herself was also the voice of countless people in the original ninja world. And at this moment, their envy of the current ninja world and their admiration for Uehara Shime have reached the extreme. Their Konoha, more than 10 years later, still has no changes. Even after the Nine Tails Rebellion, things were rebuilt exactly the same as before. I didn't think it was anything at first, but looking at this Konoha, I only felt a strong sense of disappointment and sadness. Many people were suddenly shocked. Under the rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen, for decades, nothing new had ever appeared in Konoha. It's no wonder that when Orochimaru killed his master, he called Konoha a windmill that doesn't turn and is worthless. It's really too old and stale. And when Tsunade was shocked by the changes in Konoha. In the courtyard of a newly built villa, Shimei Uehara glanced at Hokage Rock in the distance by accident. At this glance, a touch of joy appeared on his face for an instant, and then, this joy turned into some kind of evil smile with evil intentions. Have you finally come back? Laozi has been spinning a web for so long, and it's time to throw it out. Tsunade, come to my bowl quickly. Chapter 033 The tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. Uehara Siming starts acting again. Tsunade didn't stay on the Hokage Rock for too long. I grabbed a random ninja on the street, asked about Hokage's residence, and then went straight to Uehara Shimei's villa. I don't know what I thought of. After seeing the strange building from a distance that was completely different from other places in the entire ninja world. Her pretty face, with no flaws at all, suddenly became extremely excited, and even her eyes began to glow green. It was like a hungry wolf that was so skinny that it suddenly saw delicious fat. With such unabashed desire, people who didn't know it might think she was preparing to eat people. Not only expressions. The pace under his feet became faster and faster, until finally, his body completely turned into an afterimage. Hey, Uehara boy, quickly hand over all the good wine you have hidden to me. Ha ha ha, I must get drunk today. I haven't smelled alcohol in half a month. Do you know how I got here these past 10 days? What are you doing standing still? Don't you know who I am? Gate of opening, gate of opening, gate of opening, forget it, let me do it. Hey! Before Tsunade arrived, the excited voices were already coming from far away. A strong desire for wine, especially the wine brewed by Uehara Shimei. She couldn't even wait for Enbu, who was on duty, to greet her respected Lord Sunan and make an internal report. With a loud bang, a door had been turned into pieces. However, just as the door was shattered, Tsunade's originally excited expression suddenly froze. What appeared instead was an equally intense look of shock. Under the scroll, countless viewers also widened their eyes at this moment, and their expressions became exaggerated. I saw Shimei Uehara naked from the waist up in the courtyard, with only a pair of very loose shorts underneath. The streamlined muscles bulge one by one, as strong and powerful as steel bars. The whole thing has an indescribable beauty of wildness and power, and has a strong visual impact. The most surprising thing is that his skin is as smooth as jade, with a crystal luster, like a magnificent work of art. But these are not the main point. What really shocked everyone was that, at this moment, Uehara Shimei stood under a huge metal mechanical frame, holding a pair of metal rings slightly wider than his shoulders with both hands, and slowly lifted up a huge square lead block with a side length of more than 5 meters. There is a layer of bright electric light with a golden color lingering all over his body. Countless tiny bolts of lightning escaped from time to time, making crisp crackling sounds all around. The density of lead is about 11.3, the side length is 5 meters, and the volume is 125. The total weight exceeds 1400 tons. It only took a moment for Tsunade to calculate the weight of the lead weight held by Shimei Uehara. This level has completely exceeded her strange power. But even the strange power is a short-term burst that is exerted and amplified by chakra, rather than normal physical power. Author's note: no description of the specific strength of the Hokage was found. The author can only speculate based on the size of the tailed beast and its physical destructive capabilities. Let's add a second setting here for the time being. The explosion of third-generation thunder and Tsunade's strange power punch is about 1,000 tons, and the fourth-generation thunder is slightly inferior to Tsunade. As for Kai's 8th gates, there will be a new second design in the future, which is equivalent to a quantitative change leading to a qualitative change, and it will not be pure strength. Seeing Uehara Shimei clenching his teeth, with a ferocious expression, he lifted up the huge lead block little by little, which made people's scalp numb just by looking at it. Tsunade seemed to have lost her ability to think. His eyes were blank and his expression was completely dull, so much so that he even forgot what he wanted to say. Everyone on the barrage was also dumbfounded. Is this still a human being? It's incredible that such a huge lead block can be lifted alive by human power. I just calculated it and found that the weight of this lead block is at least 1,400 tons. It's really terrifying. Horrible. It is said that the third generation thunder can resist the tailed beasts, and the fourth generation fire is not much better than the tailed beasts themselves, right? With such a level of power, no one can stop it with just physical skills, right? Hokage-sama is really handsome. I wonder how to take care of this skin. Can you learn from me? While everyone was discussing, a sudden change occurred on the field. I don't know what happened, but the layer of golden electric light surrounding and wrapping Uehara Shiming's body suddenly dissipated. His body seemed to have lost its strength and fell towards the ground, and the huge lead block he lifted up immediately pressed down heavily. Tsunade's expression changed drastically in an instant. Chakra erupted under her feet, and she was ready to come to the rescue. However, just as she took a step, the falling lead block was locked in midair by the mechanical mechanism on the metal frame. It was a false alarm and Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, he immediately scolded with anger on his face. You're being too reckless, aren't you? Having light release, genjutsu, and flying thunder god is more than enough. How many people in this ninja world can you find that you can't beat? Why bother yourself so much? As Tsunade spoke, her pupils contracted violently again, and her expression suddenly became tense. I saw Uehara Shiming lying on the ground. Thin blood-colored lines began to appear on the skin, densely packed all over the body. The whole person seemed to be pieced together by countless tiny pieces of porcelain, giving the illusion that he would turn into dust with the slightest touch. Tsunade's expression turned pale. As a medical ninja, and a top-notch medical ninja at that, she certainly knew what was happening. This strange symptom will only occur when the muscle is completely torn. Moreover, the tearing of Uehara Shiming was not just in a certain part, but in all the muscles of the whole body. The degree of tearing was also extremely thorough, almost destroying the muscle groups. At this moment, as if he had been prepared or was already familiar with the process, two medical ninjas in white coats jumped out, green light flashed on their palms, and they gently pressed on Uehara Shiming's legs. Get out of the way. Tsunade gently pushed the two medical ninjas with her hands, and they were thrown out and sat on the ground nearby. Then, Yang-style chakra, which was much stronger and more vibrant than those of the other two, extended from his palm. As Tsunade started to treat him, the shock on her face became even more exaggerated. Not only was Uehara Shiming's current condition much more serious than she had expected and judged with her eyes. At this level, unless the patient has strong vitality and is not treated properly, it may be life-threatening. Also, his muscle toughness and bone strength were almost beyond her imagination. This means that this kind of practice is definitely not the first time. Only by persisting for several years or even more than 10 years, and breaking the limits as thoroughly as possible every time, breaking through the upper limit of what the body can bear, can it be possible to reach this level. Sensing the tragic situation inside Uehara Shiming's body, even though she was as kind-hearted as Tsunade, 2 lines of hot tears could not help but burst out from her eyes. Why are you doing this? Why? Upon hearing this, Uehara Shiming smiled helplessly. You think I don't want to? Unfortunately, the tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. Forget it, let's not talk about these boring things. Have you finished the wine? I prepared it for you 4 years ago and it's almost ready to be aged. As he spoke, Uehara Shiming's smile suddenly changed. Like an old father doting on his naughty daughter. The feeling of knowing that the other party has ulterior motives, but not taking it seriously, but being ready to be plundered, and being very happy about it. It instantly touched Tsunade's heart. The system divides actors' acting skills into 5 levels. Ordinary, the actor has nothing but good looks and can barely play the role. The performance is full of flaws and distracts people from the show. For example, might guy cheats people. Qualified, has a certain degree of role completion, but the technical content is not high, the emotional expression is very intuitive, lacks a sense of hierarchy, and is neither dramatic nor outstanding. For example, other people cheating. Standard, basically complete the role, be able to express emotions accurately, control many elements including temperament, momentum, eyes, expressions, tone, movements, etc., easily interpret the state you want to express, and be able to control it freely and with natural transitions. There is no trace of performance, but the depth and development are still lacking. For example, third generation is a scam. Excellence, he or she is able to fully immerse himself or herself in the role he or she is playing, and fully believes in and devotes himself or herself to the role. It is flawless and seamless, and has formed a unique method and school, with strong emotional appeal. Moreover, all the elements required for performance are mastered to such an extreme that they become instinctive and passive, and do not require any interpretation. For example, Uehara Siming did not lie. Super God performance that surpasses perfection and touches the soul, is so superb and touching that it no longer belongs to the category of performance. A look, a gesture, a sigh. They can be deeply imprinted in other people's hearts and make them unforgettable for a long time. For example, Uehara Siming actively deceives people. Note, Super God is the strongest genjutsu, the inherent skill of the will of fire, and is someone's livelihood and signature skill. Chapter 034 Yaeshao, Tsunade Heim is jealous. Tsunade's level is indeed much higher than that of ordinary medical ninjas. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Shimei Uehara felt that the situation in his body had greatly improved. He slowly sat up, moved his arms, and reached out to stop Tsunade. A wry smile said, "It's almost done, as long as the bleeding doesn't continue. If you treat it too thoroughly, all my hard work will be in vain. Why are you so messed up? Do you know that if you are injured to such an extent, even if it can be cured, your vitality will be lost? My grandfather died of excessive consumption of vitality, do you want to make the same mistake again?" There were tears in Tsunade's eyes, but her whole person looked fierce. His tone was fierce, with a hint of command, and his face was full of anger. However, Uehara Shiming didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he was a little secretly happy, feeling that all his planning and efforts were not in vain. This is how many people who don't care about others suddenly start caring about others. But no matter what the method is, whether the skills are high or not, as long as you start to care, it is a good thing. Uehara Shiming's heart was filled with twists and turns, but there was a sly smile on his face. Just think that I am bored, love to exercise, or want to challenge the limits of human beings. It doesn't matter. After saying that, without waiting for Tsunade to ask further questions, she turned around and walked towards the living room facing the courtyard. On the same spot, the expression on Tsunade's face became extremely ugly in an instant. Just pretend it's boring? Something that doesn't matter? Do you think I, Tsunade Heim, am a fool? Who would be so bored that they would hurt themselves to this extent? Loss of vitality is no joke, and he might die young at some point. She doesn't believe that a ninja of Shimei Uehara's level doesn't even know this. There must be something unknown in this. Suddenly, a light flashed in my heart. Tsunade suddenly remembered the look of determination that made her puzzled when the two parted 5 years ago. Uehara Shiming may have completely forgotten about this matter. But she remembered it clearly and secretly investigated a lot of things, but she never found anything. In the video, Tsunade's heart was filled with uncertainty. In addition to the video, the picture scroll has also caused a lot of noise. Unlike Tsunade, who can remember a certain detail from 5 years ago, to netizens, Shime Uehara's determined look only lasted 10 minutes. The memory cannot be said to be profound, it can only be said that I have not forgotten it at all. Nature connected them easily. Almost everyone came to the exact same conclusion in an instant. That's why Uehara Shiming practiced so hard, even at the expense of his vitality. There must be something terrible urging and forcing him to do so. I originally thought it was because of Uchiha Madara. But now, even Uchiha Madara himself has come forward to deny it, and still acts so cute. Obviously, he has already enjoyed too much love from Uehara brand, and it is impossible to be feared by Uehara Shiming. Moreover, when the strength reaches a certain level, each time it reaches a higher level, it cannot be quantified by numbers alone. Because in most cases, the stronger the force, the faster the speed. The actual striking effect of power is the superposition of the power itself and the speed at which this power is emitted. 1,000 tons of huge power is completely enough to break Suzanu's absolute defense. Coupled with the elimination of blood successors and various forbidden techniques. If it were just for one Uchiha Madara, there would be no need to go to this extent. In an instant, all kinds of speculations and discussions were once again noisy. Even the two Uchiha Madara were confused for a moment. As a strong man from the Warring States period who had seen the red steam of 8 Gates Dungia, the scene of Shime Uehara lifting 1,000 tons of lead made even their hearts shake. Damn it, is this guy targeting me? While there was a heated discussion on the barrage, there was an independent space somewhere. A middle-aged man wearing a white feather fabric also had a sudden change in his eyes. This man has a very special image. Her hair is gathered on the top of her head, with a long braid on the back of her head, and the Roman numeral 4 is tattooed under her left eye. The most conspicuous thing is the diamond-shaped black mark on his chin that looks like a tattoo. The more Tsutsuki thinks about it, the more something seems wrong. Obviously this guy ninjutsu genjutsu is so powerful, even the blood successor elimination that is closest to the blood successor's snare has been developed, but he still has to practice the most difficult and most thankless taijutsu. If this wasn't aimed at the Rinnegan and Tsutsuki, he wouldn't believe it even if he told him to go to hell. And the kiloton level force, once combined with super speed, is indeed enough to threaten the real Tsutsuki. Not only Tsutsuki 1 style. The original ninja world, Mount Maiboka Great Toad Sage, the Sage of 6 Paths in the 2 underworld worlds, and Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra sealed in the moon, are among the few characters who know the existence of Tsutsuki. After seeing this scene, they all responded with the same thought. The Samsara Eye has the property of absorbing chakra, so regular ninjutsu and genjutsu have no effect at all. To deal with Tsutsuki, taijutsu is one of the few effective ways. After understanding this, they also paid more attention to this so-called world wool. Especially for Uehara Shiming, he looked up to him even more highly. Shime Uehara did not answer directly twice in a row, either changing the topic or simply evading it. Tsunade didn't continue to be aggressive. He just silently remembered all this in his heart and prepared to investigate alone secretly. After calming down his expression, he followed him into the living room. Inside, Uchiha Mikoto was holding a white towel in his hand and was carefully wiping the blood stains on Shime Uehara's body. My eyes were filled with mist, and I was about to cry. After seeing her, tears fell directly. The voice asked with some surprise. Tsunade-sama. What did you do to her? Tsunade had a weird look on her face. No, it's not because of Lord Hokage. No, it's not because of Lord Hokage. Mikoto's expression suddenly changed, as if he was very worried that others would misunderstand Uehara Shime, and he quickly waved his hands to explain. However, it's okay if she doesn't explain. After this explanation, Tsunade immediately crossed her arms, and her demeanor suddenly changed. An inexplicable hostility began to emanate from his whole body, and even his tone became self-taught. Oh, so you care about him. Didn't he steal you from Uchiha? Is this a long-lasting love? I remember that Uchiha was very troubled by him back then. Your current patriarch was seriously injured, and the great elder, your grandfather, was very angry. Uehara, can't you tell, you are quite good at pleasing girls. As soon as she said these words, Uchiha Mikato's expression when he looked at Tsunade suddenly became very strange, and he had obviously noticed something was wrong. Although her character is weak, her heart is surprisingly sharp. Especially in the past few years, there has been no friction with Kushina, Hyuga Ayari, and others, and the experience can be said to be rich. And someone's palace fighting ability is not so much small as it is none at all. Tsunade-san. Yaharaji coughed slightly and forced the two people's attention to himself. Then he changed the topic and said, I built an underground wine cellar here, and the batch of wine I brewed for you is also in it. Go find Anbu at the door, they know. A few minutes later, Tsunade got 3 sealed scrolls full of various secret aged flower wines as she wished. He left the villa courtyard with a smile on his face. However, she did not immediately find a place to enjoy this batch of wine that she had been thinking about for a long time. Instead, Konoha found acquaintances all over the place. At the same time, in the living room, Shimei Uehara prayed silently in his heart. Jiraiya-sensei, please be careful. I hope you are okay. Chapter 035 Sarutobi wants to rebel, Tsunade goes crazy to kill him. Tsunade didn't wander around the street for long. Soon, a young man with a simple and honest face and a rather Akamika-like body shape approached her. His name is Tianyu Naoto, or Senju Naoto. He is the most talented among the children who were scattered from Senju back then. At only 25 years old, he has already held the official title of Jonin for 4 years. Becoming a Jonin at the age of 21 seems a bit underwhelming compared to monsters like Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi who achieved fame at the age of 12 or 13. But in fact, this is just a common mistake made by outsiders when commenting on Zhongshan. It seems that as long as you talk about others being worthless, you can become awesome yourself. In the world of real ninjas, Genin is the main theme and the largest group. Regardless of missions or wars, Genin is always the one who participates the most. Genin is already a captain and squad leader level leader. The number of people is the same as the team's equipment, accounting for about a quarter of the ninja group. Jonin, including special Jonin, are already qualified to become leaders and commanders of a battle line. No matter how old you are, if you are successfully promoted, you are an absolute elite and core force. The quantity is extremely rare. Even in a ninja village like Konoha, where secret arts and blood successors gather together, the proportion is difficult to exceed 1%. On average, only 1 Jonin or special high will be born for every 100 ninjas, which shows how difficult it is. Becoming an official Jonin at the age of 21 is enough to become one of the top few elites in any ninja village. It will immediately become a key protection and cultivation target. Use the data as a comparison. Tsunade, Orochimaru, became a Jonin at the age of 19, only Jiraiya was a little earlier because of Sage Jutsu. In the timeline of the original ninja world, Namikaze Minato became a Jonin at the age of 18. Senju Naoto is only a hair behind these people. Especially when the 3 games were so-so, it is even more rare to be able to do this. Because Jonin is not only a representative of strength, but also a symbol of status. It is a high-level position and requires sufficient merit and number of tasks as support to be promoted. Naoto Amaha becoming a Jonin at such a young age is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the declining Senju clan. In just a few years, he has already become the backbone and has high hopes. This time, he also represented the branch house and contacted Tsunade, a direct bloodline. Not long after, there was a secret room. Senju Naoto knelt on one knee in front of Tsunade and vividly reported on the series of changes in Konoha since the last exchange of information. After the report, Tsunade did not comment, but nodded slightly. Directly ordered. I need your help to collect and sort out all the actions of the fourth generation since taking office to the present. It must be detailed, both overt and covert, even if it is some gossip and rumors, try to include it. After Tsunade finished speaking, she planned to leave. Naoto Senju is not only extremely talented and powerful, but even more rare is that he is also loyal and handles all matters in a thorough and detailed manner. He is an all-round talent. Every time in the past, she completed the tasks assigned to her with great success. However, today, there was no reply for a while. Tsunade lowered her head and looked over, only to see Senju Naoto looking hesitant and Yifubeo hesitating to speak. Anything else? Tsunade-sama, there is something I don't know whether I should say. Say what you want to say. Actually, Master Hokage did a very good job. As soon as Senju Naoto said this, a series of question marks suddenly appeared on Tsunade's head. What the hell? I thought you had some difficulties or requirements, why did you suddenly praise that guy? Although the fourth generation project's superior methods are a little more violent, my subordinates believe that as a Hokage, it is exceptionally good, even compared to the second generation project. He is farsighted, and has his own unique opinions on many things, and he is often proven correct afterwards. He can also take the lead on the battlefield. If it weren't for him, the 3 battles would have lasted for how long? Moreover, he has a very broad mind. Regardless of whether he is a family ninja or a civilian ninja, as long as he is talented enough, he will not hesitate to cultivate him and has never discriminated against anyone. Everyone in Konoha likes and supports him. The more Naoto Senju talks, the more something seems wrong. Tsunade looked serious at first, but within 2 sentences she became more and more confused, unable to figure out what the other party wanted to express. Later, when I suddenly came to my senses, I was immediately happy and angry. She was originally upset because of Uehara Shiming's weird behavior, and now someone was saying such things in front of her, doubting herself. He punched Senju Naoto and flew him to the wall, and roared in an almost roaring voice. Stop, what do you mean? Do you think I am going against him? BD. However, after she punched him, Senju Naoto breathed a sigh of relief. The corners of his mouth were bleeding and his cheeks were swollen, but he was completely relaxed and no longer tense. He climbed up to Tsunade again and reported. Tsunade-sama, someone is secretly spreading the word that you had no choice but to leave Konoha because you were forced and excluded by Hokage-sama and were dissatisfied with Shime Uehara. He also said that the fourth generation was obsessed with power, killed and discredited the original high-level officials, and was the biggest traitor in Konoha. If he was allowed to continue to be Hokage, the village would be destroyed sooner or later in his hands. They are working together to assassinate the Hokage and elect you to become the 5th generation, Senju. Some people are also involved. As soon as these words came out, Tsunade's already angry pretty face suddenly revealed a monstrous anger that was 100 times stronger than before. Senju Naoto felt that he was completely enveloped by a terrible murderous intention. As if he saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he couldn't even move for an instant. He is also a Jainin and has hardly experienced war. Compared with the heroes of World War II who dominated 2 battlefields, the gap is immediately obvious. Tsunade felt like she was about to explode with anger. His face was bloodshot and red from extreme shame and anger. His chest, which was already as small as a hill, began to rise and fall more violently. A pair of fists slowly tightened. Even the joints cracked. Gather all those people together and say I want to see them. Remember, it's all of them. No matter what method is used, no one is missing, including the Senju clan. Yes, I will do it immediately. Late afternoon. Another larger secret place. More than 200 people gathered together densely, staring at Tsunade with excited expressions. Many of them did not expect that Tsunade would actually support them. Thinking back to the 5 miserable years since Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed, I suddenly felt like seeing the light of day again. Only one member of the Sarutobi clan, Jainin, who was clearly the leader, frowned and said, "Tsunade-sama, there are too many people here. If you have anything to do, please announce it as soon as possible, otherwise an accident may happen." Fortunately, Konoha is carrying out infrastructure construction. This period of time is relatively chaotic. Someone may have noticed Gozee as soon as he gathered. Shimei Uehara is not easy to deal with. With his cruelty, you may be implicated once he is discovered. Sarutobi Jainin said sincerely. If you really want to plot something, it is indeed a safe strategy. However, Tsunade seemed not to pay attention to him, but turned to look at Senju Naoto and said, "Is everyone here?" "Everyone in the village has arrived, and there are more than a dozen who are on missions, but I have the list here." Tsunade nodded, then turned to face Sarutobi Jainin. Asked as calmly as possible, "I would like to hear how you plan to assassinate the 4th generation project. Is it possible to rely on this garbage?" Before Sarutobi Jainin could speak, another excited voice rang out from beside him. "Poison, Tsunade-sama, is poison. No matter how strong Uehara Shimei is, there must be a place to show it and be able to display it. It turned out that I was placed in the village by Elder Shimura. I knew that Danzo-sama had many strange toxins in his hands. And some of them were not discovered by the village because the senior officials were killed before they could be reported to the higher authorities after collection. We plan to first place a spy next to Shimei Uehara. After gaining enough trust, he drops a specially prepared poison mixture that is lethal to his food. As a precaution, once the poisoning was successful, they immediately attacked Konoha Hospital, destroyed all the medicines, and killed all the doctors, pharmacists, and medical ninjas. Once Shimei Uehara dies, his subordinates who have been forced to gather together by force will immediately fall apart. At that time, you only need to climb up and shout, and it will be easy to rise to the top." "Okay, very good, very good." Tsunade laughed loudly, gritting her teeth and trembling all over. She clenched her fists, and high concentration of chakra gathered on her fists and feet, exuding a dangerous aura. "If there are any spies or envoy from Lord Hokage here, please come forward immediately. Next, I will kill all of you one by one. Not one left." Chapter 036, The Terror of Superpower, Tsunade's Explosive Killing. "Tsunade-sama, what are you?" As soon as Tsunade opened her mouth, the original ninja who was wearing a flattering smile was instantly frightened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The expression of Sarutobi Jainin in front of him also changed drastically. First there was a look of disbelief on his face, and then his eyes slowly widened, and his gaze turned into some kind of intense fear. He had already thought that if even Tsunade, who was the backbone, was unwilling to come forward, then the fate of himself and others would be self-evident. Not only these two. The original excitement and excitement of almost everyone at the scene suddenly solidified at this moment, and was replaced by more severe shock, doubt, fear, sluggishness, trembling, etc. Originally dreamed of. As long as Tsunade becomes the leader, as a minister of the dragon and the most trustworthy and loyal direct descendant, I can definitely go back to the domineering and unscrupulous days of the 3rd generation. Even going further is not impossible. But at this moment, all the sweet dreams and everything originally planned were shattered in an instant. They have worried about others around them rebelling, surrendering, or leaking information. But I never expected that the first person to stand up and oppose it would be the 5th generation himself who wanted to support it. This joke is really the most ridiculous thing in the world. Not long after Tsunade finished speaking, the scene suddenly became extremely noisy. Countless unbelievable voices echoed in the dust. "Don't you want to be a Hokage? That's a Hokage." Some people looked shocked and tried to win Tsunade back. "Tsunade, third generation is your teacher. Your teacher was killed and you didn't even dare to take revenge. I think you are a coward. Some people couldn't believe it and tried to awaken Tsunade's fighting spirit. Tsunade, you are ungrateful. Everything you have was given to you by third generation Sama. Some people were so frightened that they were trembling all over, but they looked furious. Tsunade, Tsunade-sama, you must be playing a prank, right? Ha ha ha, so funny. Some people still hold on to the last unrealistic hope. However, in the face of all these, whether it is questioning, anger, or persuasive remarks, Tsunade had only one response. She directly swung her punch, smashing the head of Sarutobi Jainin, who was still frightened in front of her, into a crushed watermelon. Simple and direct. Explain? Defend? Refute? None exist. Anbu or the informant come out immediately, otherwise you will be wrongfully killed if you are accidentally killed. Tsunade's voice was cold. The uncontrollable killing intent poured out towards everyone in front of him without any restraint or concealment. Ever since she discovered that Uehara Shiming was consuming her life force to practice, she had suppressed a raging anger in her heart that even she felt afraid of and couldn't control, and she couldn't find a place to vent it. This anger, after knowing that someone is using his own name to slander, smear, and oppose Uehara Shiming. So much so that even a loyal subordinate like Senju Naoto began to doubt her, and it reached its peak in an instant. If we didn't understand Uehara Shiming's character, he knew that with his talent, it was absolutely impossible not to discover the conspiracy of this bunch of losers. Now that he had discovered it, he couldn't let it go unchecked. Now, I can almost wash the floor. That guy is not a generous character. Casting a long line to catch the big fish, then catching them all in one go, and eradicating the roots is the only reason why this garbage can survive to this day. Also following the leader Sarutobi Jainin played GG. Among the crowd, several figures looked at each other. He activated the instant body technique and jumped behind Tsunade, revealing his identity. The next moment, a sinister smile appeared on Tsunade's face. He raised his right foot high and struck the ground in front of him with a mountain axe. The chakra, which was condensed and compressed to the extreme, suddenly bloomed in an instant, the air exploded, the earth and rocks shattered, and the earth cracked. The terrifying explosions even caused the eardrums of many ordinary ninjas to crack and cause them to bleed. After a while, the dust began to settle. The originally flat ground disappeared, and what appeared instead was a huge fan-shaped valley that was 100 meters long and more than 20 meters deep at its deepest point. Including the root ninja facing him, more than half of them were shattered by this blow to the point where no bones were left. Pain Tenkao, a super powerful ninjutsu created by Tsunade based on the secret power of Senju and combined with the heaven-defying chakra control ability of the first medical ninja in the ninja world. High concentration chakra is compressed to the extreme and then released in a directional manner. Executing it with all its strength is enough to shatter the defense of the complete Susanoo. After this blow fell, Tsunade obviously had no intention of stopping. Use the reverse force to fly into the air. First, with a strange punch, the two unlucky guys on the side who were alone were bombarded into powder from a distance. Almost at the same time, towards the direction where the largest number of people were escaping, another shot of Pain Tenkao in full form came. Then, a small burst of chakra erupted from the top of his head, pushing himself down quickly. After one kick broke the ground, the whole person suddenly turned into an arc-shaped afterimage. The strange power can precisely control chakra, concentrate it on any part of the body and explode. Not only can it be used for attacks, but it can also increase speed very well. Once you are proficient, borrowing power in the air, turning in the air, continuous acceleration, etc. will also become routine operations. And in the next 3 minutes, Tsunade almost exhausted all her strength, turning the place over and blowing it up dozens of times. Even though all the enemies were dead, they still didn't stop. Until the end, nothing was left except a giant crater that was 100 meters deep and more than 500 meters in diameter. Not to mention the corpse, not even a few bones and dregs could be found. On the tree not far away, Senju Naoto, several Anbu, and some other ninjas who came after hearing the sound were sweating on their foreheads. No need to do it to this extent, right? This is no longer a crushing of bones and ashes, it is simply crushing of bones and ashes. Under the scroll, many ninjas saw Tsunade Haime's level of violence for the first time, and their expressions were also extremely exciting. So handsome, yes, he is handsome. Thank you for your hard work, Hokage-sama, I mean our fourth generation. Don't worry, Hokage-sama is also very strong in physical skills. He won't lose in hand-to-hand combat. If it doesn't work, you can open 8 gates. Upstairs, you are a bit outrageous, but show your curiosity about fighting in 8 gates. It must be exciting. That's enough for you. Friendly reminder, there are real names in the comments. Be careful and you will be expelled tomorrow for entering the office with your right foot. Ninja Jiraiya, damn it, humanoid female Tyrannosaurus. Original Jiraiya, undead, it's terrible, your Tsunade is actually more violent than ours. Ninja Uzumaki Kushina, these people are so bad, they actually made Sister Tsunade so angry. Ninja World Senju Tobirama, undead. In terms of strength alone, Tsunade has completely surpassed my brother and I. Ninja World Hyaga Ayari, Tsunade here is really angry. Original Tsunade, you look much more chic than me. Chapter 037 Tsunade asks questions, emerging feelings. After 3 minutes of high-intensity non-stop bursts, even Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little tired. She exhaled a long breath. The ferocious expression on his face and the raging anger in his heart finally calmed down a bit. After she began to calm down, she gradually realized that something was wrong with herself. It is indeed worth getting angry at having your name taken for granted, but being angry to such an extent that you can barely control it is a bit unjustifiable. Killing itself is already irrational, let alone killing them all without leaving anyone behind. Silently recalling the mental journey just now, Tsunade was surprised to find that her thoughts at the time were, Uehara is working so hard, but you guys are still doing some shady actions behind the scenes that can't be seen on the stage. And I am worried that a certain boy really thinks that I am dissatisfied and resentful towards him as these people said. The latter even accounts for a larger proportion than the former. Especially when I think back to Shime Uehara's determined eyes and tears that almost never appeared at other times when the two separated 5 years ago. It was as if something suddenly tore a bloody hole in his heart. For a moment, my heart hurt so much that I could hardly breathe. What's wrong with me? Tsunade asked herself silently. In fact, she already had a vague guess, but she was not sure enough and unwilling to admit it. Forget it if everyone else is. But when I think of Uehara Shiming, a romantic BD, I naturally feel a certain resistance. She is also proud and cannot compete with Kushina for her husband. 5 years ago, the reason why I left Konoha was precisely because I was afraid of similar situations and similar things happening. Tsunade silently reviewed herself. But what she doesn't know is that it's better to avoid things like feelings than to block them. Can it really be controlled by perseverance? Since ancient times, heroes have struggled with beauty, and many heroes have fallen for love. If you ask what love is in the world, it means that life and death are mutually beneficial. The location chosen by Senju Naoto is not far from Konoha City. Tsunade used her full strength to unleash her Totenkatsu one after another. Such a huge movement naturally attracted a lot of attention very quickly. However, many people stopped doing anything extra after seeing the legendary Sunin who had disappeared for 5 years. They just discussed with each other with curious faces. A. Does anyone know what the situation is? B. I know, someone is pretending to be Tsunade to smear the 4th generation project. No, now I know about it, not even the body is left. How miserable. See, even so, there is no need to get so angry, right? This is digging 3 feet into the ground, no. Already digging 300 feet into the ground. Ding, I have inside information. Do you want to hear it? Actually, that's the case. Tsunade has been secretly in love with our Hokage-sama. These people are forcing themselves to be stupid, bad, and overestimate their abilities. He actually used Tsunade to attack the 4th generation. Isn't this like lighting a lantern in the toilet and seeking death? It doesn't matter whether you fight or not, but what if it affects the relationship of the young couple? A. Just talk nonsense. B. That's right. That's Tsunade-sama, one of the Sunin. C. I don't think it's possible, there are already so many wives in the 4th generation. Ding, forget it if you don't believe me. Anyway, what I said is true. Otherwise, how could I explain that Tsunade-sama would be so angry? In the video, a group of people gathered together and communicated enthusiastically. The fire of 8 trigrams is burning brightly, which makes you feel happy. The picture scroll was suddenly in chaos at this moment. Because there was a boss with a very honest avatar who made a comment on what a few people were discussing. Ninja World Senju Hashirama, undead. I prove that what the white-haired guy said is true. Ninja World Senju Tobirama, undead. Brother, forget it. I also testify that Tsunade was jealous of the child named Mikoto before. Ninja World Senju Budarum, dead soul. Hashirama's granddaughter? She's pretty good. If you really like her, go for it. Ninja World Uzumaki Mito, undead. Tsunade, Grandma secretly told you that for creatures like men, you have to. Do you understand? Probably because I heard about the demise of the Senju clan, seeing this energetic Tsunade now, I felt inexplicably happy. Or maybe it's simply the emotion, nostalgia, and expectations for young love. As soon as I saw signs of love in Tsunade, in an instant, a lot of old antiques from the Senju clan were exploded, and they all expressed their opinions. Later, even the Senju from the original Ninja World participated enthusiastically, each one more excited than the other. Tsunade herself, who offended 2 ninjas, had black lines all over her head. Return to video. Facing a legendary ninja like Tsunade with a very special identity and status, most people chose to watch. Only Jiraiya and Orochimaru stepped forward and asked with worried faces. Tsunade, what happened? As teammates, they immediately noticed clearly that something was wrong with Tsunade's state just now. Almost as if he was completely crazy, only knowing violent destruction and crazy killing. So much so that all the enemies were dead, still venting their anger towards the ground. The 3 have known each other for decades, and this is the first time they have seen Tsunade like this. No matter how angry I was in the past, I still maintained the most basic rationality and would not be completely dominated by emotions. You 2 follow me. Tsunade snorted. I don't know why, the moment I saw these 2 people, the calmness that had been restored in my heart turned out to be the urge and sign of losing control again. Soon after, deep in the forest of death, Tsunade suddenly got violent and knocked Jiraiya to the ground with 1 punch. He shouted and asked in succession. Why didn't you tell me? Why? Am I so untrustworthy? During the decisive battle with Hanzo, did I ever flinch even a little bit? Yes. Or do you think I want to be a piece of shit like 5th generation? Tsunade got angrier and angrier as she talked. Until the end, I couldn't help crying. The feeling of grievance is beyond words. On the ground, Jiraiya, who had received a punch in vain, looked confused. Have no idea what the hell is going on. After a while, he tentatively said. You're talking about the conspiracy of those boys from the Sarutobi family? This shouldn't cause any trouble to the 4th generation, right? Sensei and Danzo are no match for him. How can they influence Uehara? Orochimaru is more straightforward. I asked Uehara to keep them. Some of my experiments not only need to be conducted on living bodies, but also require extremely high-quality materials. Relying solely on prisoners and rebellious ninjas will delay the research progress, and fourth generation will not let me reach out to others. The two thought they had explained clearly. But there was no sign of understanding or calmness on Tsunade's face, instead there was an unusual shock. You don't know. You don't know. Ah! Tsunade yelled, and the terrifying chakra exploded again. The pagoda foot, which contained overwhelming rage, enveloped both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Chapter 038 Sunen's Jigsaw Puzzle, The Cruel Truth. Half a minute later, Orochimaru, who spent a huge amount of chakra to shed his skin, dug out Jiraiya from the ground, who was spitting out blood. The two of them also understood at this moment that Tsunade's rage was not because of a few dark little bugs. But there are other more serious things. Did something happen to fourth generation? Orochimaru looked solemn. After so many years, not only Tsunade and Jiraiya, but also his feelings for Uehara Shime have become extraordinary. Although he calls himself Taoist friend. But in my heart, the fourth generation has long been at the level of a god or a pioneer. His vast capacity, wonderful thoughts, keen eyesight, and understanding of everything in the world always made him suddenly enlightened and surprised. As early as the third generation project period. The constant communication and discussion between the two alone has accelerated the original research progress by an unknown amount. After successfully ascending the Hokage, with the unremitting support of those in power, the achievements and results achieved in the past 5 years are many times greater and stronger than all the previous ones combined. Especially after transferring a lot of unimportant or non-core research to other people. I only focus on key projects, and the depth of my research cannot be compared to before. Compared with the sneaky and solo fighting in the past, it is not a bit better. If something really happened to Uehara Shiming, he would definitely be one of the most anxious and worried people. Orochimaru is worried. As Shime Uehara's teacher, Jiraiya will certainly not remain indifferent. However, he didn't think that a monster who could practice sage jutsu to perfection at the age of 12 would be defeated casually. Just a little unbelievable. No way. What could happen to a ninja of his level? Tsunade's eyes darkened. He is practicing physical skills in a way that breaks through the limits, the kind that completely breaks the limits, so that all the muscles in his body are completely torn and bleeding. I asked Mikoto privately, once a week, for 3 full years, and never stopped since the physical development was finalized. Wouldn't that consume life force? Jiraiya was suddenly startled, and the expression on Orochimaru's pupils also changed. Many people know the practice method of breaking limits. It is not a secret that body tissues that are destroyed and then restored will be strengthened to a certain extent. But there are only a few who dare to try. The reason is very simple, people who do this generally don't live long. Even in the chaotic warring states period, few people made such a choice. After entering the ninja village era, Danzo was the only one to train his subordinates like this. Uehara doesn't have this need, right? His attainments in ninjutsu, genjutsu, sage jutsu, and even forbidden techniques, sealing techniques, and cursed seal techniques are extraordinary. Why is he so obsessed with the body-knocking technique? If you ask me, who should I ask? How did you become a teacher? You haven't discovered such an important thing. If I hadn't suddenly barged in, I don't know how long it would have been hidden. Tsunade, stop blaming Jiraiya. If Uehara-kun wants to hide something, no one else will be able to find it. The most important thing now is to find out what happened and help him solve the problem. Tsunade turned her head and stared at Orochimaru with suddenly sharp eyes. Do you know something? Tell me everything you know, and even if it means death, I will die clearly today. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then expressed his guess. Shang Yuanjun is very concerned about the nature of chakra, maybe he discovered something. Of the research tasks issued in the past 5 years, 70% are related to the analysis of the essence of chakra, 20% are about physical skills, and the remaining 10% are other things. In addition, all experiments on the analysis of the essence of chakra, regardless of whether they have produced results or not, are classified as S-class top secrets. Not to mention the results, even the fact that someone is studying chakra itself is strictly prohibited from leaking to the outside world. This is obviously unusual. Orochimaru said, and Jiraiya suddenly became energetic. When you said that, I suddenly remembered something. For a period of time, Uehara's mood seemed very low. Especially when talking about peace-related topics, he was like frost beating an eggplant. He remained silent or changed the subject abruptly. Once, I got extremely drunk. You also know him well. Although this guy likes to drink, he has extraordinary control over himself and will never get drunk. At that time, when I went to comfort him, he asked me a strange question. What? What? He asked me, do you know leaks? After that, there was a good burst of laughter, and then no matter how much I asked, he didn't say a word. I don't know why, but I am very impressed by this incident, and I think about it from time to time. Jiraiya's voice fell. Orochimaru suddenly frowned and murmured to himself. Chakra, leaks, physical skills, chakra, leaks, physical skills, chakra, leaks, physical skills. He always felt like something flashed through the depths of his mind just now, but he couldn't catch the trace when he thought about it carefully. A large amount of key information is missing. It is too difficult to deduce the whole picture based on such scraps and scraps, just like a blind man trying to figure out the elephant. If there is a problem with chakra, then physical skills are almost the only way to deal with it, which makes sense. But what's going on with leeks? Is it possible that using chakra to grow leeks will make them grow faster, stronger and more delicious? Jiraiya also activated his not-so-smart brain and started racking his brains. Tsunade couldn't help but rolled her eyes when she heard this. How could it be so simple? However, as soon as he said these words, Orochimaru's pupils shrank violently in an instant. Then, his whole body began to tremble so violently that he couldn't control himself and collapsed to the ground. His frightened state immediately attracted the attention of the other two people. What's wrong? Orochimaru, what did you think of? Jiraiya is right, using chakra to cultivate leeks will indeed grow faster, stronger and more delicious. But the leeks here are not real leeks, but refer to ninjas. The inheritance of ninjas continues from generation to generation, just like leeks. If you can't cut them all, you can never harvest them. This was the reason why the fourth generation practiced physical skills hard and did not hesitate to waste his life force. He planned to take action against the being who harvested leeks. No. It can't be right. Jiraiya paled. Even though he was as neurotic as he was shocked to the core by Orochimaru's guess at this moment. Tsunade was also doubtful. Treating ninjas as leeks, harvested from generation to generation, is too crazy, too cruel, too terrifying and too unbelievable. However, Orochimaru completely shattered the two's last struggle with just one word. Do you know, the reincarnation of Dirty Land? Chapter 039, One stone stirs up 1,000 waves, everyone's reaction. Do you know, the reincarnation of Dirty Land? Orochimaru's words were like a flash of lightning exploding in the dark and silent night sky. Suddenly, the pupils of the other two people suddenly shrank. It was almost exactly the same as Orochimaru's reaction before. His whole body was trembling violently, and there were large beads of sweat on his forehead. As a disciple of the legendary Sunin and Hokage, Tsunade is also the princess of the Senju clan, so of course they know about the existence of reincarnation. This technique can not only summon the undead from the underworld to the living world and resurrect them in physical form. And with almost immortality and unlimited chakra, it is one of the most evil S-level forbidden arts. In the past, the two of them didn't feel anything was wrong. After all, chakra has been passed down for thousands of years, and countless geniuses and outstanding figures have been born during this period. Heroes of all generations have continued to enrich and strengthen this system. It can be said that there are many weird ninjutsu forbidden techniques, seals and seals. However, at this moment, with Orochimaru's words, Tsunade and Jiraiya only felt a thick chill deep in their hearts, which was gushing out, as if they were about to completely submerge themselves. What could be a better proof than the reincarnation of filthy soil that ninjas are actually leeks cultivated in nurseries by certain beings? The evidence is solid and there is nothing left to chance. Not only Sunan. As Orochimaru presented his speculations and evidence to everyone, the minds of almost all ninjas in the two ninja worlds suddenly went blank. It was still very active before, with all kinds of speculations and barrage on the dust. At this moment, it completely disappeared and fell into some strange silence. Even Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Ashina, and Hyuga Tenin, who are super powerful at the highest level of super shadows, were speechless for a while. Because even they have never considered this possibility. Faced with this kind of horrific incident that is extremely unbelievable and shocking at the same time, don't know how to evaluate it at all. As the primates of all things, ninjas who always consider themselves to be the masters of the world, and who also feel superior among humans, want to make a rebuttal. But even if I searched my entire mind completely, I couldn't find any suitable reason at all. It took a few seconds before someone had the courage to eat the first crab. Fake, right? Perhaps Orochimaru guessed wrong. After all, the fourth generation himself has not been confirmed yet. How is that possible? Are you kidding? This kind of thing is too whimsical. If all this is true, how strong will the enemy Hokage-sama will face? Could that person be the legendary Sage of Six Paths? The history of ninjas has existed for thousands of years. Doesn't that mean there are people who have lived from thousands of years ago to now? Original Uchiha Madara, undead. I probably know why the other me is so afraid of you. You are a genius and even a madman. Regardless of whether it is true or not, just by daring to make such a guess, Uehara Shiming, your ability has surpassed mine. Original Senju Tobirama, undead. This ninja named Orochimaru has some qualities that are no less than mine. He is a different kind of genius. Monkey, accepting Sunan as your disciple is probably the only way I, as a teacher, can express my affirmation to you. Ninja World Senju Hashirama, undead. It seems that remarkable people did appear in later generations. Ninja World Uzumaki Mito, undead. The Uzumaki clan had a taboo sealing technique used to summon Shinigami, called the Ghoul Seal, which could directly seal the enemy's soul. But at the same time, as a caster, after completing this technique, his soul will also be swallowed by Shinigami. Anger, fear, shock, sadness, worry, doubt. There is no doubt that at this moment, everyone's mood swings are extremely intense. After a moment of silence, there was a rebound that was several times more violent than before. Not only in the ninja world, but also in other places, some characters with special status. When he saw Shimei Uehara actually targeting a being above the ninja, he couldn't help but be shocked by his courage and boldness. Two netherworlds and a pair of Sage of Six Paths both looked confused. What the hell? Aren't you pursuing world peace? Why did you suddenly find out about me? He is indeed the master of Hades, right? Even the underworld itself was created by him using his own heavenly control. But before that, except for a few that are too special, the souls in this world, regardless of whether they are strong or weak, will dissipate directly after death. You can't throw this blame away from yourself no matter what, right? Some unknown alien space. Satsuki Ishiki breathed a sigh of relief, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just now, he almost thought that Uehara Shiming's target was him. After all, Taijutsu, Sage Jutsu, Sealing Techniques, Time and Space Techniques. This guy's abilities are too specific to Tsutsuki. Now it seems that he is probably targeting Tsutsuki Hago Romo. Wonderful, really wonderful. The reason why he has been hiding here and not daring to go out. In addition to having to find a suitable container for reincarnation, there is also the fear of the Sage of Six Paths still lingering in the underworld. This old guy is very sinister. Even Kaguya was plotted against him back then. Who knows what other tricks he might have hidden behind him. In the moon, Tsutsuki Kaguya, who is regarded as the ancestor of Chakra. He looked a little worried. She herself is not afraid of Shime Uehara. Even if she reaches the peak of her physical skills that may target Tsutsuki, she is still an ant in her eyes. However, if such a person exists in the ninja world, his plan to unblock and resurrect may be delayed for an unknown amount of time. It seems that everyone has been hit hard. The current ninja world. Over Konoha. Uehara Shiming looked at the empty scroll and sighed slightly. He admitted that the ultimate move he used was indeed a little bit too powerful. For many ordinary or weak-minded ninjas, this is almost like a bolt from the blue. But at that time, it was to target Tsunade and Sunin. As an undoubted cage-level powerhouse, he has the resounding reputation of being the best medical ninja in the ninja world. In terms of identity, she is also the princess of Konoha and Fire Country, and there are 2 Hokage grandfathers plus a Hokage teacher and a Hokage nephew. Can trivial things touch the hearts of such people? And if her psychological defense line cannot be completely and thoroughly penetrated in an instant, any other clever or not clever methods will only scratch the surface and not have much effect. I am not Hiruzen Sarutobi. Is it possible that I can still perform surgery with a rope tree? As a time traveler, in a sense, he can even be regarded as a big time traveler. He is also somewhat proud and cannot resort to such despicable and disgusting methods. However, Shime Uehara did not say anything to comfort everyone. Because in the next plot, he will comfort Tsunade. At that time, everyone will naturally feel better. Chapter 040 Heavenly Situation, Shocking Situation. Video continues. Just when Sunin was in panic and horror. Behind them, a gentle woman wearing a classic Secretary OL outfit suddenly appeared. Surprisingly, it was Uchiha Mikoto, Uehara Shime's special secretary. Mikoto's expression was gloomy, his jade eyes were weeping, he was obviously very sad but he looked pitiful. Very endearing. She held up a hardcover scroll with a brown back in both hands. On the top, the 2 arrogant Hyuxia characters Tianju with Uehara's characteristics were clearly visible. Not long after, Mikoto came to Sunin, bowed deeply and said, "This may be of some use to you. Please help Master Hokage. I don't want him to die. Please." As he spoke, tears rolled down again like broken beads. When they saw what Mikoto was holding, the 3 of them were slightly startled. Although the content of the scroll is not known yet, just these 2 words seem to have a magnificent and heroic spirit emanating from it. Heavenly game, is it a chess game against the sky, or is it a layout as unsolvable as the sky? Tsunade's eyes were shocked, she grabbed the scroll with her hand and immediately opened it to read. And everyone under the scroll also followed Tsunade to read this bizarre story. There was a chess fanatic in Zizhuang, and everyone called him Chaos. He is confused about everything except Grandmaster Go. The walking stumbles and slants, it is said that he is walking on a chess grid, and every step is a unique move. Chaos is indeed a weirdo. As a child, a lame old school teacher taught him Go. Disaster struck from heaven, and my husband starved to death. Chaos went deep into the mountains and wilds to grow on its own, drank from mountain springs, fought ferocious beasts, fought in heaven and earth, and became a strong man on his own. That chess piece was actually made by nature. It seems that there is a huge natural brute force, which often stirs up violent storms on the chessboard, leaving opponents stunned and stunned. In particular, he is good at using the suppressing Godhead move, which has a killing power rarely seen in the world, and is extremely vicious when used to fight. No matter how solid the fortress is, he will rush and attack it until it is completely destroyed. Tianji, originally a vigorous short story, has also been plagiarized by time travelers because of its grandeur and unique meaning. Especially the last 4 words Shengtian Banzi. Every time it appears, everyone is shocked. Countless senior colleagues have used this to pretend to be incompetent in the outside world. Shimei Uehara also made some adaptations to it. Regardless of the imagination or the meaning it represents, the heavenly situation can be said to be shocking to the gods and ghosts. The only thing is that the description of the protagonist's chess skills in the book is not exaggerated enough. How can a mere foil of a retired national player embody the lofty realm and madness of a man who is playing chess with the sky? He not only arranged a series of extraordinary opponents for chaos. It also borrows the philosophy of the 5 realms of swordsmanship from the book Sword Demon Doguchu by Jin Yang: sharp sword, soft sword, heavy sword, wooden sword, and no sword. Integrate it into the chess game, let chaos continue to grow in the book, and finally the chess power reaches an unpredictable heaven-defying state. The first level. Sharp sword. The style of chess is fierce, violent, and invincible. This is naturally understood when fighting fierce beasts in the mountains and wilderness. Before the weak crown of chaos, he used it to compete with the heroes of the world, achieved his first achievement, founded a sect, and formed a line of his own. The second level, soft sword. He specializes in taking treacherous paths, and there are ambushes all over the chessboard. He often breaks out from unexpected places and wins with one blow. Before the age of 30, Chaos relied on it to run rampant across the world, defeating all heroes and enemies, and achieved his second achievement, becoming invincible in the world. The third level, heavy sword. A heavy sword has no edge, and a heavy sword has no skill. The chess skills are already perfect, and the weight is lifted with ease, without showing any sharpness. In the chess game, a strong man builds a stronghold and fights stupidly. He only cultivates his internal strength and ignores his opponents. A gentleman hides his weapons and waits for the time to move. He is good at using his majestic power to overwhelm his opponent, and no matter how strange his opponent's moves are, he can only be crushed to pieces. Entering the Tao in a chaotic dream, playing chess with ghosts and gods, defeating all the masters of chess in the past, and achieving the third achievement, invincibility in the 3 realms. The fourth level, wooden sword. It doesn't matter what it is. Plants, trees, bamboos, and rocks can all be used as swords. At this time, it no longer mattered about the style of chess. Any moves could be picked up at your fingertips and deployed freely. You could only use the most correct response method according to the current situation. Since then, I have practiced intensively and gradually reached the point where I can win without any moves but with one move at a time. There is no rival in the world, and Hun Chao feels deeply lonely, so he has no choice but to live in seclusion in a deep valley and play chess with himself. Achieve the fourth achievement, unite people and chess, and surpass yourself. Fifth level, no sword. People and chess unite and return to nature. The moves no longer stick to tricks, adapt to changes, murderous potential is invisible, and new moves are constantly flowing. The chess game contains endless changes and infinite possibilities, which are so unpredictable that even the secrets can be calculated, turning the 3-foot chessboard into your own world. At this moment, the chaos and chess skills have reached an incredible and incomprehensible state. Reaching the 5th achievement, the end of the road, with no further progress. At this time, he said a famous saying: "I am invincible against the human world. If I don't fight against heaven, who will I fight against?" Chaos drew his sword towards the sky. Ah no, he was setting the stage for heaven to play chess. Tsunade unfolded the scroll while reading. The scroll almost completely reflected her perspective, completely projecting the content above. As Tsunade continued to read and unfold the scroll, Countless viewers from the two ninja worlds gradually became immersed in this story. They did not yet realize the true connotation of the story and the huge impact of the last scene. But even if it's just chaos challenging the world's chess masters, entering the Tao in a dream to play chess with ghosts and gods, and setting up a game to invite the sky to play chess, it's exciting enough. Especially the sentence "I am invincible against the world, and I will not fight against anyone else unless I fight against heaven." It was full of force in an instant and made countless people feel passionate. However, just when everyone's attention was focused on the content of the scroll, someone suddenly reminded on the barrage. "Look at the trees in front of you." Someone followed the guidance of the barrage and cast their gaze over. I saw, in the peripheral vision of Tsunade's perspective, and in the narrow gap outside the space occupied by the content of the scroll, a figure stood impressively. Shiming Uehara crossed his arms and stood on the treetops in the air, his robes fluttering gently in the breeze. This scene made many ninjas feel horrified. As a profession that inherently operates in darkness, reconnaissance and intelligence capabilities are almost the lifeline and specialty of ninjas. Even if he is an ordinary ninja, even if he does not have the ability to perceive, as long as there is any slightest movement in the surroundings, including smells, sounds, changes in light, abnormal disturbances in the air, fluctuations emitted by the human body itself, and even the mysterious sixth sense, it will be instantly detected. However, at this moment, Shimei Uehara appeared openly in front of Sunan. None of the three of them felt anything was wrong, and they still looked down at the scroll. As a veteran movie star, Sunan is obviously not weak, and his vigilance is not bad. The only thing that can explain this strange situation is that Shimei Uehara is so strong that it is completely beyond another level. Although everyone already knew that he was very strong. But the impact of this scene still made many ninjas shudder. Chapter 041, Taking Advantage of Yourself to Win the Battle. Now, many people have gradually recovered from the huge shock of ninjas are leaks, and the barrage has become active again. When he discovered that Shimei Uehara had appeared in front of Sunan at some point, some people even kept playing tricks and posting barrages in an attempt to remind the four people in the video to pay attention to their surroundings. "Tsunade, look up quickly, your conspiracy has been discovered." Videos are all in the past tense, and barrages cannot travel through time and space. Everyone just looked at Uehara Shimei watching Tsunade and the others reading the scroll. As Tsunade continued, the second half of the story, which was also the most exciting and shocking part, gradually began to unfold in front of everyone's eyes. After inviting Tien to play chess, Hun Chaos actually fell into a trance. In the mist, it seemed as if I saw a strange place. What's even more weird and unusual is that no matter what you see, you will completely forget it in the next moment. There is only a blank in your mind and you can't recall anything. All I know is that there are countless brilliant lights filling the air, which is extremely shocking. I don't know how long has passed, maybe a second, maybe even the world has changed. A chessboard formed out of thin air in front of Chaos, but strangely there was no chess piece on it. The chessboard grid is crisscrossed, as if reality, existence, time and space, yin and yang, life and death, heaven, earth, humans, gods and ghosts are completely enveloped in it, and contains endless mysteries and truths. This is called the mysterious and mysterious, the door of many wonderful things. A sentence came out of nowhere in his chaotic mind, unnamed, the beginning of heaven and earth, named, the mother of all things. With a flash of inspiration, he threw out the killing move suppressing Godhead that he learned when he was young fighting wild beasts in the mountains, and took the lead in occupying the star position in the lower right corner. And the next moment, a white stone condensed on the chessboard, and it actually occupied the Tianyuan position. Go has always been about fighting for every inch of territory, and the so-called subtleties are all in it. Especially the chess pieces on the four-pointed star position, which can be advanced, attacked, retreated, or defended, have always been strategic points that military strategists must compete for. So much so that there is a saying that the golden horns are silver-edged and the belly of grass is the same. Seeing this completely unreasonable move, Huan Chao was shocked in his heart. In terms of chess theory alone, he clearly had an advantage, but he still had a bad feeling. For the second move, Huan Chao thought for a long time, but still chose to occupy the star position and try his best to strengthen his own power first. Both sides made moves like flying. Soon, the chess move reached the 16th position, and the two men exchanged hand-to-hand combat, and the fighting began. White's chess flew over black's lower right corner, and chaos resolutely broke through. The white chess and the black chess are each divided into two parts. The four dragons are coiled around each other, rushing to the left and right along the edge. The war raged on, and the fighting was extremely fierce. Chaos sometimes desperately grabs a white chess piece, suppresses it, and pursues it fiercely. Sometimes it turns into a trickle, quietly flowing, penetrating, and lurking in the enemy's formation. Sometimes it is like an antelope hanging its horns, with no trace to be found at all. When chess is played in his situation, every move is a clever move, and every move is a master move, a ghost move, or a divine move. Every time you make a move, there are countless considerations. Simple and unpretentious, yet completely natural, with hidden murderous intentions, it can be said that the situation is completely calculated. But the other party seems to be willing to give in too much. He moves smoothly and freely, with profound steps and fierce moves. The victory or defeat was always within a breath. The fight between the two sides was extremely fierce and exciting. As long as any party is careless in the slightest, it will immediately be doomed and destroyed. On the 180th, Chaos took the lead in launching a general attack. The offensive was like an overwhelming force, with soaring anger and murderous intent in every move. It was so majestic that it destroyed everything. White ignores his own position and concentrates on killing the black dragon. It's like two warriors standing on the edge of a cliff, each pulling out his gleaming sword and starting a life-and-death duel. Neither side defended themselves, allowing the other to slash at their own bodies while stabbing at the other's vitals more ferociously. It's not a gentle game, it's a bloody fight. He is both brave and resourceful, and can use all possible means to do anything. After another 180 moves, the white chess piece killed Chaos's black dragon, and Chaos also occupied the previous white formation. The world has changed, times have changed, and there has been a complete change of homes. The two sides exchanged positions, but they were still evenly matched, and the victory or defeat all depended on the officials. At this time, the chaotic chess theory is exhausted and there is no more pieces to play. But he did not give up, but instead threw in all the national players, ghosts, and gods who had played against him before. Humans, ghosts, and gods all unite to fight against the unfathomable heaven. Seeing this, both Sunan in the video and countless heroes from all over the world outside the video were all in extreme shock. With ghosts and gods as sons, they play chess with the same sky and still do not lose. This kind of thing, let alone the ninja world with a lack of culture, even in another world, as long as it is written wonderfully, it can still arouse countless emotions. On the chessboard, the fighting continues. Especially after the two sides changed formations, the situation became obviously more complicated. It's all about me and you. Every time you make a move, there are more things to calculate and consider than the last time. However, instead of shrinking back and fearing, Hun Chaos became even more energetic. There is no time in the void. After an unknown amount of time, the decisive opportunity finally came. The outcome is only half a piece, and it all depends on a calamity in the lower right corner. The so-called calamity means that the two sides are intertwined. When I eat one of your pieces, I will also leave an eye for you, giving the other party a chance to eat one of my pieces. This is also called mutual promotion. According to the rules of Go, when this situation occurs, the party being RD must first make a move elsewhere and force the other party to respond before it can capture a piece. This hand is very crucial. If the moves you make elsewhere do not threaten the opponent and are not enough for the opponent to respond in the same way, then the opponent will strike first and you will lose. This elsewhere that can threaten the other party and force the other party to respond in the same way is also called a robbery material. There is no victory or defeat in the tribulation itself, because it can cycle back and forth, you eat me and I eat you, and it goes on and on. The key to victory or defeat lies in the calamity materials both sides possess. Whoever has more robbery materials can cycle the robbery one more time and win the final victory. The chaotic dragon is dead but not frozen, and it becomes the perfect calamity material at this time. The heaven was forced to respond hand in hand until it was exhausted. The remnants of the white chess pieces in the black array also made a riot, causing chaos and chaos. You brought it up to each other, and I brought it back, and we kept fighting over it. As the amount of robbery material available to both sides continues to decrease, the situation gradually becomes clearer. Chaos is a scholar of heaven, and he already knows in his heart that he is going to win. But he also understood that the victory in this game was not due to the difference in chess strength, but the natural disadvantage of the opponent's first-hand Tianyuan. However, just when Heaven's calamity materials were completely exhausted and it was no longer enough to contain chaos, it was time to attack G. A huge white sun suddenly appeared outside the chessboard. This time, the disadvantage of Tianyuan suddenly became an advantage. The robbery of the sky was one more step than the chaos, and the situation suddenly turned. A good game of chess is about to be lost in this disaster. The chaos only felt that there was blood rushing towards the head, and the masculinity was forced to make a black hairy N. He burst out laughing. Fighting against heaven is endless fun, fighting against earth is endless fun, fighting against humans is endless fun. Immediately, he pushed the golden mountain, overturned the jade pillar, hit the white piece outside the chessboard, knelt on the ground, and suppressed the last eye. The sky suddenly showed strange images, countless stars twinkled, and a chaotic figure suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky. There are stargazers in the world who watch the stars at night. See the stars in the sky, both dark and bright, separated like chess pieces, just like a game of Go. Looking closely at this scene, we can see that the conception is unique, the calculations are exquisite, the majesty is majestic, and the universe is grand. It is indeed a great work that has never been seen in his life. The mountains are towering, standing around the chessboard, the sky is long and blue, with thick clouds hanging down, and there are eagles circling the mountain streams, roaring and shrill. The stargazer was shaken physically and mentally, and stood solemnly for a long time. Everyone around him was puzzled when they saw his strange expression, and asked one after another, "What is Hun Chaos doing?" Answer: play chess. The starry sky is lonely, who can I play chess with? The stargazer was silent. After a long time, one word came out heavily: heaven. The common people have a superficial understanding and chatter and ask, "Did you win or lose?" Stargazers count carefully. Count to the lower right corner and see the calamity that determines victory or defeat. Chaos Chong knelt on the ground and acted as a sunspot, just to win the victory. Stargazers revere the spirit of chaos and are passionate about it. He held his hands with his hands and raised his hands, shouting the mountains and wildness, forestry creepy. Shengtian Bonzi. Author's note: I'm sorry, everyone, I couldn't stop it for a while. This part seems a bit self-indulgent. Please just watch it, it won't affect the plot. Chapter 042 Uehara's image improves again, F4's reputation is victimized again. Shengtian Bonzi. When the scroll is fully unfolded, these 4 words finally appear on the scroll. Almost all the audience, even people like Sage of Six Paths, Satsuki Ishiki, and Satsuki Kagaya who feel superior. There seemed to be a thunder in my heart. It seems to have some kind of heaven-defying magic power, making everyone who sees it feel shocked and their expressions completely out of control. Because the spirit represented by these 4 words is really too grand. especially after the blessing of the previous plot. This kind of shock and touching of the mind has reached an indescribable level. Even describing it as shocking and touching is a bit inappropriate. Because their previous outlook on life, values, and worldview have been completely torn apart and torn to pieces, and then forcefully poured into them things that are 100 times more terrifying and vast than before. Like an ancient savage who suddenly came to a prosperous city. That kind of mood cannot be accurately described in words and words. Tsunade and the other three were completely stunned on the spot, as if they were under a restraining spell, unable to move for a long time. The performance of other people under the scroll is also very different. When shock or other emotions are intense to a certain extent, the expression will not be so exaggerated. Because the brain has almost lost its ability to think and respond, it is commonly known as being absent-minded or losing its soul. It's no wonder they behaved like this. The culture of the ninja world is really lacking. An important consequence of lack of culture is that the vast majority of people, including many people in power at the top who think they are well informed, have very limited vision and knowledge. If in the past life, any adult with normal IQ saw this story, even if it was the first time, he would never behave so badly. Because they have already seen the same or even higher level things in other novels, movies, animations, games, fairy tales, etc. Countless authors, screenwriters, and planners have worked hard and racked their brains in order to make a small amount of money out of the pockets of viewers or readers. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing his magical powers. After you sing, I will appear. In the end, 100 flowers bloomed, and the garden was filled with spring colors, dazzling and dazzling. And the more similar things you see, you will naturally develop a kind of immunity. They will even judge you with great interest. Great author, you are not good at this, but so-and-so's writing is much better than yours, and they just triple X. Once upon a time, there was no water in the sea, except for Wushan, it was not a cloud. This is the feeling of someone with enough knowledge and vision to look at new things. The vision is narrow, and only a person with 1 acre of 3 points under his feet see things and things outside the scope of understanding. All we have to do is look up to the mountains and worship sincerely. The first time is always the most precious and the most unforgettable. The foundation of the ninja world is destined to make it difficult for even the smartest, most open-minded, and most knowledgeable ninja to escape. Can you believe it? Jiraiya's strong perseverance and endurance are already among the few cultural representatives. Therefore, when everyone saw a story that was considered very good and grand in a certain blue star, they were completely captured by the huge shock and touch from the depths of their souls. Like those previous banners and calligraphy works, this is not a victory for Shimei Uehara, but a victory for civilization. The most important thing is that Uehara Shimei had already put forward the concept of ninjas are actually leaks before this. This story also contains some profound meaning and direction. Shengtian Banzi is no longer simply the ending of a plot, but also represents the unyielding and fighting spirit of mankind that vows not to be slaves. It's a declaration. It is a letter of challenge. It is a kind of courage. At this moment, in the hearts of almost everyone, Shimei Uehara is no longer on the same level as himself or even everyone he knows. He is bound to this declaration, this challenge, this courage. If everyone's previous influences on him were the excellent Hokage, the powerful ninja, the lecher, etc. So at this moment, all other titles recede one by one, leaving only one, the man who wants to beat half the world. Also at this moment, many people in the ninja world finally understand why Shimei Uehara can break the restrictions between people, villages, and countries, and why he is so popular and trusted. His magnanimity is truly so great that everyone who knows him is deeply moved by him. It is an impulse that is willing to die for it and still has no regrets until death. Although life is important, but if it is for such a great cause, why not die for such a lofty person? At this moment, everyone also remembered the evaluation of some people in ninja before. Conan said, I have never seen a smarter existence than Shang Harajan. Yi Kurane said, "No matter what difficulties and dangers we face, we will never stop, move forward courageously, and do what we say. This is the fourth generation we admire." Terumi Mei said, "If you have not been close to that man, you can't understand it at all." Yeking said, "Those who cannot agree with the greatness of Uehara Shiming are all fools in this world. He can show the most brutal and obscene side of his heart in front of anyone without reservation, including those he respects, loves, and even admires and dreams of. He admits that he is such a person and looks forward to your forgiveness. But it is precisely because of this that what he pursues and expects seems so precious and worthy of belief. Unlike some dirty people who do one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes, I believe they don't even know how they died in the end." Nohara Rin said, "Although it sounds a little incredible, this is Hokage-sama who is truly trusted and followed by everyone." Uchiha Mikoto said, "Never before has so many ninjas, so many forces, and even countries been able to unite and move toward one goal, never before." At that time, although many people didn't say anything, only they knew whether they were dissatisfied in their hearts. Because almost everyone was praising this man in every possible way. But now, they also have the same feeling in their hearts. In fact, the reason why Uehara Shime is described in this way is not that he only deserves such praise, but just because his language skills are not up to standard and he cannot imagine a better adjective. There was also a brief silence, followed by a barrage of violent rebounds. Countless shocks and praises swarmed in, almost drowning the entire picture. If this is the case, I am willing to follow him and dedicate everything that belongs to me. Ordinary men are lustful, but if it's Shime Uehara, he probably just can't bear to reject other girls, right? After all, it is natural for a person like him who is handsome, powerful, has great ideals and has a charming personality to attract girls, right? Actually, we don't know that Lord Hokage has such a plan. He has already fully gained everyone's recognition just by virtue of his performance as Hokage. Yes, if there were no comparison video of the world's will, I'm afraid we wouldn't know until our death that Master Hokage is actually greater than everyone imagined before. Shengtian Banzi, his courage is truly unimaginable. Even a great man like Uehara Shime was so angry that he was forced to go to the Hokage building to kill him. This shows how vicious and inhuman Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are. There is no need for Uehara Shime to kill the Hokage building. Facing such a talent, he did not entrust him with such an important task. It is already selfish and incompetent. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo. No, what does it have to do with us? We didn't appear in this plot at all. Also, which one of you has seen that he was forced? He has obviously been sharpening his knife for a long time, right? Chapter 043 Uehara Shime's Past, the Slap Maniac. While everyone on the barrage was expressing their admiration. In the video, Sunin also gradually recovered from the huge shock. And when they turned their attention away from the scroll, of course they also saw Uehara shimming on the treetop not far away. Uehara-kun, do you want to use that technique? Orochimaru looked slightly complicated. He quickly thought that what was recorded on this scroll was much more than just a simple story. Everything in it should be meaningful and representative. If my previous guess was correct, or the fourth generation project also guessed the same, I think there really is something that treats the ninja world as a nursery and ninjas as leeks, harvesting them generation after generation. There is no doubt that the heaven in the story refers to this existence. However, compared to the clues left by the things that harvested the ninja world, the sky in the story is not described too much. As for chaos, I am invincible in the human world. If I don't fight with heaven, who will I fight with? The answer is also obvious, Uehara Shime himself. Regardless of the level of talent, or the size, structure, wisdom, and bravery. Their Hokage-sama, compared to what was described in the plot, is not only not weaker at all, but even slightly better. When Hun Chao was a boy, he founded a sect and established a sect of his own. He was invincible until he was 30 years old. Shimei Uehara could no longer find an opponent before he turned 18. Under the light escape, all living beings are equal. As long as they are still flesh and blood, they are simply unable to resist. Chaos entered Taoism in a dream and played chess with ghosts and gods. There are also reincarnations in the ninja world, so it is not difficult to bring out a few undead souls. The only thing is that with the current strength of the fourth generation, even among the undead that have accumulated for thousands of years, there are probably only a few who can truly match it. There is indeed a heaven in the ninja world, and Master Hokage also compares himself to chaos. Naturally, the final game against Yaotian and Shengtian Bonzi were not just casual remarks. Orochimaru quickly thought of Uehara Shimei, a nobleman who was second only to Jiraiya when he was a child, and even met Jiraiya 2 years earlier, Mat Dai. It is said that this man masters a forbidden technique, 8 Gates Dungia, which costs his life but can increase his power dozens or hundreds of times in an instant. In this way, it is almost self-evident what Shengtian Bonzi represents. Not only Orochimaru, but Tsunade and Jiraiya also quickly thought of this. Because their Hokage-sama is currently practicing hard in physical skills. And it uses the ancient and cruel method of breaking limits regardless of the cost. Compared with Orochimaru's complicated mood, Tsunade and Jiraiya only had regret and intolerance in their eyes. Especially Tsunade, after realizing her own intentions, she almost doesn't hide it now. Facing Orochimaru's question with almost 90% certainty, Uehara Shimei immediately nodded without hesitation. This was originally planned by him, and he wanted a few people to guess the answer. There was nothing to be fussy about. However, after truly confirming Uehara Shimei's answer, Orochimaru hesitated. Uehara-kun, is it really possible to achieve that level of taijutsu? As soon as he opened his mouth, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Uchiha Mikoto, the 4 of them almost unanimously cast doubtful and inquiring eyes over him. Outside the scroll, a large number of other ninjas and even many top experts had the same expression. At this moment, the 4th battle has not even started, and the highlight moment of King Kai kicking half of 6 paths to pieces has not yet happened. Many people simply don't have a clear idea of the upper limit that physical skills can truly reach. In their impression, only ordinary civilians who are not good at ninjutsu and genjutsu will delve into taijutsu as a last resort when they have no choice. In ninja battles, especially after reaching a certain level, the role played by pure physical skills is indeed better than nothing. Just looking at the strong men in physical arts, it can be imagined that except for Mat Dai and his son, there are almost no names. The ninja world also has star effect and skills, and people often achieve mutual success. Tsunade and Reikage are both ninjutsu, but in essence they are still based on ninjutsu, which is not the same concept at all. Cultivation is difficult, consumes a lot of resources, costs a lot, grows slowly, and has little effect. This is the impression that most ninjas have on taijutsu at this time. Even though Mat Dai of the original ninja world made the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 lucky treasures, there was still not much change. First of all, the death of the so-called 7 ninja swordsmen was too frustrating and hasty. Not long after he came out of the closed Kirigakure village, he hit the iron plate before he could really achieve a good result. The shock caused is far less exaggerated than the actual effect. Everyone does admire Mat Dai, but most of them doubt the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and naturally have an illusion in their hearts. Could this thing be a parallel import with a silver pewter tip? And the latter feeling is definitely stronger than the former. In addition to this, another important reason is that the efforts and gains are not directly proportional. Among ninjutsu, genjutsu, secret techniques, and blood succession limits, there are not many that can achieve the same results. Why take the trouble when there are other options? On the treetop, Shimei Uehara looked at the faces of the 4 people. After being slightly stunned, he then laughed at himself. It seems that many people have completely forgotten what I originally relied on to start my business. As soon as he said these words, Sunen's expression suddenly froze. Uchiha Mikoto even lowered his head quietly. He didn't know what he thought of, but his face turned rosy inexplicably. Under the scroll, many ninjas who went to school with him in the current ninja world also recalled a painful past that they couldn't bear to look at. At that time, no matter whether he was fighting or fighting, Uehara Shime could only use one move, which was to slap. After the battle begins, relying on the superb speed of 8 gates, before you can react at all, it will rush in front of you and deliver a powerful blow that is very damaging and even more insulting. Simple yet crude. No matter how you resist, if you all use the phantom bloodstained secret technique of the ninja body, there will only be one result, and that is a big fight. The only difference is how many blows you will receive. Many 6th graders were beaten to the point of doubting their lives, and some even cried on the spot. This was also the first time someone became famous and had his first title. Even now, horror stories about the slap maniac are still circulating on campus. While several people were stunned, Shime Uehara spoke again and explained. Although I can blast the 3rd generation item on ninjutsu, I can instantly kill Sharingan on genjutsu. I have perfect sage art. I also learned how to fly the Thunder God, developed the blood successor to eliminate light escape, and I also know a thing or two about sideline things like sealing seals. But what is truly the best and most powerful is physical skills from beginning to end. This will not change even in another 20 years. The reason why you feel that physical skills are weak is simply because you are not good at it. It has nothing to do with the physical skills system. On the contrary, if you want to talk about the upper limit, apart from the direct bloodline of Sage of 6 Paths, only physical skills are really qualified and may aspire to be the strongest. As soon as Uehara Shiming said these words, Sunen immediately fell silent. The viewers who watched the video didn't know how to evaluate it for a while. Sunen is weak? If you dare to say this, do you want to go up there and try it yourself? Do you believe that you will die if you try it? Do you want to experience Sage Art's fire-style barbecue? Or do you want to be massaged by Susan's weird power? Even Hanzo, who was known as a demigod back then, didn't dare to be so arrogant. But the problem is, Shime Uehara is one of the few people who is qualified to say that. That's what he said. What can you do? Chapter 44, Talking with Tsunade, Tsunade's Self-Motivation. On the scroll, the video continued, not stopping at all due to the emotional fluctuations of the people. When the screen flashed, Uehara Shime had appeared on the Hokage rock. This time, he did not wear the extremely handsome Hokage god robe from his previous appearances. Instead, he wears a silver crown and silver grey 2-color bright armor. A black robe can be seen underneath. If there are any time travelers here, they will definitely see that this is the most handsome and charming Erlang Shen ever dressed up. It has to be said that Shime Uehara is really good at showing off, and has even integrated the showmanship into his bones. With every move he makes, he inadvertently puts on a show-off, and even the slightest bit of deliberateness cannot be seen. Not only did he completely reproduce the appearance of the armor, he also made improvements on the original appearance. After all, it is impossible to actually use metal for filming TV series, and the texture and taste of plastic are far from enough. As for this armor, every part is completely made of special metals that have been forged thousands of times. When worn on the body, the feeling and momentum are completely different. In this guy's hand, he is also holding a classic Miao knife. Just above First Hokage's head, a set of classic Hyuxia swordsmanship routines was performed. You can doubt that Daxia's ancient martial arts cannot be beaten, but you can never doubt that it is not handsome or beautiful enough. After all, this thing was used on the battlefield in times of war, but in times of peace it was used on the streets, and many people used it for food and clothing. Juggling and performing are inherently one of the most important functions. The graceful movements, the special rhythm, the changes in speed, hardness, and softness, distance and length, coupled with the change of momentum. It can bring great visual enjoyment to people, and it is a level that can raise the upper limit of aesthetics, especially for people who see it for the first time. In fact, Shimei Uehara didn't know much about ancient martial arts in his previous life. But he has watched a lot of martial arts dramas, martial arts related program performances, and professional bloggers on a certain website. With a strong body, recreating or even enhancing those actions and scenes is a piece of cake. And after yin style and spiritual energy reach a certain level, all the memories of the past, if you think about it, can even be accurate to every minute and every second of the shot, without any deviation at all. This set of sword techniques is also made by integrating the essence of countless classic scenes. Tsunade, who was not far away, and the audience in front of the video couldn't help but be fascinated. Everything about this man is so charming that he can't bear to look away even for a second. What do you want from me? Uehara Shimei finished a set of sword skills, casually inserted the long sword on the first generation's head, then sat cross-legged in front of a low table, and casually asked Tsunade next to him. It's nothing, I just suddenly felt that I didn't understand you well enough before. Uehara Shimei heard this and shook his head. I have always been who I am, and I have no intention of changing or hiding anything. If someone feels that they don't understand enough, it's definitely not my problem. But the prejudice in her heart. People, sometimes the prejudice in their hearts is like a big mountain. No matter how hard others try, they can't move it. Whatever you do, she will look at it with colored glasses. Because some people are really looking for answers, while some people are looking for excuses and reasons with answers. You can only have one explanation, but she can find 10,000 reasons. Tsunade's eyes trembled slightly. I don't know why, but I can deal with it calmly no matter how vicious and aggressive the curses are. Only at this moment, I felt like I was suffocating. It was as if he was drowning. Put it in another place. If you are the person who obviously can have power and wealth, live a safe and happy life, but for the sake of the village and the ninja world, you are resolutely prepared to sacrifice your life and fight everything alone. When faced with other people's incomprehension, lack of support, or even opposition, malicious speculation, and subterfuge, how disappointed, sad and uncomfortable one must feel. What have you experienced and endured? That's why people say that prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain that can never be moved no matter how hard you try. Human beings are creatures that are easily moved by themselves. At this moment, Tsunade was immersed in a state of self-admiration that Uehara Misaki had compiled for her. Endless regret and self-blame welled up from the deepest part of my heart, swallowing up the few moments of clarity. But on the surface, Tsunade still pretended to be calm and said with a smile. It seems that you really have a grudge against me for running away for 5 years. What do you think? Kushina and Mikoto have already given birth. Tsunade paused. How should she respond to this? But inexplicably, there was a small sense of joy in my heart. This guy is really the same as always. He still remembers things that happened when he was 7 years old and has never changed his original intention. After a moment, he changed the subject. What is the success rate of what you are going to do? I don't know. If everything goes according to my plan and layout, I think I can achieve 30% success. 30%? Tsunade's face became even darker, and her chest felt so stuffy that she felt anxious. Logically speaking, for an existence that is so terrifying that it is almost unimaginable, 30% is already quite high. But not everything can be said logically. Once the 8 gates is activated, death is almost certain. It is a gamble that involves one's life. Even if there is a 100% chance of winning, what good will it do? Tsunade really wanted to speak up and persuade Uehara Simako to give up this dangerous plan, but she couldn't find a suitable reason after racking her brain. He hesitated to speak several times. Finally, a string of tears as big as beans rolled down from his eyes. Is it wrong to protect the village and save the ninja world? Of course I am not wrong, but I just don't want that person to be Uehara Siming. It is just my selfishness that is not worth showing off. She wasn't even close to Uehara Siming, so she didn't even have the identity or logical basis to give him advice. Even if it's the right thing to do, why do you have to do it? So what if some people treat ninjas as leeks? For thousands of years, everyone has been doing this. It's no big deal if they continue to do so, right? Everyone is going to die anyway. And it is impossible to be immortal, so how can death not be death? Maybe, when you defeat that opponent, there won't even be any undead left. Isn't it good to take good care of yourself and your family, and live a peaceful and happy life? Uehara Siming fell silent. Of course, he couldn't really go fight someone to death, he wasn't born that kind of person. Even if we go to save the world, it is because saving the world itself can bring enough benefits, and we have more than enough strength to do it easily. But the mood and atmosphere have reached this point, and it would be unreasonable not to act a little pretentious and reshape the image to be more lofty. He pondered for a long time before uttering the famous saying that later became widely circulated in the ninja world. The crown makes the wearer stand taller than others and is a symbol of status, but its true meaning is, when disaster strikes, I will resist everything for you and always let you see only golden hope. In the history of ninjas and human history, there has never been a lack of such people, right? It is because of them that the times will advance, civilization will evolve, and inheritance seems to carry a sense of mission. If everyone hides and acts like a turtle, after 1,000 years, 10,000 years, the ninja world will still be the same. Just like a windmill that doesn't turn, what's the point of existence and continuation? I have always believed that either we explode in silence or we perish in silence. The killing of the third generation was like this, the suppression of the ninja world was like this, and what will be done tomorrow will also be like this. Chapter 045 Throwing out the King Bomb, Tsunade completely collapsed. Shimei Uehara was leaning forward, half lying on an armchair with legs only as high as his raised palms. The index finger and thumb of his left hand slowly rotated a delicate cyan porcelain cup. The voice was slow and slow. Next to him, there was a set of the same low table and short-legged armchair, and Tsunade was sitting on her knees, somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, her attention was obviously not on these furniture, which were completely different from those in the past in the ninja world. He murmured, "If you don't explode in silence, you will destroy in silence? You really can always say some thought-provoking words." As he said that, his face was suddenly shocked again, and he said in surprise, "So, you are actually worried that if you don't resist immediately, if the opponent keeps accumulating like this, with the strongest men in the past in hand, the ninja world will completely lose hope of defeating the opponent in the future?" "For it? Is that what I meant?" Uehara Shimei was also stunned. "Because my memory is outstanding now, a few very philosophical words will come out of my mouth from time to time. It's just to show off, for those beautiful female ninjas to look at me with more admiration and yearning. As for the specific meaning, it actually doesn't matter at all." However, he will not stop others from making up their own minds, because this will make his original plan more fulfilling. Uehara Shimei immediately decided to throw Wang Jia ahead of schedule. He said a little disappointed, "It's already very difficult now. This may be the last chance. Once I die, people will want to defeat me later." Uehara Shimei didn't continue because Tsunade already realized what he meant. His face became very serious as a result. Infer the opponent's combat strength based on the fact that that being can control all the dead souls. Even though he himself has no power to tie a chicken and is a complete scumbag. The difficulty of completing this battle is still ridiculously high, even beyond imagination. Because this is tantamount to facing the joint efforts of all the powerful people who have died in the past 1,000 years. You can imagine how terrifying it is. How many heroes have been born in this entire millennium? No one knows. And it is still unclear whether the strength of these heroes has changed after death and whether they will become stronger. However, this is still not the most difficult time. because there is an anomaly like Uehara Shimming. As Jiraiya's teammate and Kushina's sister, she knew very well how heaven-defying the fourth Hokage next to her was. Not to mention regular ninja illusions, and even sage jutsu and sealing techniques. He can even develop secret techniques with similar abilities based on the bloodline talents of the Uzumaki clan. Kagura's Heart's Eye and Vajra Blockade have already been learned. You know, this is a blood inheritance, and it is generally considered to be inherited only through blood. His biggest trump card, Ninja Technique Creation Regeneration 100 Heroes Technique, is also a secret technique developed by this fellow based on his grandfather's natural ability and some joint research and development by sealing techniques. It completely fits her fighting style and habits, and it can be said that it directly improves her upper limit of strength and life-saving ability. Not to mention light escape. The initial combination of fire and lightning attributes was already very powerful, and its destructive power was far greater than the use of fire-lightning style alone. During the test, even Orochimaru's strongest defense, the Psychic Rashomon, was blown through. Later, in order to strengthen the long-range attack capability, Wind Escape was added. It can shoot a bright golden beam of light in place, and wherever it sweeps, it will be torn to pieces immediately. Not only is it capable of ultra-long-range attacks as expected, but its power is no less powerful than Onoki's Dust style. Coupled with his exaggerated chakra volume, it is really possible for gods to kill gods and Buddhas to kill Buddhas. If development continues in the future, it is not impossible to add all 5 attributes. And this is not all of Uehara Shimming's abilities. After all, I have known him for so many years, and I know this guy's character very well. He envisions a generation, develops a generation, reserves a generation, and publishes a generation. As long as it is an ability that you already know, no matter how exaggerated and powerful it seems, you will definitely fall behind a long time ago. There must be things hidden behind the scenes that are several times or even dozens of times crazier than this. Tsunade looked at Uehara Shime blankly. At this moment, she fully understood the reason why the other party insisted on doing this. He is worried that if he dies and becomes an undead in the future, he will be forced to join the opposite camp. In the future, there will be no way to win in the ninja world. Therefore, this responsibility and this mission can only and must be shouldered by him. He is the only and last hope of the ninja world. Actually, you don't want to die either, right? You are so lustful, so fond of enjoyment, so enjoying the feeling of being powerful and being admired by everyone. I have researched so many interesting things and gained the trust and following of so many colleagues. You are also a layman with your own true side. But the reality and situation force you to die. He has to use his own life to establish his mind for heaven and earth, establish his destiny for the people, inherit his unique knowledge for the saints, create peace for all generations, and become the so-called savior and son of destiny. If you have a choice, your biggest wish should be to find a place outside the world. Plant a few acres of peach blossoms, take a few beauties with you, pick chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely see the Nanshan Mountain, and plant beans at the foot of the Nanshan Mountain, where the grass is abundant and the bean seedlings are sparse. I have read the poems you wrote, and this is what you really yearn for. In fact, you don't want to go to the Hokage building to seize power and let yourself be stigmatized for the rest of your life. He is also unwilling to forcefully impose his ideas on others and let the entire ninja world revolve around his own will. But you have no choice, you can only do this, and you must do this. Because the fate of the ninja world rests on your shoulders, because if you cannot control everything before the final battle and are not fully prepared, the end result will be the fall of the entire ninja world. The root of everything is just because you are too strong, too strong. This is the true meaning of Child of Destiny. And only in this way can we explain why Child of Destiny can affect destiny. Fate itself is indeed uncertain, but when a person is strong enough, he himself represents destiny. Tsunade collapsed. He lay on the table and cried loudly, unable to control his emotions at all, and even his voice was choked with sobs. She never expected that the whole thing would turn out like this. There are mistakes when a person is too strong. What kind of FG logic is this for bandits and bastards? But the problem now is, Shimei Uehara has become so strong that if he does not break the shackles of the sky in his generation, there will never be any hope of doing so in the future. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't know you were carrying such a heavy thing. If I had known earlier, even if you killed me, let alone the third generation, I would not have any complaints. Tsunade pushed away the chair, knelt on the ground, and bowed to the ground. This is also called tuxiezuo in childhood, and is generally used to express the deepest apology or sincere request. Belongs to the highest level of etiquette. Tsunade's plot is basically like this, and what follows is just the ending. Starting from the topic of Destiny Child and ending with the topic of Destiny Child, it is a complete circle. To be honest, there are some dissatisfactions. As a complete ups and downs, there should be a part of the plot in the middle to describe Tsunade's dissatisfaction or even disgust with the protagonist having a harem. Suppress first and then raise. In this way, when the following turning point is revealed, the protagonist's trump card can be maximized to maximize the contrast between the before and after mentality, emotions, etc. But considering that this is essentially a cool article, it is not too literary and youthful. It is only briefly explained from the side using 5 years away from home. The length has also been reduced. Maybe someone has noticed that there are a lot of things that should be described but have not been explained. For example, the most important turning point of the original Tsunade, the death of the rope tree, as a comparison article, Tsunade of the Ninja World did not mention it at all. You can only guess between the lines that the rope tree here is not dead, which is quite lonely in comparison. But again, many people can't read the 100,000 words at all. If it is delayed for too long, the most exciting part will be missed. The first big plot must be exciting, and at the same time it must be as short as possible. There is no way around it. What finally took shape was this article. Of course, I will try my best to spread out the things I haven't written into other people's comparison plots, and I won't leave it completely unexplained. The author is a certain Lu who has been on the list for 6 years, and is also a full-time writer of harem novels. I always believe that if you can't write a pure meaty drama, then the portrayal of emotions should be the first focus of the book. If it can convince the heart of a powerful person like Tsunade in a reasonable, smooth, and without any sense of contradiction, it will bring more satisfaction than other plots. Therefore, from system functions, to the protagonist's character, to plot design, everything is paved and bridged for this. It will not focus too much on system rewards, pretentious slaps, and other core elements of cool writing. Each of the subsequent main heroines, namely those mentioned on the sign in the first chapter, will have their own plot lines and strategies, which will mainly depict inner changes and emotional progress. The core of ordinary Hokage fandom is cool, including the upgrade of the protagonist's strength, reputation, power, etc., as well as the intersection, enmity, battle, and killing of several key villains including F4, Black Zetsu, Uchiha, Satsuki and even Sage of Six Paths, etc. All in one go. The reason has been explained in the article. As a time traveler, knowing that these things are not working, the most important thing to do is to make arrangements in advance to nip the danger in the cradle, instead of waiting for problems to occur and then shouting with grief and anger. Of course, I am not looking down on other authors and other works. There are also some that I like very much in these style books. It's just that this book is set up this way for the sake of the continuity of the heroine's plot line. This is my first time visiting your site, and I don't know if the style and writing are suitable. If you have any opinions or ideas about the follow-up plot, you can try your best to put them forward. I will try my best to make a certain degree of bias based on everyone's opinions. In addition, it will take a few days for the plot of the next heroine to start. You can also vote through paragraph comments here to see who you want to write first. 1 Uchiha Mikoto, 2 Kushina Uzumaki, 3 Hyaga Ayari, 4 Terumi Mei, 5 Konan, 6 Hayakura, 7 Yai Kurane, 8 Nohara Rin. Counting Tsunade, who has already finished writing, there are only 9 main heroines with relevant plot lines. The protagonist will have other women, but there will no longer be a separate plot line. Regarding the plot line of the male characters, Namikaze Minato may be written, but I am not sure. The rest will not be written, and will only be profiled through the perspectives of the 9 female protagonists. For example, in Tsunade's plot line, the fate of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and even F4 has basically been explained. In short, I hope everyone will support and tolerate me. The data and results of the new book are very important. Thank you all, Alligato is so awesome. Above. Enjoy the food. Chapter 046 Original Tsunade's bond level skyrockets. Tsunade's sudden collapse. Not only Uehara Shime didn't expect it, but the countless spectators in the 2 ninja world also didn't expect it at all. He was talking nicely just now, but suddenly he burst into tears, which really shocked everyone. However, when everyone heard her true feelings revealed, almost everyone fell silent immediately. Tsunade's meaning was not difficult to understand, and they naturally understood it quickly. According to the leak theory, all your dead souls, especially powerful ninjas, will become the power behind them. In other words, as time goes by, the opponent will become stronger and stronger. Uehara Shime, as a top powerhouse who completely surpasses the norm, is the kind of existence that can break the balance and upper limit. In a sense, at this moment, he is the only person in the ninja world who can possibly resist the Leak Reaper. On the other hand, if he does not resist, once he dies, the strength of the underworld will immediately increase significantly, completely blocking the hope of the ninja world's future comeback. This logical relationship is very simple. Almost all the audience also recognized Tsunade's judgment as soon as they reacted. And in their hearts, endless admiration and sadness suddenly emerged. Countless barrages swarmed up in an instant. Original Jiraiya, undead. It turns out that this is the true meaning of the Child of Destiny. I have been unable to understand it throughout my life. I am really a failure. Ninja World Namikaze Minato, no wonder Hokage-sama said that all gifts from fate have already been secretly marked with a price. Just like Master Tsunade said, he actually doesn't want to do this, but he can only and must do it. Ninja Jiraiya. Many people actually originally dismissed things like fate and fate, thinking that it was completely nonsense. But after meeting Uehara Shiming, he was extremely convinced that he was the undoubted son of destiny, and believed that he can change the world and bring peace. It is precisely with this level of consideration and responsibility that he has gained the trust and following of so many companions. From the beginning to the end, he has been my most proud and recognized disciple and Hokage. There is no second person. Original Hitaki Kakashi. Compared to the third generation project, such a great figure is indeed extremely desirable. Those subordinates and companions who follow him must be very happy. Original Senju Tobirama, undead. If we follow your argument and logic, wouldn't it mean that the destiny child of our world has not yet been born? Only when a being of the same level as Uehara Shiming appears, will the fateful decision come simultaneously. Ninja World Senju Tobirama, undead. But, I am still very curious about the extent of Shime Uehara's strength. Among the undead in the underworld, even figures of the level of Big Brother and Uchiha Madara are not very rare. The number of those next to them, such as Hanzo and Mito's sister-in-law, is far more than 10 times, and they are also extremely difficult to mess with. It is no joke to face so many powerful people at the same time and have no advantage in intelligence and other aspects. Countless people spoke enthusiastically on the barrage, including many who had not participated before. However, compared to the vast majority of ordinary ninjas. They only praised, respected, and admired Uehara Shimei. Some at the cutting-edge level began to discuss the possibility of the leak theory and the success rate of whether Shimei Uehara could accomplish such a feat. Even the undead, facing this kind of thing, can't stay away from it at this moment. Of course, there are other people. Because he saw the true caliber of Shimei Uehara, his mood changed drastically. The original ninja world, the underworld. Uchiha Madara was originally ambitious and confident, thinking that she was the one who could truly bring peace to the world. His expression darkened unconsciously. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to admit that Uehara Shimei was indeed completely different from others. Talent, structure, wisdom, responsibility, courage. Even though he was one of the two heroes of the Warring States period, he still looked dwarfed by them. Especially thinking about the Eye of the Moon project with an uncertain future, Uchiha Madara felt even more anxious. After a moment, he murmured to himself. Why do I suddenly feel like a joke? If Sage of Six Paths is the mysterious Leak Reaper, can the Eye of the Moon bring peace? Not just Uchiha Madara. As the founder of the first Hokage in the Ninja Village era, Senju Hashirama could not help but be impressed by Shimei Uehara's magnanimity. However, he does not have as many complicated thoughts and arrogance as Uchiha Madara. Instead, he took the initiative to follow everyone and acted as a fanatical believer of Uehara Shimei on the barrage, looking like he was not very smart. Tobirama was so angry that his face turned completely green. He was very active just now, but in the blink of an eye, even the figure disappeared. In the original ninja world, 5th Hokage Tsunade, looking at her other self crying on the table, for some reason, her heart was extremely touched. Logically speaking, she had no social contact with Uehara Shimei. Unlike Tsunade in the video, the two have been together for more than 10 years and have accumulated a very deep relationship. Even if Shimei Uehara is really dead. It should also be the kind of respect for great people, but it's a pity that it's more. Rather than being like now, it is an abnormal sadness and discomfort. Is it possible? Can two identical characters from the ninja world still resonate emotionally? Or maybe, through this so-called comparison video, you fell in love with Uehara Shimei just like you did? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The moment a strange thought occurred, Tsunade's head suddenly shook to a halt. That fourth-generation project, there is no denying his achievements and abilities in other areas. But in terms of feelings alone, he is a complete and utter super scumbag. 4 of them have appeared in the video alone, and according to the information in the barrage, there are at least 10 more. How could I possibly like such a scumbag? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ninja World. Above Konoha. Uehara Shimei listened to the system prompts in his mind, and couldn't help but curl up with a proud and excited smile. Congratulations to host, the original Ninja World Tsunade's bond has deepened, the current bond degree is 50%, the Super Immortal Human Body Development degree plus 20%, 40% stage reward. Current Immortal Human Body Development level, Super 95%. I am proud because, according to this progress, it will not be long before the other Tsunade is completely conquered. Moreover, with almost no effort, she started to rise by herself while watching the video. This is really cool, too Tsunade, just thinking about it makes people excited. And the excitement is naturally the explosion of the human body development of the Super Immortal. There is only 5 percentage points left before it can be fully developed and start the next phase. By that time, even if Sage of Six Paths in its prime was standing in front of him, he would not need to be afraid at all. Chapter 047 8 Gates Ultimate Form, Humanoid Nuclear Fusion Reactor. So far, Uehara Shimei has obtained countless rewards from countless well-known ninjas. Even if it was the Samsara Eye, if he didn't want his eyes to turn into strange circles, he would now have at least 3 pairs. But only the shape of the eyes has not changed, and the abilities of the 3 pairs of samsara eyes have been perfectly inherited. But even so, with so many top-notch rewards, the super-immortal human body is still one of the rarest, most precious, greatest enhancements to strength, and one of the most difficult to develop abilities. The reason is simple. The in-depth development of the immortal human body has 3 functions that cannot be replaced by any other ability. One is the increase in lifespan. For a super fairy human body, every 1% improvement in development can increase the total lifespan by 10 years. If all development can be completed, including the extra 100 years for a 100% primary immortal body, it will be enough to live to be 1,200 years old. The huge vitality itself will also increase the legal resistance, physical resistance, health bar, recovery speed, etc. to an extremely terrifying situation. The second is the amount of chakra. As early as when the first-generation version of the Immortal's human body development reached 30%, his chakra amount had completely surpassed the peak period of the first Hokage. Because his chakra not only comes from the immortal body, but also from various rewards of the system. He also naturally mastered his technique of clapping his hands and shouting whatever he wanted. He can even use the pure earth style to become a top-level Buddha whose power is not weaker than Hashirama. There are many chakras, so he is so arrogant. The strength of the super-immortal human body is far from 10 times that of the basic version of the immortal human body. The gap between the essence of power and the quality of chakra is far more exaggerated than the mere disparity in quantity. If the basic immortal human body is 1 pound of tofu, then the super-immortal human body is 10 pounds of steel. In addition, the super-celestial body is also the level of Sage of 6 Paths during the 10 Tails Jinkriki period. This guy is also an old coin. Too little is shown in the original work, so I don't know what he is planning. At that level, the goal can never be as simple as harvesting leeks. Shimei Uehara secretly guessed. Maybe he faked his own death to get Satsuki to plant sacred trees in the ninja world, and then he suddenly ran out to pick peaches. In addition to lifespan and chakra amount, the last element is the permanent invulnerability of 8 gates. Yes, you read that right, the 8 gates are permanently invulnerable. After successfully obtaining the first-generation version of the immortal human body, even if it is only the most basic 10%, Uehara Shimei can already open 8 gates and not die, but the development level of the immortal human body will be reduced. When it comes to the super fairy body, even if the 8 gates are fully opened, it will only consume energy. Not only will the development level not be lost, but it will also be increased to a certain extent due to the increase in physical fitness. Shimei Uehara guessed. Once he successfully opens the ultimate immortal human body and completes the ultimate evolution, he will be able to achieve the most coveted normal 8 gates and perfect 8 gates. That is to say, the 8 gates are permanently kept fully open. Moreover, the energy will not escape casually, and the appearance is no different from normal times. The significance and importance of 8 gates to him is self-evident. Until now, this is still his strongest means of attack, no doubt about it. It far exceeds Sage Jutsu, Bloodline, Seal, Curse Seal, and the Super Bloodline Elimination Light Release that has evolved into the combination of 6 attributes. In the original novel, Uchiha Madara and Might Guy's descriptions of the Gate of Death are actually inaccurate. So much so that even though many people overestimate this technique as much as possible, they still fail to see its true horror and unsolvable aspects. After Uehara Siming succeeded in his cultivation, he soon discovered that once the Gate of Death is fully activated, it is the form in which Might Guy activated his ultimate ability Night Guy during the Fourth Ninja World War. The energy of the whole body will be in a magical state that is completely different from the first 7 gates, or even the Nanyakai state of the 8th gates. He called it the plasma state. The plasma state can ignite the vitality and chakra energy, so that the quality and intensity of one's own energy are temporarily raised to another higher level. Almost the chakra version of nuclear fusion. This is where 8 gates is truly powerful and is also the area most worth developing. Might Guy described his moves as blood evaporating and rubbing air to form flames, and Uchiha Madara said his attack method was to compress the air to form an air cannon. This is all superficial, a sequelae of 8 Gates' lack of control. The energy intensity of the plasma state is too high. If the control is not strong enough, the surge of energy will dissipate wildly to the outside world. At the same time, out of control plasma energy will be converted to other lower levels. During this process, blood is flushed out of the body, which is what forms red steam and causes the blood to gasify. As for the air cannon, when high-level energy spontaneously transforms into low-level energy, its intensity decreases, but its volume increases dramatically, just like liquid water turning into water vapor. If a portion of the plasma energy is consciously controlled and released in a directional manner, it can create an impact force similar to that of high-intensity compressed air. The 8 gates require a certain level of physical strength to be opened, for the same reason. The body is not strong enough, and when it is turned on, it is directly blown up by the energy that spreads, reduces its dimension, and escapes wildly in an instant. After reaching the super level of immortal body, Uehara Siming conducted many experiments. The plasma state is definitely superior to the bloodline network and perfect sage jutsu. It is the most efficient way to utilize chakra and reach the highest limit. At present, there is no need to add one to this sentence. If he could reach the ultimate form, a humanoid nuclear fusion reactor, destroying one Satsuki with one punch would not be a dream. In addition, the plasma state has a very terrifying ability. That is, it is essentially the burning of the chakra. Just like firewood will catch fire when it comes into contact with fire. This burning chakra can make other surrounding energies that are lower than the plasma state in quality level lose their effect or even be assimilated. In other words, unless someone can practice 8 gates to be stronger than him, most of the techniques performed with chakra will be useless to him. Especially the most mysterious space and time, which are affected the most. This is also the reason why in the original work, Might Guy can really lock the space, while Uchiha Madara has been using his body to resist and has hardly used other effective moves. Chakra is only affected when it is hit by the plasma energy. However, any spatial fluctuations within a range near the plasma energy will be completely disrupted. Cannot be locked, cannot be opened, unless you want to be crushed by the chaotic force of space. Each of the 3 reasons determined that he must put the improvement and development of the immortal body at the top priority. This is also the reason why Uehara Siming insisted on practicing physical skills by breaking the limits, and why he set up such a long and big plan for Tsunade. Chapter 048 Uehara Siming's 3 views. Also, when everyone is in different moods. The video on the scroll suddenly fast-forwarded a large section. Seeing Tsunade's mental breakdown, she couldn't stop crying so much that she couldn't even speak completely. Uehara Siming stretched out his right hand and pressed lightly on her head. The next moment, Tsunade fell on the low table in front of her and fell into a deep sleep. After this scene, time obviously sped up rapidly. In just a few seconds, the sun completely set in the sky, and then even the moon shone brightly. During this entire process, Shime Uehara barely left her side except taking off her armor, and was always taking good care of Tsunade. It wasn't until the moon was very high that the picture returned to normal speed. Tsunade also slowly woke up at this time. Although after I woke up, I quickly thought of what happened before, and my expression and face were still very sad, but at least I didn't cry anymore. Emotions have been basically controlled. Seeing Tsunade finally wake up, Shime Uehara turned his head and glanced, and then his figure suddenly disappeared. Almost in an instant, without even a 2-second interval, the person reappeared. Moreover, there is already a cup filled with water on his right hand. The food is ready. Let's drink some water first. Yenhara ordered to put the water cup in front of Tsunade. Then, he picked up the pen and started writing and drawing on the scroll on the desk. For such a long time, he naturally didn't wait. As a Hokage, no matter how much you delegate your authority, sometimes there are things that must be dealt with. Especially now, we are in a critical period of change, and there are more things that need to be decided personally. However, Tsunade did not mean to drink water at all. After pondering for a while, his eyes suddenly changed. She is obviously a pair of big eyes full of aura, with dark brown and reddish pupils, which are also very beautiful. But at this moment, he became extremely suspicious. Scanning up and down, turning in circles. Just like a hungry man eyeing some delicious food, everyone in front of the screen was stunned. While I was stunned, a strange desire to explore quietly became stronger. There's something wrong with this expression and eyes. Doesn't this BCH have any evil intentions towards Lord Hokage? Countless people suddenly widened their eyes, activated their brain healing abilities with all their strength, and the 8 trigrams fire in their hearts began to burn blazingly. Looking forward to Max. In the current ninja world, almost everyone knows that Tsunade gave birth to 5 children to Uehara Shime, and is already pregnant with her 6th child. But unlike other ladies, there are more or less traces of their emotional experiences. For example, Uchiha Mikoto, 4th generation, was initially praised as a beauty, but was talked about by many people. Only she, without any precaution, suddenly got together, suddenly got pregnant, and suddenly became inseparable. Everyone is very interested. In the original ninja world, many people who knew Tsunade Hime's explosive personality were no less curious. It is not outrageous to marry someone like Shime Uehara. But marrying a scumbag whose relationship is so messed up that his wife can count on both hands, and not overturning his harem, living in harmony with each other for so many years, and giving birth to 6 children. This story is somewhat of a fantasy. And just as everyone expected, Tsunade first lifted up Shime Uehara's extremely handsome god robe without warning, and boldly wiped the drool that accidentally flowed out while sleeping. Then, he inadvertently approached while pretending to chat, and then made a sudden movement, using his right hand as fast as lightning. He snatched the wine glass in front of Uehara Shiming. With his superb skills and control, even with such sudden movements by Yamato, the wine in the glass did not spill at all. Watching Tsunade turn the wine glass to the other side that should not have been touched by Shime Uehara. With faces full of intoxication and enjoyment, they tasted the wine in the glass in small sips. Almost everyone in the ninja world who knew Tsunade couldn't help but look shocked. The way you looked just now, I almost thought you were going to turn into a flower-picking thief and go on a killing spree, but it ended up being just for a glass of wine? Even the original Tsunade herself felt a little embarrassed. Her eyes were actually shining just now, and she was full of anticipation. The 8G plots may have passed through her mind. Finally, that's it. Neither can you, thin dog. After drinking the wine in the glass, Tsunade's expression finally became serious. Asked intentionally but seemingly unintentionally. Is Ayari giving birth soon? Have you thought about the name of the baby? The boy's name is Niji, Uehara Niji. If it's a girl, her name is Hinata, Uehara Hinata. Is this the 3rd child already? Yes, the eldest son Uehara Suzuki is 3.5 years old this year, and the second son Uehara Naruto is 3 years old. They have reached a naughty age, which is a headache for their mother. Tsunade and Shime Uehara chatted in vain. In the primitive ninja world, many people's expressions became strange again. Why do these people's names sound so familiar? Especially Uchiha Suzuki, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Niji himself, their moods instantly became extremely subtle, or simply ridiculous. This Uehara Shime was good at everything else, but he was a little too careless and immoderate in some aspects. Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and Hyuga Ayari are all their real mothers. In another world, he was actually killed by the same person. Not only Suzuki, Naruto, Niji, Hades, Uchiha, Minato Namikaze, and Hyuga Hisashi felt even more uncomfortable. Even though it's not the same world at all, just the same name, why do I always feel that the color on my head is a bit brighter? Turning back to the video, Shimei Uehara answered several boring questions from Tsunade. The voice suddenly stopped. He had clearly sensed Tsunade's inner struggle. I obviously wanted to agree, but due to some knots or concerns, I was always looking for reasons for myself. Uehara Shimei turned his head, looked at Tsunade, who was blushing inexplicably with a strange look, and said, "Tsunade, do you know what is the biggest difference between me and others? Talent. I don't know how you do it. You can even improve and learn other people's blood inheritance secret techniques. This is so foul. No? That's wisdom. You're only 7 years old and you can look at problems from that perspective. I've never seen anyone more evil than you. Courage and courage. The person chosen by fate. Not yet? What is that?" Tsunade replied with several answers one after another, but the people next to her always shook their heads. For a moment, Tsunade racked her brains and couldn't come up with anything. Uehara Shimei smiled slightly and said calmly, "It's because I knew from the beginning what I really wanted most. It is precisely because of this that we have the awareness that, except for the most important things, everything else is a necessary price and there is no need to care too much. I believe that the same doubts exist not only in you, but also in the hearts of many people, even those who respect and admire me very much. Is this guy really shameless? Doesn't he even want the slightest bit? He obviously had a passionate fight with Kushina, showing off his affection every day, but the next day he was dating Uchiha for Mikoto. There were already Mikoto and Kushina, and they accepted Ayari without any grudges as if nothing happened. Isn't he afraid of being criticized by others? Isn't he afraid of being criticized by thousands of people and cast aside by everyone? I can answer you clearly now, I am really not afraid. Including killing the third generation project. In everything I do, I start to take action or plan only after I have thought clearly about the consequences of doing so and determined that I can bear the cost. When I get what I really want most, everything else can be regarded as passing smoke and allowed to drift away in the wind." Chapter 049 Finally a good match. The most precious thing you really want, and the unnecessary price you have to pay. What is the most precious thing I really want? Listening to Uehara Shimei's voice, Tsunade also muttered to herself. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall this boy's usual style of doing things. Keep your word and move forward courageously. There are many things that other people need to be extremely cautious about, or even avoid completely, but he doesn't show even the slightest bit of awe in them. Just do it as soon as you say it. Even Orochimaru, in most cases, could not be as decisive as him in dealing with the same matter. For example, the third generation project. Who could have thought that this guy, when he was unhappy, would actually rush into the office and cut off the other person's head? This is the shadow of a village, representing and involving too many things. The source of the Third Ninja World War was the disappearance of the third generation Kazekage of Sand Village. Tsunade thought about it, and for some reason, her expression suddenly turned very unfriendly. So, the nonsense you said in class at school when you were 7 years old was actually your dream. I think I've always said that, right? Tsunade. After a moment, Tsunade asked again. If that's the case, then why are you so dedicated to governing Konoha and pacifying the ninja world, even at the cost of... Uehara Shimei shook his head, interrupting the second half of the sentence she was about to say. You are still shallow. People in the world always have a prejudice that is so simple that it is ridiculous, thinking that a good person should be good at everything, and that nothing in his actions or his heart should be flawless. If he did anything bad that was not in line with his reputation, his image would immediately collapse and people would suspect he had ulterior motives and that everything he did before was just a disguise. Bad people are bad in everything, and no matter what the matter is, they will first explore and view it from the perspective of conspiracy theory. Just like the second generation Uchiha who keeps his mouth open and mouth full of evil, it has even become a catchphrase. That is to say, he is not married. Otherwise, I doubt that if he finds out that his wife is pregnant one day, he will habitually say the evil Uchiha first. Reality is not fiction, and people are complicated. I never said I wanted to be a complete saint, but I never gave up my duty as a savior. When doing things, always adhere to one simple principle, that is, no regrets and no regrets. A girl with a kind heart, gentle personality, gentle temperament, and beautiful appearance, who is as perfect as a goddess in dreams. If I just stand by and watch her jump into the fire pit because I am concerned about what others say, I will definitely regret it in the future. So I did it, it was that simple. I'll tell you a secret. I didn't plan to take action against the third generation so early. But he actually wanted to separate Kushina and I because of Mikoto, and even let that old dog Danzo run wild. How can we tolerate this? Damn it, if he lives one more second, Laozi will no longer be called Uehara. The lust for power was the only reason I killed him, not the reason I killed him at that time. Tsunade's expression became extremely strange. I subconsciously picked up the wine glass and wanted to take a sip, but found that it was completely empty. I could only put it back on the table in embarrassment. She really didn't expect that. The Hokage, a great ninja, died because he was trying to stop this guy from picking up girls. It's somewhat ridiculous. Uehara Siming ignored Tsunade, who was in great shock. His body flashed, and when he came back, he already had a green wine flask filled with fine wine in his hand. The amber liquid slowly flows out of the spout. Uehara Shime deliberately aimed at the lip print left by Tsunade on the wine glass, and then made a burst of sounds that were almost as enjoyable and intoxicating as Tsunade's previous drinking. Look at your potential. Tsunade rolled her eyes angrily. I wanted to turn my head away from this eye-catching scene, but in the end I couldn't resist the temptation of Uehara brand flower wine, and swallowed my saliva in frustration. I don't know how this guy did it, but he even has excellent winemaking skills. He actually came up with the idea of using flowers to make wine. The wines produced from different flowers have completely different effects and flavors. She searched all over the ninja world and couldn't even find one with a similar texture and taste. Nothing to show for it. Hearing Tsunade's angry voice, Shime Uehara's lips immediately filled with joy. Sometimes, don't go too far and worship the goddess as a real god. When appropriate, you can make some jokes that are a little too much but not too much. At this time, if she doesn't object strongly, she can make some more jokes that are a little more extreme than before. Someone didn't even have the slightest hesitation. As soon as the hungry tiger pounced on its food, the stunned Tsunade was thrown directly onto the Hokage rock. He stuck out his tongue unceremoniously and without restraint. After a long while, he gasped and parted his lips. With an expression like "Little girl, what are you doing? You should be punished for talking nonsense," and proudly asked Tsunade. Is there any future now? Uehara Shime originally thought that even if Tsunade was not furious, she would run away no matter how bad things happened. I never expected that this time. I didn't even have the intention to get up. He just turned his head away with a blushing face and said in an arrogant voice. Still not, coward. As soon as these words came out, even Uehara Shiming couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The next second, an ecstatic smile covered his entire expression. Oh shit, if you don't figure this out, Laozi won't be named Uehara anymore. At this moment, Tsunade was still under him. With just a gentle embrace of his arms, the whole person was completely in his arms. In the next second, both of them disappeared. Only two tables that were pushed crookedly by the collision remained in the video. The flow of time speeds up again. In the sky behind, I don't know whether the dark clouds covered the moon's eyes, or the moon shyly hid behind the dark clouds. In short, the scene fell into darkness. Someone's sudden action made the disappointed audience who had seen Tsunade just grab a glass of wine suddenly become extremely excited. The scroll was swept up by countless excited viewers in an instant. Where's the back? Where's the back? Where's the back? I want to complain. Why was the most exciting part I just saw cut out of context? We want to see the back. Do you have the ability to show the picture below? Chapter 050 The Birth of the Seven Ninja Sect Under the King. After Tsunade Inu Ehara Shime succeeded, the progress of the video obviously accelerated. Just as soon as the screen flashed, I came to a clean ward with white walls, white beds, white clothes, white floors, and white furniture. Almost everything was filled with snow white. In the corner of the screen, Tsunade was struggling with anger on her face. She seemed to be planning to get up and leave the hospital directly, but she was suppressed by the 4 nurses who were already prepared. In the center, an intellectual female doctor wearing a white coat holds a crying baby whose limbs are constantly moving. The voice reported in surprise. Congratulations to Master Hokage, congratulations to Master Tsunade, you are a lively young master. The screen flashed again. Tsunade was still struggling on the hospital bed. It was also the intellectual female doctor in a white coat, holding a quiet baby with bright eyes in her arms. The voice reported in surprise. Congratulations, Hokage-sama, congratulations, Tsunade-sama, you are a lovely little princess. The screen flashed again. Tsunade accepted her fate this time and did not struggle too much. But he was obviously in the hospital, but he was crossing his legs and shouting, looking like an uncle, and he was more energetic than the doctors and nurses. Nohara-rin also put on a white coat, her eyes were very focused and she was holding the baby carefully. He said with a slightly unskilled gentleness. Congratulations to Mr. Hokage, congratulations to Mr. Tsunade, and congratulations to Mr. Maki. Your mother has given birth to a younger brother. He weighs 8 pounds and 6 taels. He is very healthy. No birth defects or adverse diseases have been found. Seeing such 3 consecutive pictures, everyone in front of the screen was stunned for a while. Including the current ninja world, there are many people who have known about these things for a long time, and even often talk about them in private as a topic of conversation after dinner. The mood is very inexplicable. I don't know why, but the 4th Hokage seems to be particularly serious, persistent, and enthusiastic about having children. Tsunade is not an exception. Almost every lady has given birth to more than 1 child. She is not even the most numerous, she can only be regarded as the 2nd most numerous, still tied with others. And after seeing Tsunade giving birth to 3 children one after another and being caught on video 3 times, the barrage instantly became lively. Complaints, envy, shock. Especially the old Senju clan members who had previously learned that Senju was almost extinct were all extremely active and excited, praising Shimei Uehara's behavior. Many of these people come from the Warring States period. In that era, the family was used as a military unit and as a reserve source of troops, and having children was the top priority for the family. Like first Hokage, there are 4 brothers, in addition to Hashirama and Tobirama, there are also Banma and Wayma. For them, after death and becoming undead, many things have no meaning. The only thing that can be focused on is probably the happiness of the remaining descendants and the continuation of the family. In almost an instant, the barrage space was occupied by several Senju experts. Ninja World Senju Buddha Room, Dead Soul. Not bad, good job. Try to keep up the good work, Tsunade. It's up to you to make our Senju clan stronger again. Ninja World Senju Hashirama, undead. The rope tree in our world is not dead, so is he married? Has he given birth to any children? How many have he given birth to now? Ninja World Senju Tobirama, undead. I heard that my 2nd daughter has awakened my eldest brother's wood style. Do you have any plans to get married and have children now? Original Senju Buddha Room, Dead Soul. Tsunade, look at Tsunade from another world. She is already in her 50s now. What are you waiting for? The childbearing period will be over soon. Original Senju Hashirama, undead. Tsunade-chan, do you have someone you like? Isn't it that no one is interested in you? Original Senju Tobirama, Undead. The Senju clan in our world is much worse than them. You are the only one left. Tsunade, what are you waiting for now? Original Ninja World. Tsunade, who was guarding outside the root base and waiting for the comparison video to end. I originally wanted to speak and complain a bit. After seeing countless Senju antiques urging marriage on the barrage, my forehead was suddenly covered with black lines. A violent urge to hit brute in his muscles. However, there was also a hint of shame and embarrassment in my heart. The Senju clan is the only one left, and he is still unmarried in his 50s, wandering the ninja world alone, drunk and dreaming. This is indeed a bit unjustifiable. Not only the Senju clan, but also the old antiques from other families came out to pay attention to the marriages of their descendants. After all, according to the previous exchanges in the barrage, everyone already knows that many ancient families, including Senju Hyuga Uchiha, have been badly affected by F4. In an instant, the trend of public opinion in the barrage changed drastically, and urging marriage became the latest trend. However, when these people are taking turns urging marriage, the video in the scroll finally ushered in the only important life node worth watching in Tsunade's later period in the ninja world. Selection of the 7 ninja sect under the king. First, there are 4 large golden characters in a familiar style. Background introduction. Currently the 55th year of Konoha in the ninja world, the 4th Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village, Uehara Shime's eldest son, Uehara Sasuke, and his second son, Uehara Naruto, successfully graduated from Konoha Ninja School early at the age of 9, both setting a new minimum age for graduation after the ninja school was restructured. Moreover, with an absolute advantage, he stood out among previous geniuses and other ninjas with special talents, and was selected into the first batch of students of the newly established Advanced Ninja School. He became a famous genius both inside and outside, attracting the attention of the entire ninja world. Because of Shime Uehara's personal prestige, his promise to provide additional guidance and rewards to senior ninja school teachers, and the enrollment of the Hokage's eldest son and second son. The selection of the 7 official teachers of the Advanced Ninja School has become the focus of attention from Konoha and even the entire ninja world. It lasted a total of 19 days and experienced more than 300 fierce battles. The strongest person was determined in 7 categories: ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, instant technique, sealing techniques, medical technique, and perception technique, and was awarded the corresponding code name. Because all the selected candidates have cage level strength, and some have power beyond cage level, they were later called the 7 Ninja Sect under the king by the ninja world. First Generation King's 7 Ninja Sect. Ninja Orochimaru, Fantasy Character Uchiha Fugaku, Body Character Mat Dai, Instant Character Namikaze Minato, Seal Character Uzumaki Kushina, Medical Character Senju Tsunade, Sense Character Uzumaki Kana. The members of the 7 Ninja Sect under the king have gone through several changes. The current member list is: Ninja Hitaki Kakashi, Fantasy Character Uchiha Shisui, Body Character Metkai, Instant Character Namikaze Minato, Sealing Character Uzumaki Kushina, Medical Character Senju Tsunade, Sense Character Uehara Naruto. Minato Namikaze and Tsunade Senju are the only 2 former members of the 7 Ninja Sect who have never lost their code names.